Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How's your day going? Drop a comment and let me know. The weather's been pretty rough lately, hasn't it? Make sure you're taking care of yourself. Thanks for sharing your mysterious experiences with us. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new upload. Now, grab your headphones, switch on your nightlight, and let's dive into today's mysterious stories. So picture this with me. Garfield, New Jersey, mid-1980s. We were living upstairs in this old two-family Victorian that had been built way back in 1906, creaky in all the familiar ways, the kind of house that always felt like it had a memory. By the time this happened, we were clearing out the downstairs apartment. The woman who'd lived there had been gone a while, and the place was basically a time capsule, mostly old furniture that hadn't budged in decades. My mom, my dad, let's call him Frank, my little brother Eddie, and me were all hauling stuff out, piece by piece, to the curb. At one point, Frank and I went for this massive upholstered armchair. Real old school, heavy as a sin. I grabbed the front legs, he grabbed the back legs. Each leg had this wooden post with a smooth little metal button on the end, like a glide, so it wouldn't gouge the floor. The second we lifted it, Frank yelped, like yelled, and dropped his end. I thought, splinter, has to be a splinter. But he's shaking his left hand and staring at his palm like he can't even process it. He goes, "You are not going to believe this, but I just burned my hand." And I'm like, burned? From a chair? But then I see it. In the center of his palm is this angry red welt, about the size of a big coin, perfectly round, like someone pressed a hot lid against him. We set the chair down fast and started poking around. And sure enough, the metal button on the end of that one chair leg was searing. Not warm, not sunny windowsill warm. I mean, touch it and instant regret hot. Here's the part that messed with all of us. The chair clearly hadn't been moved in forever. You could see 4 deep dents in the carpet where it had been sitting, like it had belonged there. And the old lady who lived downstairs? We knew her well enough to know she wasn't scooting furniture around for fun. That chair had probably been in the same spot for 30 years, easy. So why was that one metal button scorching hot? We checked the other 3 legs, normal room temperature. We felt the carpet dents, cool. Just that single button on that single leg, like it had been heated from the inside out. Frank, being Frank, immediately went into problem-solving mode. His first theory was something like electrical induction, maybe a wire under the floor, maybe something in the wall. So we pulled the carpet back. No wiring under that spot. Then we measured the exact location and went down into the unfinished basement to see what was directly beneath it. Nothing. No junction box, no conduit, no hidden cable. The nearest main wiring was a couple meters away, clearly visible along the joists. That basement wasn't finished. There was nowhere for anything sneaky to hide. By then, the button cooled enough that we were able to drag the chair out to the curb. But of course, now we were obsessed. We tried to recreate it. We slid the carpet back into place, and we started testing the little depression like it was a science experiment. We dropped coins in it. We set a few small metal objects there. Nothing heated up. Nothing even got warm. It was like the chair leg had been the only thing that caught whatever happened. Then I got this idea and grabbed a compass. I rigged it up in this dorky way. Compass tied to a string attached so I could drag it smoothly over a board laid flat across the spot. And every single time I pulled it across that exact point, the needle jumped. Not a tiny twitch either, like a real deflection, around 20-something degrees. Didn't matter what direction I dragged it from. Same result. And then my mom, let's call her Marilyn. She's the one who made it even stranger. She takes the compass and holds it higher, around chest level, and walks slowly across the room. And the needle still reacts. She backs up, walks across again. Same thing. She goes, real quiet. It's not just in the floor. It goes up. And then she says something I still can't quite explain. She could feel it, like a gentle but distinct sensation of heat rising in a narrow vertical column right from that spot, almost like standing over a vent that wasn't there. So now we're measuring like lunatics. We mark the spot downstairs, then go upstairs to our own apartment and measure the exact same location. And sure enough, right in our living room, right in front of the TV, that same compass jump, that same weird, warm column feeling if you stood there long enough. And when we checked the basement beneath that, same thing again. It wasn't random. It was like a line through the building. Basement, downstairs apartment, our place upstairs, stacked perfectly. The only reason we'd never noticed it before was because the spot upstairs was in this annoying place where nobody ever put anything. It was basically the don't block the television zone. But once we were paying attention, we realized something else. There was this faint line in our carpet that hadn't been there when it was installed years earlier. The carpet was this speckled salt and pepper kind of pattern, and we'd always assumed that line was some sort of lighting shadow from the front windows. But up close? No. The carpet fibers along that line were actually tilted, like they'd been brushed or pushed in one direction, on a clean, straight path running through that exact spot. It stretched farther one way than the other, fading out after a short distance. And here's what really got me. The compass didn't react anywhere else along that fiber line, only at the precise point, the hot button point. Like the line was a scar, but the spot was the wound. Now, the last part. The part that makes my stomach do this weird little flip even now. Because this wasn't the first time something strange happened there. Flashback a few years earlier, late 70s. I was about 11, and I was always tinkering with stuff. We had this little makeshift workshop area down in the paved section of the basement, and I'd be down there messing around with tools and parts like I was building something important. One night, I'm down there alone. It's quiet, basement quiet. And for no reason I can explain, I look up toward the darker end of the basement, and I see him. An old man, running toward me, holding a flashlight. He looked panicked, like he was rushing to warn somebody. He was wearing one of those old worker caps, the kind you'd imagine on someone from another era. It lasted maybe a second, maybe less, because as he ran forward, he just vanished. Not faded away, not turned a corner. He disappeared right in front of me, like a film cut. I remember freezing so hard I couldn't even breathe right for a moment. Then I bolted, full speed, up the basement steps. And years later, standing there with my family watching a compass needle jump and feeling heat rise from a spot in the floor, we realized something. The place where that old man appeared, where my eyes first caught him moving out of the darkness, was that same exact point. The same pinpoint in the house. The same vertical column through the building. And I'll tell you the honest truth. I don't know what it was. I still don't. We tried to explain it every logical way we could, and nothing fit cleanly. It left its mark, literally, on Frank's hand, and in my memory. Okay, so I should probably start by telling you this isn't new for me. I've dealt with sleep paralysis forever. These days, it happens maybe once a month, sometimes more if I'm stressed or traveling. And honestly, I'm usually pretty calm about it. I have my little routine. Either I force myself fully awake, or I do the opposite. Keep my eyes shut and let myself sink back under until it passes. So, a few nights ago, I checked into this hotel for a quick overnight. Nothing fancy, just one of those places that always has that extra chair by the window and a couch that looks like it's never actually been used. I did my usual thing, set my duffel down, tossed a hoodie and some clothes on the couch, lined my shoes up near the door. automatic, like I've done it 100 times. I ran out and grabbed food, came back, and the first thing I noticed was the TV. It was on. Not loud or anything, just on. And I remember standing there in the doorway thinking, wait, did I do that? Because I swear I didn't. But you know how it is when you're traveling. You're tired, you're distracted, your brain is half unpacked. So I brushed it off. Told myself maybe housekeeping had left it on. Maybe the remote got bumped. Whatever. I showered, scrolled my phone for a while, and fell asleep pretty early, like a little after 9. And then at some point in the night, I woke up. Not fully. Not the normal kind of wake up. Sleep paralysis. I was on my side, facing the room, and the second my eyes cracked open, I saw her. A woman sitting on the couch, just sitting there like she belonged there. Her name, my brain immediately gave her a name, like it was trying to make it make sense. Marina. I don't know why. She just looked like a Marina. And listen, she wasn't slouched. She wasn't creeping around. She wasn't moving at all. She was sitting straight-backed, perfect posture, like she was posing for a portrait. She had on something pale, like an off-white dress or robe, and her hair was long and smooth, brushed so straight it almost looked unreal, like it had been ironed into place. And my heart went from sleepy to absolutely panicked in half a second. Because at first, my only thought was, someone is in my room. Like, someone broke in. Someone's sitting on my couch like it's normal. And I tried to do what I sometimes do, snap myself awake. I can usually jerk my shoulder or roll hard enough to break out of it. But the problem was, the whole scene felt wrong in a way I can't totally explain. It wasn't just fear. It was the stillness. The way she sat there so calmly, like she was waiting. Like she'd already been there a while. And the worst part is how she didn't feel completely solid. She looked real, but also not. Like my eyes were seeing her, and my brain was arguing with itself about it. So I froze, and I thought, if I fight this and I wake up, she'll hear me. I know how irrational that sounds, but when you're stuck in sleep paralysis, your mind plays by its own rules. And in that moment, it felt safer to do the thing I do when I'm too afraid to force myself out of it. I closed my eyes. I basically told myself, don't look, don't move, go back under, let it pass. And eventually, I did. When I woke up again, it was early morning, after sunrise. The room looked normal, bright, boring hotel daylight coming through the curtains. For a couple seconds, I lay there thinking, okay, that was a dream. That was my brain doing its usual weird thing. But then the memory hit me, full force, like cold water. I sat up fast and did a full scan, bathroom door, closet, behind the curtains, the whole room. Because once you're awake and it's daytime, you feel braver. You feel like, if someone's in here, I'm not stuck anymore. Then I looked at the couch. And that stupid brave feeling drained right out of me. Because the stuff I'd tossed there, my hoodie, my shirt, a couple small things, wasn't how I left it. It wasn't messy either. That's the thing. It looked rearranged. Like someone had moved everything from one end of the couch to the other, neatly, intentionally. Like they'd cleared a space for someone to sit. And I walked closer, staring at it. And I noticed something that made my stomach flip. One cushion, on the side where I'd seen Marina, sat lower than the others, like it had been pressed down. Like someone had been sitting there. Not just for a second either, long enough to leave that obvious fresh dip in the cushion. I stood there just staring at it, trying to talk myself out of what my eyes were telling me, trying to make it normal, trying to come up with any explanation that didn't make my skin crawl. But I'll be honest with you. In that moment, all I could think was, I didn't imagine everything. Okay, so before I get into the really vivid parts, I should tell you something that's kind of a running theme in my family. Weird sleep stuff isn't new for us. My mom's talked about it, my aunt has, my cousin too, and I've had my own share since I was little. Whether it's astral projection, out-of-body experiences, sleep paralysis, or something I don't have a name for. Honestly, I'm still not totally sure what category it fits into. What I do know is this: these experiences don't feel like regular dreams. In normal dreams, things shift around, the setting changes, the logic is dream logic. But these always happen where I'm actually sleeping, or at least in the exact same building. Same hallway, same room layout, same sense of this is real life, even when I'm not fully awake. And it's usually at the same times you'd expect. Late at night, early morning, sometimes during a nap. A lot of the time, it starts with that awful paralysis. But it's not the classic, can't move and see a figure in the corner. For me, it's like something grabs me. Not hands, not anything I can describe clearly, just this force. I can't see it, but I can feel it. And it's heavy and wrong. Dark. Ominous. Like the air itself turns thick. And then there was the Hat Man. I hate even saying it because it sounds like a spooky internet trope, but I swear I didn't read about him until after I'd already seen him more than once. Tall silhouette, wide-brimmed hat, long coat that looked like something from an old movie. And in my memories, he didn't just appear. He'd come in through the window like he belonged there, like the glass wasn't even a barrier. That part always stuck with me, the confidence of it. But the earliest thing I can clearly remember goes way back, somewhere around when I was a kid, maybe 5 or 6. It's fuzzy, like childhood memories always are, but the feeling is sharp. I woke up on the kitchen floor, not in my bed, not even near my room, just on the cold tile, in the dark, totally disoriented, like I'd been dropped there. The house felt quiet in that deep nighttime way. No TV, no voices, no movement, just that low, empty silence. And I remember this pull to look out the kitchen window, like something was waiting for me to look. There was nothing there that I could actually see, but I felt watched so strongly it made my stomach clench. I didn't stand there long. I bolted, straight back to my room, like a scared animal, and shoved myself under the covers. Later I told my dad, and he did the dad thing, brushed it off as a nightmare. And maybe it was. I genuinely don't know. That's part of what messes with me. Even now, I can't tell you what was real. I can only tell you what it felt like. Fast forward to my early 20s. I'd moved back into that same house for a while, and I remember one night where everything snapped into that familiar terror again. I don't even remember the beginning, just the middle of it, like coming to in the worst scene possible. I was paralyzed and being dragged, not figuratively, like I could feel my body sliding, pulled from my bedroom, down the stairs, across the floor. I couldn't see what was doing it. I couldn't fight it. I was just moved. And it ended with my head right at the top of the basement stairs. That basement. Even in normal daylight, it always felt off to me. Not like haunted house dramatic, just wrong in a subtle way. And the thing is, other people have said it too. Friends, my cousin, even my partner once, casually like, yeah, there's something weird about that area. It wasn't even a creepy basement. There were windows. It wasn't some dungeon space. So it didn't feel like a basements are spooky cliché. It felt specific the second I managed that. I woke up for real. More recently, I live in the lower unit of a duplex. Different place, different layout, and still, same kind of experiences. A few months ago, I woke up in that gray pre-dawn light when the sky is just starting to fade from black to blue. My bedroom door opens into a short hallway, and I always keep that hallway door shut. Always. But in that moment, I felt something in the main room beyond it. Not the heavy, dark presence this time, more like my brain went straight into intruder. Someone's in my house. So I did what you do when adrenaline takes over. I got up, angry, shaking, ready to confront whoever was out there. I reached for the bat I keep near the bed and marched to the door like I was about to defend my life. I opened it, and sitting at my table, like she had every right to be there, was a woman dressed in white. Just calmly seated, smiling at me in that dim morning light. It didn't feel like the other presences. It wasn't pressing down on my chest. It wasn't the basement feeling. It was uncanny in a different way, almost gentle, which somehow made it worse because it didn't match the situation in my head. I don't remember what I said. I just remember swinging the bat, and the moment I swung, it vanished. Not dropped, not missed. It literally disappeared out of my hands like the action didn't belong in the same reality as her. That's when shock hit me so hard I think it snapped the whole thing apart, because I woke up right after. And honestly, what freaks me out the most about that one is that I wasn't even scared of a spirit. I was scared of a real person breaking in, and the experience still slid into that impossible space anyway. And then, last night. Last night was the worst one in a while. I couldn't fall asleep for hours. You know that miserable kind of night where you keep checking the clock and every time you do it feels like you've lost a bet? I was tossing, sweating, flipping the pillow, trying everything. Eventually I must have dozed off, but the second I did, it was like I dropped straight into that same place again. Same dark presence. Like it was waiting. I was paralyzed, but instead of being dragged, I was lifted. My body rose off the bed, stiff and helpless, like I was being held up in the air. My arms were out, like a T-shape, and my head hit the ceiling with this sickening thud that I still feel when I think about it. My partner, Milo, was there in the room, trying to pull me down, trying to snap me out of it. And he was talking to me, telling me to focus on love, on good things, to push against it with something brighter. And then I saw it. On the other side of that hallway door, down near the floor, there was a shape, like a shadow that was thicker than shadow should be. And fingers, long, clawing fingers, were curling under the gap between the door and the floor, scraping and reaching like it was testing the boundary. That image is burned into me. I woke up after that, completely shaken, and I didn't even sit up. I just laid there in the dark, wide-eyed, silently trying to fill my head with anything positive, like I could build a shield out of sheer will. And eventually, somehow, I fell asleep again. Those are the ones that stand out the most. There have been others, but those are the memories that feel the sharpest. And I don't know what to do with it. Because part of me wants to explain it away. Sleep paralysis, stress, half-dream states, the brain doing weird brain things. But part of me can't ignore how consistent it is. The locations, the timing, the feeling of presence, the way it follows me even when I move. So I guess I'm telling you all this because I don't know. I want to know if anyone else has lived in this in-between space too. If there's a way to make it stop, or at least make it less terrifying. Okay, so you know those little magnetic word kits people stick on the fridge and then never actually use? Yeah, that was us. A couple years back, my ex, Evan, and I bought this tin of magnetic words, thinking we'd make goofy poems or whatever. We absolutely did not. The magnets just lived there, forever scrambled, like word confetti. No sentences, no messages, just chaos. We lived together for a while, but we split up about 4 months ago. I don't live there anymore, but I still stop by sometimes to see our dog, Miso. We're trying to keep things peaceful, you know? Friendly-ish, normal. Except, the last couple times I visited, something happened that made my stomach drop in a way I can't really explain. The first time was about a week and a half ago. We walked into the kitchen, and there, on the freezer door, were two magnets placed side by side, separated from the messy pile on the fridge door like they wanted to be seen. Goodbye and friend. Just sitting there like a neat little sign-off. Perfectly aligned. No crooked edges, no weird spacing. It looked intentional in the creepiest, calmest way, like someone took their time. Evan and I just stared at it for a second, and then we did that thing people do when something freaky happens and they don't want to admit it's freaky. We laughed. Nervously. We were like, okay, weird coincidence, and we tried to move on. But then it happened again. This time, it wasn't on the freezer. It was on the fridge door, and the words weren't side by side. They were stacked vertically, like a little poem going down the door. I left you a blessing. Again, isolated from the rest. Again, lined up so clean it looked like somebody used a ruler. And that's the part that makes my skin prickle. Because if you've ever had those magnets, you know they don't naturally end up like that. They slide, they tilt, they leave tiny gaps. This was placed. And here's what makes it worse. There basically hasn't been anyone in the house. Evan swears the only other person who's been inside recently is his coworker, Mariah, and she's not the type to pull some elaborate prank and then just never confess. Plus, there are no kids running around, no roommates, nothing like that. After the first message, Evan changed the keypad code on the front door. All the windows stay locked. There are cameras by both the front and back doors, except, and I'm not kidding, his front camera mysteriously stopped working a few days before we noticed the second message. Like it just decided to take a little vacation right when it would have been helpful. And of course, before either of us thought to take a photo, Evan got frustrated and ripped all the magnets off the fridge and threw them back in the tin. So now we don't even have proof, just the memory of it, which is somehow even more maddening. Evan is convinced I did it, like I'm messing with him. And I get why he'd think that, because, yeah, while he was out of town a couple times, I came by to feed his cat, Juniper, and check on Miso. So in his mind, I had the opportunity. But honestly, I wish I could tell him it was me, because that would mean it's not whatever this is. But I'm not taking the blame for something I didn't do. And I'm not playing games with him like that. I'm freaked out too, maybe more, because I don't even live there anymore and I still feel like it followed me out into my thoughts. And it's not like the house is totally quiet and normal otherwise. There have been little things over the years that I always brushed off. Stuff falling in the garage when no one's in there, the occasional knock at the front door, and then nothing when you check. But now I keep replaying it. And the history of the house doesn't help. Evan told me the previous owner's husband passed away there, like mid-2000s, and the woman who sold the house was really old, in her 90s. I don't even know if she's still alive now. So yeah, I've had the thought. The one you don't want to have because once you say it out loud, it feels too real. What if it's not random? What if something is still there and magnets are just the easiest way to leave a message? The weird part is, nothing else is dramatically haunted. The dog and cat don't act strange. There's no cold breath on your neck, no doors slamming on their own, none of the movie stuff. It's just the words. Just these quiet little sentences on the fridge, lined up like someone trying to be polite about it. And that almost feels worse. So I've never really known how to explain this without sounding a little out there. but I'll try because it's been part of my life for as long as I can remember. My mom, her name's Marissa, and I have had these not exactly ghost hunting kind of paranormal experiences, but more like this constant, quiet weirdness that follows us around. Like there's always something just under the surface that won't fully show itself, but also won't go away. The biggest thing is how we sense each other. It's hard to describe unless you felt it, but sometimes it's like I can feel her feelings in my own body. Or I'll suddenly get this heavy, specific gut punch of worry, and I'll just know it's her having a rough moment, even if she hasn't told me anything. And then later she'll casually mention something that matches exactly what I was picking up on, and I'm left sitting there thinking, okay, how did I know that? And then there's the voice thing. Every once in a while, I'll hear her voice clear as day, like right in my ear, for just a second. Not in a spooky movie way, more like she leaned in close to say my name, and then she's gone. It's so quick I almost convince myself I imagined it. But almost every time it happens, I end up texting or calling her, and she'll answer with something like, "This is so weird, I was literally just talking about you." And she'll say it so casually, like that's a normal thing to happen, while I'm just staring at the wall getting chills. But the strangest thing we've ever had happen, hands down, was a shared dream. One night, I had this nightmare where my mom, my little brother Eli, and I were at this splash pad near a park. It was one of those summer evening scenes, the kind that should feel safe. In the dream, Mom was impatient, like we'd stayed too long and she wanted to go home. I kept whining, begging for 5 more minutes, and she was calling my name, annoyed but also distracted. She buckled Eli into his seat, and then she turned her back for just a moment to look for me again. And in that moment, this man, like he'd been waiting, slid into the driver's seat and started the car. I remember the sound of the engine turning over. I remember my mom's face changing in an instant, like her whole reality shattered. She screamed so loud it felt like it rattled my bones, and she ran after the car sobbing, yelling for Eli, banging on the window. I woke up shaking, heart racing, the kind of nightmare that sticks to your skin. I tried to shrug it off the next morning. Bad dreams happen, right? But at breakfast, Eli was quiet and cranky, and finally he blurted out, "I had a bad dream. A man took me away." Just said it like that, like it was still happening. I swear my stomach dropped straight through the floor. Mom looked at me. I looked at her. And within a couple minutes of us talking, it became obvious. All 3 of us had basically dreamed the same thing that night. Same fear. Same "a man took him" theme. Same panic. I can't even tell you how unsettling that was in the moment. But also, oddly, how it cemented this feeling I've always had, that we're connected in some way I don't understand. And it's not just dreams. A while after that, I was living a few hours away from her, and I had this anxious feeling all day that something had happened at home. Not a general anxious vibe, very specific. I kept picturing our cat Juniper outside, lost. It made no sense. I hadn't thought about Juniper getting out. There was no reason for it, and I'm not exaggerating. Within minutes, my phone rang. It was Mom, and the first thing she said was, "Don't freak out, but Juniper somehow slipped out the back door. We can't find her." I remember just sitting there staring at my phone after we hung up, like, what do you even do with that? Then there's my grandpa, Raymond, my mom's dad. He has this soft spot for both of us, and he's admitted it, which cracks me up because he tries to act tough. He says we remind him so much of his own mother, this woman named Adeline, that it's eerie. Apparently Adeline died long before I was born, long before my mom was born too. But he swears Marissa and I have her same expressions, her same tone of voice, even similar mannerisms. He and my grandma are getting older now, and keeping up with the house is harder, but Grandpa refuses to move. And the reason he gives isn't money or nostalgia. It's that he genuinely believes Adeline is still in that house. He says he hears her sometimes, sees her sometimes. Not in a scary way, more like she's checking in, like she never fully left. And here's the part that makes my arms prickle. My mom has been told before, more than once by different people, that there's an older woman spirit around her, protective, watching, and that sometimes the presence shifts toward me, like it's keeping an eye on both of us. I felt things in my own home too. That classic feeling like someone is standing just out of view, watching you. Not threatening, just present. I'll hear weird little sounds that don't quite fit. A creak that isn't the normal settling of the house. A soft knock where there shouldn't be one. And sometimes, if it gets too much, I'll literally speak out loud, kind of gently, kind of firmly, and say, "Okay, I know you're here, but can you please stop?" And then it stops. Like I flipped a switch. There have also been nights where I wake up dead asleep because I'm sure someone called my name. Not like a dream voice, like someone right by the bed. I'll sit up, heart pounding, listening, and there's nothing. Just quiet. But I'll be honest, none of it really terrifies me. If anything, it feels familiar, almost comforting. Like whatever this is, whether it's intuition turned up to 100, or some kind of spiritual thread between us, or something I can't name, it doesn't feel evil or dark. It feels like being watched over. And still, I wonder, is any of this actually possible? Or are we just a family who's really good at pattern finding and gut feelings? I don't know. I genuinely don't. But I also can't shake the sense that there's something here, something real, that's been walking alongside us for years. Okay, so for context, I'm not exactly living in some spooky hotspot. It's a pretty normal area, but every once in a while, something happens that genuinely rattles me. Like that time I heard someone calling my name in my mom's voice when she wasn't even home, or the string of dreams I kept having that felt way too aware. This happened about 4 months ago. Back then, I barely knew anything about astral projection. I'd read just enough to feel cocky, which, looking back, is always a bad sign. And I made one massive mistake right from the start. I didn't do my usual protective routine. I didn't pause, didn't ask my guide, her name's Celine, for protection. I just went for it. I was in my bedroom, lights off, sprawled out on my bed like a starfish. And the silence in there was so thick it felt like it had weight. I started the way I'd heard you're supposed to. Slow breathing, then focusing on different parts of my body one by one. Like, okay, shoulders, relax. Hands, relax. Just trying to let everything go. Then I pictured my room in my mind, like I was standing inside it. And I imagined a rope hanging in front of me, just like those tutorials say, and I pulled myself upward. And I swear to you, it worked immediately. Like way too easily. I was standing in my room, but it wasn't my room the way I knew it. It was darker. Not just lights off, darker than that. Normally, even with the lights out, there's still street light leaking through the blinds. But now, that glow was gone, completely. And the only light in the room was this single flashlight that hadn't been there before. Not lying on the floor. Not in a drawer, just there, like it had always belonged there. The beam was the strangest part. It was tight and unnaturally focused, aimed straight into the far corner of my room, like someone had set it up to point at something specific. Everything outside that beam wasn't shadowy, it was just black, like the rest of the room had been erased. I didn't touch the flashlight. I didn't even step closer. Something about it felt like a trap. Like if I picked it up, I'd be agreeing to something I didn't understand. So I opened my door and stepped into the hallway. The hall was brighter, but not in a comforting way. Everything had this dark blue tint, like I was seeing my house through tinted glass. It was still my hallway, but it felt filtered, distant, like the house was wearing a mask. And then this wave hit me. I have really bad arachnophobia, like the kind where a sudden spider can make my whole body go cold. And there's this specific sensation I get sometimes when I walk into a room and my brain goes, there are spiders here. Not exactly dread, but dread-shaped. That's the only way I can describe it. That same feeling crawled over me the second I left my bedroom. I tried to ignore it and kept moving. I started down the stairs, and the moment my foot touched the first step, I heard a whisper right by my ear. It sounded like an older man trying to do a baby voice, and it said, very softly, "Hi there." I froze so hard it felt like my entire soul locked up. But I didn't look behind me. I don't know why. Instinct, maybe. Some part of me was like, if you turn your head, it becomes real. So I just kept going down the stairs like I hadn't heard anything, like I was totally calm and normal, even though I absolutely wasn't. The living room had that same blue sheen. Nothing jumped out at me right away, so I did what I always do when I'm nervous. I went to the window. I pulled the blinds aside and looked out, and there was nothing. And that's when I remembered the basement. I had literally told myself before I started, do not go near the basement. Because even in the daytime, I hate it down there. The air feels wrong. The shadows feel too patient. But of course, my curiosity won. I told myself I'd just peek. Just a quick look. Just enough to confirm whether it felt different in that state. I leaned into the basement stairwell. Same blackness as the window. The same impossible, heavy absence. And I didn't even hesitate. I backed away so fast it was like my spirit tripped over itself. Nope, absolutely not. Whatever that was, it was down there, and it didn't want to be observed. At that point, I should have ended it. I should have gone straight back to my body. But I'm stubborn. And I've always had this reckless streak where my curiosity overrides my self-preservation. So I thought, okay, what about outside? I went to the back door and opened it just a crack. Through the blurred glass, it still looked black out there. But the second the door opened, I could see fine. Like the outside world snapped into focus. Everything looked normal. My yard, the fence, the street. All of it was there. And then I noticed something in the road. Just barely, in the corner of my eye. A figure. Standing in the middle of the street, way too still. Like it had been paused. I tried to get a better look, and I made the dumbest possible choice. I stepped outside. The moment my foot crossed the threshold, nausea slammed into me like I'd been poisoned. My stomach lurched, and for a second I thought I was going to collapse right there. I steadied myself, looked up again, and the figure was closer. Not by much, maybe a foot, but it hadn't walked. It hadn't shifted. It was just nearer, like it had glitched forward. That was it. That was the moment panic fully took over. I ran back inside, bolted up the stairs, and practically launched myself into my bedroom. And there I was. My body, still on the bed, still sprawled out exactly how I'd left it. I climbed back onto myself like I was diving into deep water, and I started focusing hard. Hands, feet, breath, heartbeat, anything that felt physical, anything that could anchor me. And then I woke up. And I'm not being dramatic when I say my body reacted like it had been through something real. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up immediately. Not once, over and over. It was like my stomach was trying to purge something that didn't belong in me. I kept vomiting until I was shaking and my eyelids felt impossibly heavy. But I didn't want to sleep. Not that night. Not the next night either. Honestly, for days afterward, I was scared to close my eyes because some part of me kept thinking that if I slipped under again, that thing in the road would already be waiting, and it wouldn't stop at a foot closer. So I grew up in this really old house, like it was already about a century old when I was a little kid. By the time I'm telling you this now, I'm in my mid-20s, and my younger half-brother is still in elementary school. And that house, it had a way of doing things that made you pause. There were the small, annoying, weird moments first. Cabinets would be shut tight, and then you'd hear them clack open in the middle of the night. A neat stack of plates would end up scattered across the counter, like someone had just swept an arm through them. Once, our treadmill clicked on by itself. No one nearby, no pet bumping it, nothing. Those kinds of things that you can almost laugh off, but they still leave that little cold dot between your shoulders. But the thing I can't shake, the one my family still brings up, is something I said when I was really little. I was about 3, maybe 4. My bedroom door faced this corner of the hallway, and on the ceiling there was this small glass light fixture. Nothing fancy, just one of those old, slightly cloudy glass lamps that always feels a little too dim. One night, I'm in bed, settling down, and I look at my mom and say, super calmly, like I'm asking for water, "Can you leave my door open just a little, so I can see the gray man and the quiet little boy in the hallway?" And my mom, obviously, freezes. She tries to play it cool, but she's instantly unsettled. She asks me what I mean, and I just explain it like it's a normal part of bedtime. I tell her, "The gray man hangs from the ceiling light, and the little boy walks up and down the hallway." That's the part that always gets people. Apparently, I wasn't frightened. No trembling voice, no tears, no hiding under blankets. I was just plain about it. Curious, even. Like leaving the door cracked was the only reasonable solution because, well, I didn't want to miss them. Eventually, I stopped mentioning it. I stopped seeing anything, at least that I can remember. And it turned into one of those family stories that pops up once in a while, usually when everyone's together and someone wants to raise goosebumps on purpose. Then years passed, and later, my mom had my half-brother. Same house, same hallway. Different bedrooms, but the doors still looked out into that same stretch of hall like they always had. When he was about the same age I'd been, 3 or 4, my mom was tucking him in one night. She's doing the usual routine, smoothing the blanket, saying goodnight, turning to leave. And he glances past her into the hallway and goes, really casually, "Oh, that little boy's back." Just like that. Like he's talking about a cat wandering through. My mom's stomach drops. She asks him, "What little boy?" And he shrugs, again, not scared, not upset, not even especially interested, just certain. The boy who walks in the hallway. When she told me, I felt this weird mix of chills and something else. Not exactly fear. More like that dizzy feeling you get when 2 puzzle pieces suddenly click and you weren't expecting the picture to be real. Because here's the thing. I never told him that story. Not in a way a little kid would absorb anyway. And my mom wasn't the type to sit there and plant creepy ideas in his head. Yet he described the same kind of presence. This small boy moving up and down that same hallway. And he did it with the same calm, matter-of-fact tone I apparently had. It's strange, right? 2 kids, years apart, same house, same hallway, and the same kind of casual certainty that someone else was there. And I still wonder about it. Okay, so this is the 3rd time I've tried to tell this story. because every time I write it out, I second-guess myself and think, maybe I'm being dramatic. But I'm gonna just say it the way it's happened. About 6 years ago, my family and I moved into this house. It's not ancient or anything, just a normal place in a normal neighborhood. But almost from the beginning, I kept getting this feeling like I wasn't alone. Not in a comforting way, more like that prickly awareness you get when you feel eyes on you. There were a few times I'd glance up toward the second floor and catch what looked like a dark shape, like a shadow, moving fast and then vanishing, like it ducked back out of sight the second I noticed it. I told myself it was lighting, or exhaustion, or my imagination. But it kept happening just enough to mess with me. My wife, Hannah, noticed the vibe too. So we did what we know to do. We prayed over the house. We went room to room and asked God for peace and protection. That night, I tried to settle my nerves by singing a worship song to myself. And while I'm singing, I suddenly feel this tightness in my throat, like my airway is narrowing. It wasn't like hands around my neck or anything like that. It was more like my trachea just clenched, like my body was trying to choke me from the inside. It scared me bad. Hannah and I prayed again, right there immediately, and within moments, it eased up and stopped. After that, things went quiet for a while. At least, quiet in the sense that nothing big happened. But the house always had sounds, pops, clacks, that almost footstep rhythm you hear sometimes at night. I kept chalking it up to a house settling, especially because the place was a couple decades old. And honestly, we were tired. We had little kids. Tired parents hear weird things. When our oldest, Millie, was around too, she'd do that thing toddlers do. She'd just stare at nothing. Like she'd be watching something you can't see. We laughed it off at first. Kids do that, right? Then our second, Nora, went through the same phase, and that still didn't feel like proof of anything, but it did add to the uneasy feeling, like another little pebble dropped into the pile. Then our neighbor across the street passed away, and not long after that, we started getting knocks at the front door. Not the casual tap-tap, real knocks, like someone expecting you to answer. But every time I went to check, there'd be nobody there. I blamed it on kids messing around. Ding-dong ditch. Easy explanation. I wanted an easy explanation. Another thing too, Hannah and I would sometimes feel our energy just drain out of nowhere. Like we'd be fine, then suddenly it was like someone hit a switch and we were both exhausted at the same time. Again, we joked about it. Parent life, you know? 2 little kids will do that to you. But then, this past fall, after my grandfather died, something shifted. And that's the part that's hard to explain, because my grandfather and I weren't super close, and he never even came to this house. So I'm not saying it's connected like some movie. I'm just saying the timing lines up with when everything started feeling heavier. A couple months after that, I was putting the girls down for a nap. I was sitting on the edge of their bed, leaning forward a little, and the top of my head was just an inch or two from the wall. The room was calm. The girls were drifting off, like that sweet, quiet moment where you can finally breathe. I froze. My whole body went tight. I stayed in that room for another 20 minutes, just sitting there in silence, watching and listening like an idiot, trying to make sure nothing else happened. The pain lasted maybe a minute, then faded, but the fear stayed. Eventually, when nothing else happened, I went downstairs, trying to act normal, but I was rattled. A few weeks after that, something else happened that made my skin crawl. There was this small tool attachment set, little bits, in a rubber organizer. It had been sitting in the same spot for at least a month without shifting, and one day, in the middle of the room, it just fell hard, like it got knocked with purpose. It wasn't a gentle slide. It dropped and smacked like someone flicked it off the surface. My dogs were right there, and they both startled like they'd been spooked by something they couldn't see. And I'll tell you, the hair on the back of my neck stood up so fast, it was like my body knew before my brain did. I went over, checked the surface, checked if anything was vibrating, checked if something could have slipped, and nothing made sense. The dogs did not want to be in that area after that. They kept looking toward the hallway and backing up like, nope. So I put them in our bedroom and tried to move on with my day, but I couldn't shake that feeling of being watched again. And then there was this weird thing with the girl's pedestal fan. One morning, we found the front shroud sitting down on the blades, like it had come loose and dropped into the spinning part. The motor was burnt out. When I touched the back of it, it was still warm. Way too warm. So I unplugged it immediately. What bothered me most wasn't just that it broke, it was how it broke. That shroud isn't something that just falls off. You have to twist it to unlock it. And there wasn't anything nearby that could have fallen and knocked it loose. No toys stacked up against it, no shelf above it, nothing. Since then, it's been back to the ongoing stuff. The pops and knocks. The occasional sense that something is just present. I've tried doing random video checks, even walking up to the girl's room with my phone recording like, okay, if something's happening, let me catch it. But nothing ever shows up when I'm looking for it. It's like it only happens when it wants to. And I'm trying to handle this the way I know how. I've prayed the Lord's Prayer in every room. I've spoken out loud that anything not of God is not welcome here. I'm not messing with Ouija boards or any of that. I'm not opening doors I can't close. I'm just trying to protect my family and get peace back in our home. So that's where I'm at. I don't know if I'm dealing with something spiritual, something psychological, something environmental, like wiring or vibrations or who knows. I just know this. I don't feel crazy, and I don't feel at peace. And I'm looking for a way, as a Christian, to make whatever this is leave us alone. Okay, so this happened earlier last year, late spring, like Mayish. I remember because the air had that weird in-between feeling, not quite warm, not quite cold. I was at my boyfriend at the time, Ethan's, house. He's my ex now, but anyway. It was really late, like just after midnight, and he was walking me out to my car. My car was parked on the street, right in front of his place, maybe, I don't know, 30 or 35 feet from the front door? Close enough that you could still talk without shouting, you know? So we're at the end of the driveway, and he leans in and kisses me goodnight. And then, like at the exact same time, we both notice something in the window right next to the front door. There's a light on inside the house, but it's dark outside, so it's this perfect, awful contrast. You can clearly see a figure standing there. Tall, too tall, like around 6 feet, and really thin, almost like it didn't have the right proportions for a person. At first, Ethan just kind of reacts automatically. He's like, "Dad?" Not out loud, but you can tell that's what he thinks. He even throws his hands up like, "What are you doing?" Like it's his dad silently judging him through the window or something. And then it gets weird, immediately. The figure steps sideways, behind the doorframe, so it's gone for a second. And then it starts to peek out. Slowly, like just the edge of a head appearing from behind the door. Then it snaps back out of sight. Then peeks out again. Then snaps back again. Over and over, like it's playing this sick little game. And I swear to you, the moment it started doing that, my entire body just froze. I got this horrible, crawling chill that shot straight down my spine. Not like, oh, that's creepy, but like, my body was reacting before my brain could even catch up. Pure danger, pure terror. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I didn't even think to grab my phone, which is insane because I'm the type of person who'd normally be like, record it, record it. But my mind was completely blank except for this feeling of, do not go closer. It did the peeking thing for maybe 20 seconds? Half a minute? It felt longer, but I think that's just fear messing with time. Then it slid out of view again, behind the door frame, and it stayed gone. And for a moment, it's just me and Ethan standing there in the driveway, staring at the window like idiots, whispering stuff like, "What the hell was that?" Because what else do you even say? It's out of sight for maybe another 30 seconds. Then it comes back. But this time, it's lower, like it's crouched down, or on its knees. And this is the part that I can't shake. I can still see it when I close my eyes, because it starts thrashing its head from side to side, violently. Not like a person shaking their head, no. Like something jerking and snapping in this frantic, unnatural way, like it's trying to distort itself on purpose, like it's performing. And the feeling that hit me in that moment, God, I don't even know how to describe it. It was the most dreadful feeling I've ever had. Like the air got heavier, like something was pressing on my chest. And I knew that it was watching us. It knew we could see it, and it wanted us to understand that. Like it was saying, without words, "Yes, I'm here, and yes, I see you seeing me." And then, it didn't step away. It didn't move behind the door again. It just vanished, like it simply wasn't there anymore. We each grabbed a kitchen knife. Ridiculous, I know, but we were terrified and trying to feel less helpless. And we checked the whole place. Nothing. No open door, no hiding spot, no sign anyone had been there. And his parents were asleep in their room. We could literally hear his stepdad snoring through the wall. Like deep, dead-to-the-world snoring. And standing there in that quiet house, with everything totally normal, it almost made it worse, because it meant there wasn't an explanation that made sense. That house had always felt a little off, like there were other weird moments before that night. Little things, but nothing even close to what I saw in that window. I honestly don't know what it was. I'm not going to sit here and claim I have some perfect answer, but I know what I felt, and I know what I saw. And whatever it was, it didn't feel like a person. It felt like something else entirely, something real and aware, and absolutely not meant to be there. Hey, so something kind of unsettling happened last night, and I honestly just need to say it out loud to someone who isn't already in my living room. I had my longtime best friend over. I'll call her Mara. We've been close since, like, 6th grade. The kind of friendship where you basically grew up in each other's houses, you know? Like her parents' place was as familiar to me as my own. Where she grew up is important too. Our hometown sat on land that used to be a native settlement, and across from Mara's childhood house there was this preserved area. Protected acres with a little museum and a welcome center, plus an old historical structure tied to a specific tribe from the region. Even as kids, it felt different over there. Quiet but not peaceful, more like watched. And honestly, the land her neighborhood sat on had to have been part of that same sacred space before it got divided up and sold off. So last night we're hanging out, just a cozy, low-key night in, when we start reminiscing about all the creepy stuff that used to happen in her house. And it reminded me of this one incident that her sister, I'll call her Nina, used to bring up all the time. Mara's old bedroom was upstairs, and it had a window that looked down toward Nina's room on the ground floor. Nina had a sliding glass door that opened to the backyard. One night, Mara and I were being little idiots, hanging out in her room, leaning out the window, sneaking a few hits like we were so rebellious. We had music playing quietly, and we were literally just vibing, singing along to some playlist, totally in our own world. And then Nina comes storming up the stairs like a tornado, full sprint, screaming, furious. So Mara and I freeze with that instant guilt, like, welp, we're caught. But Nina wasn't yelling because we were smoking. She was yelling because she thought we were messing with her. She was shaking, like actually terrified, and she's like, "Why would you do that?" And we're both like, "Do what?" Apparently, while we'd been upstairs the whole time, Nina heard knocking on her sliding glass door, like someone outside. She called out to us, no answer. Then she heard something, not just knock, but pound on the door from the inside, like right behind her. And then she heard what she described as this awful, sharp scream, and then this quick running sound, like something sprinted away down the hallway. She thought it was us trying to scare her, but we hadn't moved. And the worst part is, once she said it out loud, all three of us just kind of knew. Like there wasn't a normal explanation that fit. We all ended up in the same room for the rest of the night with the lights on, just wide-eyed and freaked out, jumping at every little noise. So we're talking about that last night, laughing a little in that we're laughing because otherwise we'll cry way. And I realize there's something I've never told Mara, something I've carried around for years because I convinced myself it had to be a dream. I'm like, okay, I've never said this out loud, and I hate even bringing it up. And she immediately goes, "What? Tell me." So I tell her about this night, one of those sleepover nights where we'd fallen asleep on the couch after playing video games. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, groggy and half frozen in that weird sleep paralysis feeling, and I looked out through this big bay window that faced the yard, and I saw a figure moving outside. Not fast, not like a person walking with purpose, more like shuffling. I remember sitting up just enough to peek over the back of the couch, trying to make myself look asleep. Like I didn't want whatever it was to know I was watching, and she was wearing these dark, tattered clothes that looked heavy and wet, like they'd been dragged through mud. I'm telling Mara all of this, and I notice she's gone completely still, like her whole face changes, and she goes, really quietly, "What did it look like?" And I'm already getting chills because I can hear my own voice shaking when I say, "It looked like an old, like a crone, like a swamp hag." And Mara just gasps, like full hand over mouth, eyes filling instantly. And she says, "I saw it too." And I swear to you, my stomach dropped like an elevator. She tells me she'd been awake that same night. She remembers it clearly, and she saw the same figure cross the yard and come right up to the window. And then she says something that honestly made me feel even more sick. She'd waited all these years for me to say it first, because she didn't want to influence my memory. She needed to know she wasn't making it up. And meanwhile, I'm sitting there realizing I'd done the exact same thing. Locked it away, labeled it dream, and never touched it again because it felt too ridiculous to be real, but also too vivid to be fake. My partner was in the room hearing all of this, just looking back and forth between us like, "What do you mean you both saw the same thing and never talked about it?" The air felt heavy, like the whole room got colder. I could feel my eyes burning, and Mara looked like she was about to cry too, and it wasn't even dramatic. It was just that awful feeling of being a kid again, suddenly small and unsafe. It's been, what, over a decade, and neither of us has said a word about it until last night. And I want to be clear, I'm not someone who dismisses the paranormal outright. I'm open to weird stuff. But this was almost too on the nose, like a literal cartoon villain. Like if someone dressed up as the creepiest possible version of an old witch just to mess with two kids. Except, who would do that? And why? And how would they know we were there? This was way before people were doing elaborate gotcha videos or viral pranks. And there were barely any people who could have even been suspects. And the memory itself isn't fuzzy. That's what messes with me. It's sharp. It's detailed. It wasn't a blink and it's gone moment. I remember the figure stopping right in front of the window, just standing there, like it was looking in, looking at us. And I remember squeezing my eyes shut so hard it hurt and thinking, if I don't look, it's not real. If I don't look, it can't see me. I didn't open my eyes again until morning. So yeah, that's what happened. Two grown adults sitting on a couch, realizing we shared the same nightmare, except we were both awake. And I just keep thinking, if it was nothing, why does it still feel like something? Hey, thanks for sitting with me for a minute. I'm going to tell you something I usually keep tucked away, because it's hard to explain without sounding like I'm exaggerating. But I'm not trying to impress anyone. I'm just tired of carrying it alone. When I was a kid, I used to sneak around with my friends, Nico, Lena, and I, doing that whole urban exploration thing. Old warehouses, abandoned workshops, places that still smelled like rust and wet concrete. We told ourselves it was just curiosity, bravery even. But there was one place we avoided for a long time. Not even a factory, more like a forgotten house on the edge of an industrial lot. Windows dark, yard overgrown, the kind of building that makes you feel watched before you even step inside. We used to joke about it to act tough, but the truth is, my stomach would drop every time we walked near it. One afternoon, we finally went in. And I know how this sounds, I really do, but the air felt wrong. Like the house had an attitude. Like it didn't want us there. We kept whispering, even though there was no reason to. I remember Nico laughing too loud, forcing it, and Lena squeezing my sleeve like she was trying to anchor herself to something real. Maybe it was just the idea of homeless people being inside. Maybe it was the shadows. Maybe it was our imaginations. But when we left, it didn't feel like we left alone. A few days later, things started happening at home. Small things at first. That feeling you get when you're in your room and you swear someone is standing just outside the door. A coldness in the hallway that didn't match the rest of the house. The kind of silence that feels deliberate. And then the dreams started. In those dreams, there was a presence. I can't even call it a person. It wore a mask, sometimes plain, sometimes like it was stitched together from different faces, and it wasn't alone. It was like it had others with it, like a pack. They didn't just scare me. They played with me, chasing me, cornering me, letting me think I'd escaped, and then, no, there it was again. I became terrified of the dark in a way I couldn't admit out loud. I wanted to ask my parents for a nightlight, but I was quiet back then. The kind of kid who swallows everything. And I already had grief sitting in my chest because my grandpa had died, and it felt like the world had cracked open and never sealed again. Every birthday after that, I'd get this dread, like the date itself was haunted, like something tall and dark was waiting for me to blow out candles so it could step closer. Then my parents split up, and it wasn't a clean, gentle split. There was shouting, fear, things a kid shouldn't have to carry. I don't want to turn this into a list of tragedies, but that time, it shaped me. It taught me to keep my mouth shut and watch people's moods like weather. When I got a little older, 13, 14, I finally started making friends again. I thought maybe I was coming back to myself. And then I got betrayed. Not in a we drifted apart way, in a sharp, humiliating way that made rage bloom in my throat. Like someone looked at my trust and decided it was something to use. I remember thinking, so this is what life is going to be, just sadness with different names. That's around when I had the dream with the message. I was standing outside, and it was raining so hard it looked like the world was trying to erase itself. And on this wall, like someone had written it just for me, were the words, "Your best friend will protect you." I didn't understand it. I didn't even have my best friend anymore. Not really. I'd lost them, emotionally, like they'd been ripped out of my life and replaced by an empty space. because I tried to ignore my dreams for years. I really did. I told myself they were just nightmares, just my brain processing trauma, just stress. But then my dreams began to feel like glimpses, like they were showing me pieces of things before they happened. And I hate saying that because people hear it and they think, lottery numbers. Believe me, if my dreams could help me win money, I'd be thrilled. But my dreams didn't guide me to cash. They guided me to funerals, to sickness, to loss, to those phone calls that turn your bones to water. I'd see something, a detail, a feeling, an image, and then months later it would happen, and I'd just sit there thinking, I knew, and I couldn't stop it. Who do you even tell about that without being laughed at? So I went quiet again, and the dreams got worse. Not just personal, bigger. Wars, outbreaks, crowds panicking, the world turning harsh and metallic. One dream stayed with me like a stain. I saw Ukraine, soldiers, bodies, a tunnel that felt infamous even inside the dream, like everyone knew it. I saw burning wheat, like the earth itself was on fire, and people trapped. Hundreds of souls pressed into dark stone, unable to get out. And there were 3 figures nearby. Not dead, not exactly alive. They were lying on their backs at first, faces hidden, like mannequins with weight. Then one turned toward me, finally, and smiled like it was trying to calm a frightened animal. It held my hand, and on my palm was a black mark. I still don't know what that mark meant, but the way that figure looked at me, gentle, almost familiar, made it worse in a different way, because it suggested there was meaning, a plan, a connection I didn't ask for. Later, I saw that smiling figure again, and this is the part that still makes my stomach twist. I had a friend, let's call him Elias, someone I trusted for years. We were long-distance friends, close in that intense way you can be when messages become your safe place. He told me he was sick. He told me things were getting worse. And then one day, I got the message. He was dead. I broke. I mean, really broke. I cried until my face hurt, begging his family to let me come to the funeral, and they refused. I felt locked out of grief, like I didn't even have the right to mourn him properly. And in a dream, I ended up in this bright place, so bright it almost hummed, and there was that smiling figure again, watching me cry like it could see every thought I tried to hide. It felt like it was telling me, "You're not supposed to follow him. Not yet." It showed me scenes from my life, like flipping through pages I hadn't written on purpose, and warned me not to do something stupid, like there would be consequences, like punishment. And it said I had to wait for my moment, when the truth would be revealed. I woke up thinking, okay, that was my brain trying to keep me alive. But a few days later, I found out Elias wasn't dead. He was alive. He had faked it. And I can't even explain how that kind of betrayal feels. It's not just anger. It's like your reality cracks, and you start questioning every memory you ever loved. After that, the dreams turned into chases again. Sometimes the masked thing came back, maybe the same presence from childhood, maybe something my fear gave a face to. Sometimes it used people, like it could wear them like costumes. I'd be running through houses that didn't make sense, trapped in rooms with no exits, and then, always, the impossible door would appear. And behind it, I would see me. A younger version of me, but shadowed, twisted, screaming like the pain had no end. Like my childhood was still locked somewhere, suffering in a loop. And then I'd wake up gasping, sweating, furious at my own brain. There was a period where I started hearing voices too. 2 of them. A woman and a child. It happened for 2 nights. It was so strange because it felt like one ear heard it clearly and the other ear heard nothing, like the sound existed in a sideways way. At first I told myself it was my mom and my little sister moving around at night. Sometimes they'd be awake between 2 and 5 in the morning. But on the second night, I couldn't stand it anymore, so I opened the door. No one. The moment I opened it, the voices stopped. And later, when we were out buying bread, someone casually mentioned our neighbor had died about a week earlier. A week earlier. The same day I'd first heard the voices. I'm not telling you this because I want you to think I'm special. Honestly, I don't feel special. I feel exhausted. I'm naturally kind, I think. Soft, poetic in my head, full of imagination. But I'm also emotionally fragile. Like I bruise too easily, even when I'm trying to be strong. I know people could call me delusional. I get it. Sometimes I call myself that, just to try and keep control of the story. But the truth is, I don't understand why I dream like this. I don't understand why someone in my dreams seems to chase me, while another presence, smiling, calm, shows up like a guard or a guide when things are unbearable. I just want it to stop. Because these dreams don't just scare me. They make me sad. They turn me into someone who only expects the worst, like every sunrise is just a countdown to the next tragedy. And I hate living like that. I tried getting help. I went to clinics and tried to explain, and a lot of the time I felt dismissed, like they saw me as a wallet, not a person. I left crying more than once, feeling embarrassed for even asking. And there's another layer to it that's hard to admit. I have these dreams where I'm other people. Not like a fun movie scene, like I'm inside them. Different voices, different ways of thinking, different lives. Sometimes I'd wake up feeling like I'd been temporarily borrowed by someone else's story. And the weirdest part is, in many of those dreams, the other life ends in death. I've been a cruel, educated man who warned me to be careful. I've been someone in New York decades ago, happy, reckless, then dying in a way I can't even pin down, like the dream itself didn't want to show me the exact final moment. I've been a poor man with nothing, collapsing into loneliness like a slow fade. I've been a woman who fought without fear. And once, this still makes my throat tighten, I dreamed about a woman who died in prison. I searched what I could, and she actually existed. I don't even know how to explain that without sounding ridiculous. But in the dream, I could feel her pain like it was mine, like it had soaked into my bones. Like someone had hurt her and she never escaped it. Sometimes just thinking about it makes me cry. The only person I really told all of this to was my mom. I spilled everything, every nightmare, every strange detail, and she listened. She told me my grandpa had been a soldier, someone who survived things he shouldn't have survived. She said he had a kind of luck, or something like fate on his side, and after the war he ended up in a church. Like he needed somewhere quiet to put what he'd seen. And yeah, talking about it does help. Even now, telling you, it helps a little. I have other dreams I could share, but the ones I'm telling you are the ones that left bruises. I don't want a dark future. I don't want to foresee anything. People think knowing is power, but sometimes knowing is torture. It's like watching the sun for the last time. Warm, bright, full of hope. Even if your family isn't perfect, even if they've hurt you, you still love them. You still want them to be safe. And you're trapped between loving them and carrying a secret that would only scare them. So I wait. Not because I'm brave, because I'm not a hero. I'm not trying to save the world. I'm just trying to survive being me. People have told me I'm like yin and yang, light and dark fighting in one body. And honestly, that's what it feels like. A gentle part of me keeps trying to hold hope, while the dream part keeps whispering disaster. But I made myself a promise after being mocked and dismissed. I'm going to keep hope anyway. Even if I've been betrayed, even if my dreams show me death, even if some days it feels like something unseen is trying to push me down, I want to fight back. I want to save someone, somehow. I don't even know who yet. I just feel it like a stubborn ember. And there's this last dream I keep circling back to, like the end of a book I haven't read yet. In it, I'm on the other side of something, and I forget everything. My family, my pain, my name. Not in a tragic way, more like it's required. Like I'm being prepared for a job I don't understand yet. I've also dreamed of a life that felt medieval. Armor, oaths, loyalty, rebellion. I was serving someone powerful, and then I turned against him with a group of soldiers. We fought, we died, and in the dream, even the king's betrayal felt personal, like he hurt me because he'd once trusted me. And what's strange is, those 3 figures from the war dream? In that dream, they also wore armor. As if we were connected across different stories, different timelines, different nightmares. I don't know what any of this means. I just know I'm tired. And I want, more than anything, to see myself again in a dream, not as a victim, not as a stranger, not as someone doomed, just me. So I could give myself a hug, the kind I needed when I was a kid walking into dark hallways, pretending I wasn't scared. And honestly, there's this game, Celeste. If you've played it, you'll understand. It makes me cry because it feels like someone finally put words around the fight inside me. The climb, the falling, the choosing to keep going anyway. So, yeah, that's my story. Thank you for listening, truly. And I hope, with all my heart, you never have to carry dreams like mine. So, this happened on a Thursday night, right at 10:07 p.m., and I was completely alone out at our little farmhouse in the country. My roommate Mara was in town grabbing food with a friend, and I was in my room doing something so normal it almost feels ridiculous now. Watching Glee and recording my reaction to a big scene, because I'm dramatic and I thought it was funny. Our room setup matters, so let me paint it for you. My bedroom has this weird slanted corner, and along that slant, there's a wall with 2 small open-door cutouts, like short storage closets, not a normal hang-your-clothes closet. The doors are maybe 5 feet tall, and they're always kind of just open. The TV stand sits right between those 2 closet openings, so when you're watching TV, you're basically staring directly into the closet evidences, like it's in your line of sight the whole time. Anyway, I'm recording the TV, and then I flip the camera around to my face to catch my reaction. And the second the camera hits my face, like the exact second, I hear this tiny little knock. Barely anything. Almost like someone testing the wall. And then 5 loud knocks hit right after it. Not house settling. Not a soft bump. Not from the hallway. Not downstairs. These were human-sounding, clear, deliberate knocks, like knock, 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 coming from inside the closet wall. Like someone was right there on the other side and used their knuckles. I just froze. My stomach dropped so fast it made me feel nauseous. I stopped recording immediately and sat there listening, trying to convince myself I imagined it, except I knew I didn't. My first thought was, someone's in the house. So I call Mara, and I'm whispering like the person can hear me through the walls. She's trying to calm me down, and she goes, maybe it's coming from downstairs, like pipes or something, or the basement? But I'm telling her, no, this was in my room, in the closet wall. It sounded like it was right beside me. There's this pause, and then she says, very carefully, okay, if you're really scared, we have that pistol locked away. I'll tell you exactly where it is. Grab it and check the house. So I did. My hands were shaking so badly I kept dropping things. I grabbed it, and I went through the whole place like I was in a horror movie trying not to breathe too loud. I checked every room, under beds, behind doors, both closets, the bathroom, the basement. I even went outside and scanned the driveway and the tree line, looking for headlights or, I don't know, movement, anything. Nothing. Not a single sound. Not a car, not footsteps, not even the sense that someone had just been there. Just quiet country night. I went back upstairs and, this is embarrassing, but I pushed a dresser in front of my bedroom door and piled a couple storage bins behind it, like that would stop anything. I sat on my bed with all the lights on, just staring at those closet openings like they were staring back. And I kept replaying it in my head. That first tiny knock, and then those 5 loud ones. Because here's the part that messes with me. When I watch the video back, you can hear it, clear as day. And you can also see exactly when it starts, the moment I flipped the camera toward my face. Like, it waited for me to do that. We even wondered if one of our dogs could have done it, like scratching or thumping a paw against the wall. But the dogs had been asleep, and the knocks actually startled them. They popped up and stayed weird and alert for the rest of the night, like they didn't like the vibe either. And the hollow-sounding part of that wall isn't even in a place a dog could have reached in a way that would make that sound. And it's not pipes. It's not wood expanding. It's not an animal in the attic. I know people say those things, and I get why. But this wasn't random creaking. It was patterned. It was intentional. And here's the thing. This wasn't our first weird moment in that house. We've been there for years, renting from Mara's dad. And I've lived there on and off because of school. But more recently, I moved back full-time. And for the first time, it's just been the two of us living there. Over the years, there have been these little things. Quiet knocking sometimes. Lights that we swear we turned off, suddenly on. Cupboards left open. Doors not shut the way we both remember shutting them. Especially because we have cats, and we're always trying to keep them out of certain rooms. And normally we just brush it off. Like, oh, I must have forgotten. Because honestly, that's the easiest explanation. And it happens so rarely that you can't prove anything. But lately, it's been feeling more frequent. And the creepiest part is that we've both had our own, did you see that? Moments. But never in the same room at the same time. This time, I had something solid. The video. The sound. The timing. And I don't even know what I believe. I'm not sitting here like, it's a ghost, case closed. I just know that 2 women living out on a farm can only write off so many weird little things before it starts to feel like, okay, something is going on here, whether it's explainable or not. And if it is something paranormal, whatever that even means, it doesn't feel violent. It doesn't feel like a heavy, evil presence. It feels more like something trying to get attention, or letting us know it's there. But still, 5 knocks on the closet wall at night, right when the camera flips to my face? That's the kind of thing that makes you sleep with the lights on. So, I grew up in this tiny, tucked-away town with a long, stubborn history. The kind of place that feels like it got left behind on purpose. If you picture somewhere out in the general direction of old gold rush country, just not too specific, you've got the vibe. The house we lived in was ancient by kid standards, like well over a century old. It had creaky floors, weird little cold pockets in the hallway, and that quiet, someone built this a long time ago and never really left feeling. You know what I mean? And when I was little, maybe 6 or 7, I started telling my mom about something I called the man with no face in our living room. I can still see him when I think about it. He wasn't transparent or wispy like in movies. He was solid looking, just completely black. Not like wearing black clothes, like made of black. And even though I could sort of make out where the eyes and nose should be, it was all smudged and swallowed up in shadow, like a silhouette cut from midnight. A vague suggestion of features, but nothing you could actually recognize. No expression, no eyes you could meet, just this presence shaped like a person. And the worst part? I saw him a lot. Not once, not in a one weird night kind of way. I'd spot him in the living room every few days, sometimes more. Just there, standing in a corner or near the doorway, like he belonged. At first, I did what kids do. I complained. I begged my mom not to make me go in there alone. I'd do anything to avoid walking through that room. But families have routines, right? You still have to pass the couch to get to the kitchen. You still have to grab your backpack. Life keeps moving even when something is wrong. As I got older, the sightings didn't really stop, but I stopped talking about them. When I was about 14, I started having brutal sleep problems. I'd go days feeling half awake, like my body forgot how to shut down properly. And once that happened, my family started assuming what I was seeing had something to do with exhaustion, hallucinations, stress, a brain running on fumes. And honestly, that explanation gave everyone else comfort. It gave me something too, at first, but not enough. Because even on nights when I did sleep, when I felt clear-headed, I'd still catch him there sometimes. And after a while, I got so tired of wondering if I was crazy that I just made him a secret. I'd rush past the living room. I'd keep my eyes forward like if I didn't look, he couldn't be real. If I needed something from that room, I'd practically jog in and out like the floor was lava. I learned how to live around him, which is such a strange thing to say out loud. I hated him. I was terrified of him. And yet I also got used to the idea that this faceless shadow was simply part of my house. Then, years later, almost a decade after the first time I saw him, my family moved. New place, new walls, new smell, new light coming through the windows. And just like that, he was gone. No tapering off, no final sighting, just a clean cut. I never saw the faceless man again. I tried not to think about it. I really did. It's easier to pack up scary childhood memories and label them weird phase than to poke at them and wonder what they mean. But then one night, years later, I was hanging out with a childhood friend. Let's call her Marin. And we were tipsy in that loose, honest way people get when they've had a little too much and they suddenly feel brave. And Marin goes quiet for a second, then tells me she has something she's never said out loud because it still freaks her out. What I didn't remember was any explanation. That night, with her voice low and her eyes fixed on the table like she didn't want to see my reaction, she finally told me what happened. She said I'd left the room for a minute, maybe to grab a snack or go to the bathroom, and she'd wandered into the hallway by herself. She was walking forward, but her head was turned because she was looking back toward my dog, who'd been trailing behind her, just casually watching him like you do when you're a kid in a friend's house. And then she stepped into the living room, still looking backward, and when she finally turned her head forward, she said she was standing directly in front of someone, a man-shaped figure, close enough that her stomach dropped instantly. And he didn't have a face. She told me she froze so hard she felt like her bones locked up, like her brain short-circuited between run and this can't be happening. She panicked and squeezed her eyes shut, just for a second, like maybe if she reopened them, it would be gone, like a bad trick of the light. And when she opened her eyes again, the room was empty. Just the living room, the furniture, the dull old light. Nothing else. She said she stumbled out of there and spent the rest of the night feeling sick, like her body was trying to process something it didn't have instructions for. When she finished telling me, she laughed once, this nervous, shaky little laugh that didn't match her face at all, and asked if I thought she'd imagined it. And that's when I felt my own blood go cold, because as far as I could remember, I had never told Marin about the faceless man. Not once. I was too embarrassed. Too scared she'd look at me differently. Too scared someone would say the words out loud. "You're making it up." So I told her, finally, what I used to see as a kid. How often. How I avoided that room like it was cursed. How it stopped the moment we moved. And as I was talking, I watched her face drain of color in real time. Her eyes got wide, and she just kept nodding slowly, like each sentence confirmed something she'd spent years trying to convince herself wasn't real. We sat there in silence for a while after that. Now, I know people talk about shadow figures like they're a common thing. I've read the explanations: sleep issues, stress, weird lighting, your brain filling in blanks. And I'm not here to argue with logic, honestly. I want there to be a neat explanation. But I also can't unknow what it felt like to live with that presence in my childhood home. And I can't ignore the part where someone else, someone I never told, walked into that same room and saw the same thing. So I guess that's why I'm telling you. Have you ever experienced anything like that? Anything you couldn't quite explain, but it stuck with you anyway, because it felt real in your body, not just in your head. I've carried this one quietly for a long time, almost 8 years now, and I've only ever told my mom. Even saying it out loud still gives me that weird mix of tenderness and confusion, like I'm holding something that doesn't fit neatly into normal, but also doesn't feel like it was nothing. So, my grandmother, her name was Marlene, was 94 when she got sick. It started as pneumonia, and it got bad fast. She ended up in the ICU, and they intubated her. My family really struggled with the idea that this might be the end. Everyone was clinging to hope with both hands. But me, I don't know how to explain it without sounding cold, because it wasn't cold. It was more like this deep, steady knowing in my gut. This is probably her time. And because of that, I flew in from far away to see her before the ventilator happened. Like I needed to look at her face and tell my heart, "You were here. You showed up." Here's the thing, though. Marlene was stubborn in the best way. She actually rallied. She came off the ventilator and was breathing on her own for about a week, maybe a little longer. We all got whiplash from the relief. Like, see? She's tough. She's beating it. But then she got hit with a secondary infection. And just like that, she was back on the ventilator again. About a month after my visit, I was home in my own bed, living my normal life again on the outside, even though, inside, I felt like part of me was still hovering in that hospital room. And then one night, really early morning, like 3:47 a.m., I jolted awake with this horrible sensation that I can still feel if I think about it too long. It was like my breathing wasn't mine. Like air was being pushed into me and pulled out of me in a rhythm I couldn't control. Steady, mechanical, almost too perfect. I remember lying there half panicked, half frozen, thinking, what is happening to me? It wasn't exactly pain. It was more like my body was being used as a bellows. In and out. In and out. And it went on long enough that I started counting, like counting would somehow make it stop. And then, just as suddenly, something else happened. My mind started flipping through memories, fast. Not like how you normally remember things. This was different. It was like a rapid-fire reel being shown to me, crisp and vivid, almost too sharp. Like a flip book you can't slow down. I saw Marlene's hands, so specific I could have described the tiny spots on them. I saw us making pastries together, the flour on the counter, her laughing when I made a mess. But then the images got even stranger. Not dramatic things, just objects, random little details I hadn't thought about in years. A bright stained glass lamp that sat in a corner. a heavy strand of costume pearls she loved, the carved knobs on her old dresser that always felt cool under my fingers, a tin box she kept photos in, the one that smelled faintly like perfume and paper. It wasn't just nostalgia, it felt delivered, like someone was placing these things in front of me one after another, saying, "Here, remember this, and this, and this too." And then, without warning, everything softened. My breathing went back to normal. The panic drained out of me like water leaving a sink. And this calm moved in. Not sleepy calm, not "I'm fine" calm. Something clearer than that. A calm that felt like truth. And in that calm, I just knew. I knew Marlene had died. I didn't check my phone. I didn't talk myself into it. It wasn't a guess. It was like I'd been told, but without words. And I remember just sitting there, holding the phone, feeling this strange, steady quiet inside me. And I said, "I know." Then I told her what happened, the breathing, the memories, the sudden certainty. And my mom got quiet too. Not shocked quiet, more like recognizing quiet. She told me something I'd never heard before. Apparently, this kind of thing has happened in our family. She said Marlene once told her that when her mother died, she saw something, like she could sense her leaving, like the moment wasn't contained inside the hospital room. And that should have made me feel better, right? Like it was explained. But honestly, it just made it bigger. Because the next day, something happened again. Something that I can't dress up to sound normal. I was walking around my house, doing small, ordinary things, and I felt a presence nearby. Not scary, not heavy, almost playful. And in my mind, I saw it as this warm, golden orb, like sunlight gathered into a little sphere. I didn't see it with my eyes the way you see a lamp. I sensed it, like you sense someone standing behind you before you turn around. And I knew, in the same simple way, that it was her. But here's what really gets me. The energy didn't feel like the Marlene I knew at 94. It felt young, light and curious, like she'd shrugged off something heavy. Like she was, 25 again. Like she was free. Later that day, I went out to run errands, and she felt like she was with me, like she was kind of enjoying it. I could feel this bright attention, like she was looking at what I was looking at, like she was amused by the ordinary stuff, like she was zipping around, not trapped in a body, not tired, just delighted. I know how absurd that sounds. I do. But it felt so real that I wasn't even embarrassed inside my own head. I just felt happy for her. Like, oh, you're okay. You're more than okay. And then I had this sense, gentle, not sad, that she wouldn't stay long. Like she was stopping by, letting me feel it, and then moving on to whatever came next. And that's exactly what happened. After that day, I never sensed her again. I've had a couple dreams over the years, but those felt like my own mind pulling out old photographs. Comforting, but different. Those dreams felt like me. That golden light felt like her. So that's the story. And I still don't know what it was. Was it grief doing something strange to my body at 3:47 in the morning? Was it my nervous system firing off in the dark? Was it coincidence wrapped in meaning because I loved her? Or was it something real, some kind of shared moment, a life review that brushed up against me because we were close? I don't know. I just know what it felt like love reached across a distance, and for a few minutes, I got to be there when she let go. Welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. Still having trouble sleeping? Don't worry. I'm here to share paranormal stories from around the world and hopefully help you drift off a little easier tonight. Thanks for sending in your experiences. Drop a comment below and let us know how these stories made you feel, or share your own. And if you don't want to miss the newest videos, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. So, are you ready? Put on your headphones, switch on your nightlight, get comfy in bed, and let's begin. You know, people usually talk about the hungry ghost realm, Preta, all that, as if it's some spooky punishment that happens after you die. But the older I get, the more it feels less like mythology and more like a really familiar headspace people slip into while they're still alive. Not loudly, not dramatically, just quietly, almost politely. It's that state where you keep wanting things, but nothing really satisfies you for long. Even when something genuinely good happens, something you would have sworn would make you feel settled, there's no real sense of arrival. The mind just pivots. It reaches for the next thing before the last one even has time to land. Because normally, wanting is supposed to have an ending. You eat, and the hunger stops. You finish a project, and there's a pause. Your system is meant to exhale for a moment before it leans forward again. But in this state, the exhale never comes. You get what you wanted, and instead of feeling full, there's this low-grade restlessness, like a motor that never switches off. It's as if the mind forgot how to stop tilting toward the future. And honestly, the old image of the hungry ghost, big belly, tiny throat, makes more sense to me now than it ever did as a kid. Because there's no shortage of input. News, music, apps, messages, options, invitations, goals. It's endless. But somehow, so little of it actually nourishes you. Life keeps tapping the surface without feeding anything deeper. I catch it in myself in small, almost embarrassing ways. I'll finish something I cared about, like putting the final line on a piece of writing, or having one of those conversations that feels real and human. And instead of letting myself feel it, I'm already scanning for the next hit of meaning. Next task, next plan, next idea. There's no gentle inner voice that says, "That was enough. You can rest now." It's just movement. Forward, forward, forward. And the weirdest part is, nothing is actually missing in those moments. I'm not in crisis. I'm not deprived. On paper, things are fine. But it still feels like something is missing. Like there's an emptiness that doesn't match reality. That mismatch is what gets me. There's this teaching that hungry ghosts look at clean water and see it as fire, or as something filthy. And to me, that isn't about monsters. It's about how perception warps when the mind is trapped in scarcity. Even good things don't feel safe to enjoy. A calm afternoon starts to feel like I'm wasting time. A good experience starts to feel like it's already slipping away. Gratitude gets replaced by comparison before I even notice it happening. It's like my mind keeps asking, okay, but what's next? What's better? What if this doesn't last? And I don't think that comes from being greedy or selfish. Not really. It feels more like forgetting how to let experiences land in the body. The mind stays busy, but the nervous system never actually settles. Like I'm living 2 inches above my own life. The one thing that seems to interrupt it, at least for me, is generosity. Not some grand, heroic thing. More like giving someone my full attention, helping in a small way, sharing time, offering something without keeping score. No hidden trade. No quiet expectation that it'll come back around. When I do that, even briefly, something unclenches. The constant reaching stops for a second. Not in a fireworks way, not like a spiritual high, more like a plain human feeling of, oh, this is okay. Right now is okay. The hunger eases, just enough to notice what it feels like to be here. So when I think about the hungry ghost realm now, I don't picture flames or creepy figures. I picture something painfully ordinary. A human mind always leaning forward, rarely arriving. And the way out seems less about getting more, and more about finally letting something, anything, be enough. Okay, so I'm not totally sure of the exact time, but if I had to guess, it was somewhere around 2 or 3 in the morning. You know that part of the night where it's still dark, but the world feels like it's holding its breath? Yeah, that. I'd been dreaming for what felt like forever, and I started drifting into that weird in-between stage where you're technically still asleep, but your brain is already clocking the room. Like, you can feel the space around you even with your eyes closed. That happens to me sometimes, so normally I'd just roll over and forget it ever happened. But this time was different. Because I felt this gentle pressure on my shoulders, like hands resting there. At first, I honestly assumed it was my aunt, Mira, because she sometimes checks on me if she hears me moving around, and she'll do that comforting little shoulder touch like, "Hey, you okay?" So my half-asleep mind tried to file it under normal. Except, it didn't make sense. The way it felt, the hands weren't coming from the side of the bed like a real person would. It was like they were behind me, but also kind of above me, like someone leaning over from an impossible angle. And my bed's shoved into a corner, so there's not even space for someone to stand in the right place to touch me like that, unless they were literally on top of me. And I would have felt that. The mattress would have dipped. The sheets would have shifted. Something. But there was nothing. Just the pressure of those hands. Then the pressure moved. Slowly, like, this is the only way I can explain it. Like fingers sliding down my shoulders toward my collarbone, and then creeping, closer, toward my neck. And the second I realized where it was heading, this cold, instinctive panic hit me. Not just fear, more like my body knew something my brain hadn't fully caught up to yet. Like, no, don't let it do that. So I shifted my shoulders, and for this tiny moment, the pressure disappeared, like whatever it was backed off. Then it came back, faster, more urgent. I shifted again, still lying on my back because I didn't want to roll over and feel exposed. It sounds ridiculous saying it out loud, but in that moment, turning felt like making myself vulnerable in a way I couldn't explain. So I did this weird thing where I moved my arms up, kind of casually, like I was just adjusting in my sleep, except I was really positioning my hands near my neck. Not in an obvious, I'm guarding myself way, more like I was trying to trick whatever it was into thinking it didn't matter. And it worked. The pressure left. But the dread didn't. That stayed. My eyes were still closed because I was terrified that if I opened them, I'd confirm something I couldn't unsee. And I was groggy too. Like I didn't have the energy to sit up or turn on a light, even though part of me was screaming to do exactly that. But I wasn't dreaming. I know I wasn't. Because my heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was shaking my whole chest. I grew up pretty religious, more than I am now, honestly. Lately, I've been kind of distant from it. But in that moment, I started praying like it was muscle memory, like my body reached for the only thing it knew how to grab. And then I noticed my limbs were getting numb. My arms first, and then, this detail is so weird, but I remember it clearly. My right big toe started tingling like it was falling asleep. I kept wiggling it under the blanket, over and over, just to reassure myself I still could. Like I was checking, I'm here, I'm still in control, I can still move. And then, the sound started. That's when I felt fully, completely terrified. Like not spooky story scared, more like that raw animal fear where your skin feels too tight. I kept praying, just over and over in my head. And after a while, the numbness started fading, like my circulation was coming back, or like the panic was easing just enough for my body to stop locking up. Eventually, I felt safe enough, barely, to shift again and turn slightly, even though it meant exposing my back. I don't even remember exactly when the clicking stopped. I think it must have, because at some point I fell asleep. But even when I woke up later, the thing I couldn't shake wasn't the sound. It was the memory of those hands. That slow slide from shoulder to neck, like something was testing how far it could go. I looked it up in the morning, because of course I did, and a lot of people talked about sleep paralysis. But the thing is, I could move. I did move. That's what throws me. I've had moments before where I wake from a dream with sudden dread, like my brain just dumps fear into my body and I snap awake. But this time, I wasn't snapping awake. I was already awake. I was in it. And I felt something touch me like it had weight, like it had intention. I still don't know what it was, whether it was my brain misfiring, some half-dream state, stress manifesting physically, or something else entirely. All I know is, it felt like it almost crossed a line, and that's what scares me the most. So, let me take you back about 15, 16 years. Back when I was still a teenager in Vietnam, still in high school, still thinking the world was mostly simple. Our town was small, the kind of place where everybody knows who your grandparents were and which hill your family's graves sit on. And then one day, everything changed because the government announced a new highway project. A big, straight road. Progress, they called it. But that straight line on the map went right through the back of my oldest Uncle Kwang's house, and straight across the little family graveyard on the hill behind it. They offered compensation, of course, money to relocate the graves to a new piece of land. On paper, that sounds practical, but if you've grown up with our traditions, you know it doesn't feel like moving. It feels like disturbing something sacred. Where I live now, here in Canada, when someone is buried, that's it. They rest there forever. Back home, it's different. When someone dies, they're buried first in a temporary grave, usually for a few years, so the body can return fully to the earth. Then the family reopens the grave, washes the bones carefully, and places them into a solid resting container before moving them to the family graveyard, the final place where everyone stays together. It's not just ritual, it's love, it's remembering, because the way we see it, a person doesn't really disappear when they die. They disappear when nobody speaks their name anymore, when nobody holds their memory. Like that idea in Coco, you know? That forgetting is the second death. So we don't forget. But here's where the tension comes in. There had already been some uncomfortable feelings between my mom, Lan, and my dad's side of the family. And when the compensation money came, it turned into an argument that wasn't really about money at all. My mom believed every single cent should go toward rebuilding the graveyard properly, because, in her words, that money is for the dead, not for the living. But my uncles wanted to keep some aside to build a memorial house, something that looked impressive, something people could point to. And I remember watching the adults talk in circles, their voices getting sharper, and thinking, please don't let this turn into something ugly, not over this. Then the relocation day came. Everyone gathered at Uncle Kwang's house, and we started digging in the late afternoon, only after the sun had dropped and the heat loosened its grip. The hill behind the house was darker than you'd expect, like the shadows up there were thicker. There were around half a dozen graves, and while the older generation stayed inside, drinking tea, playing cards, trying to act like this was normal, us younger ones got sent up the hill with one job. Every 30 minutes, we had to light fresh incense at the graves, 3 sticks each time. just walking up there over and over. The grass wet under our shoes, the air heavy, the sound of insects buzzing like a warning. It already felt wrong. But then the strange thing started happening. Every incense stick we lit burned down smoothly, at every grave, except one. My grandfather's. At his grave, there was always one stick that just wouldn't burn. It would smoke a little, then go stubbornly dark, like something had pinched it out. The first time, we blamed the dampness. Night dew, cheap incense, anything. The second time, we laughed nervously. The third time, nobody laughed. We ran down the hill and told my uncles. They came up, annoyed at first, like we were being dramatic. My second uncle, Hui, took the incense from us, frowning like he was going to prove we were just kids imagining things. He lit 5 sticks instead of 3. And I swear to you, 4 of them burned perfectly, and 1 refused. Just 1, like it was making sure we understood. Everyone went quiet, the kind of quiet where even your breathing feels too loud. Because in our beliefs, that's not random. That's not weather. That's a warning. By the time we reached the part where we had to move the remains, it was almost 4 in the morning. A truck arrived, old, loud, its headlights cutting through the dark like knives. We had to move everything during a very specific, auspicious hour that a feng shui master had calculated. So we didn't have the luxury of stopping, even though the air felt wrong. We carried the containers one by one onto the truck. First, the eldest ancestors, then my grandfather, then my uncle's late wife. And here's a detail that always made my skin prickle. Uncle Kwang had been married twice. His first wife had died young. People whispered it was from a freak lightning strike while she was working outside during a sudden storm. Whether that story got exaggerated over the years, I don't know, but everyone believed it. When it was time for the final container, his second wife, 2 cousins showed up late, rushing, apologizing, acting like the clock didn't matter. They were assigned to carry her container to the truck. There was a straight, easy path from the back of the house to where the truck was parked. But for some reason, they didn't take it. They went the long way, looping behind the house, cutting around like they were avoiding something. I still see it like a photograph. I was standing on the back of the truck, bracing myself with one hand on the metal rail. The container came up toward me, and I reached out to steady it. And then, clack. Something dropped onto the truck bed. Not a tool, not gravel. A sound like dry pieces tapping wood. We shone our flashlights down, and there, scattered on the truck floor like someone had spilled them, were bones. My aunt's bones. The container had cracked at one bottom corner, and in that moment, every hair on my arms lifted, because all I could think was, that incense wasn't being dramatic. Grandpa was trying to stop us. Everything after that became chaos. We retraced the exact route my cousins had taken, scanning the ground with flashlights, calling out like we could somehow apologize loudly enough. We found more bones along the way, some in the grass, some near the back steps. We went back to the grave itself and searched beneath where the container had been sitting. Then someone ran to buy a new container, faster, because we still had to make the auspicious hour. We gathered every piece we could find and transferred the bones carefully, hands trembling, movements gentle like we were touching a sleeping baby. We made it, technically. We moved her remains into the new family graveyard on time. But it didn't feel finished. It felt incomplete. Not long after, my mom went to see a spirit medium. And look, I'm not here to tell you every medium is real or that you should believe everything you hear. I'm cautious about that too. The medium told my mom something chilling. The crack in that container wasn't new. It hadn't happened during the move. Later, when we looked at the broken pieces left behind, you could actually see it. Green moss along the edges of the crack, like water had been leaking through it for a long time. Then the medium, speaking as if it was my aunt, said water had damaged part of her remains, and that one small bone from a finger had completely broken down. But that wasn't the worst part. Through the medium's gestures, my aunt pointed to her spine and insisted a section of backbone was still missing. My mom called Uncle Hui immediately. He didn't believe her. He and my mom were still in conflict, still holding on to pride like it was armor. But that same night, something happened that made it hard for anyone to dismiss. My aunt's son-in-law, let's call him Min, was preparing to leave early the next morning for a work trip. Around 3 in the morning, he had the same dream 3 times in a row. In the dream, my aunt appeared and said, "You cannot go tomorrow. I'm dirty. I'm missing bones. Come back and help me find them." And that word, dirty, hit hard because it was true in the most practical way. We hadn't had time to do the full traditional washing of the bones with the special herb-boiled water. Everything had been rushed to meet that feng shui hour. Min woke up shaken and called Uncle Hui around 3:30 a.m., telling him everything. So the next day, we gathered again at Uncle Kwang's house. In this is the part I always pause on, because even now, I don't know how to explain it without sounding like I'm trying to convince you. My aunt's son said he'd also dreamed something strange. He saw a woman in a white dress sitting under a jackfruit tree behind the house, right along the route my cousins had taken. We all walked out there together, quiet, uneasy, like a group of people entering a room they didn't want to enter. We reached the jackfruit tree, and directly beneath it was a section of backbone. A human spine is unmistakable. The shape, the ridges, the weight of it, even when it's just bone. It was exactly what the medium had described. After that, nobody argued anymore. My uncles were terrified in the most honest way, like the fear stripped their egos clean. They used all the compensation money to rebuild the graveyard properly. No memorial house, no keeping anything aside, not $1. And me? I don't walk around thinking every coincidence is a sign. I don't live my life afraid. But I also can't tell myself that night was nothing. Because too many pieces fit together. Too many warnings, too many dreams, too exact. And it left me with this quiet belief I carry now, even across oceans. The people we love, they're still somewhere. Maybe not in the way we can measure, but in a way that shows up when we forget to be careful, when we rush, when we let pride get in the way of respect, watching over us, helping us, waiting for us to remember them so they don't truly disappear. Okay, so I have to tell you about last night, because it was genuinely one of the strangest experiences I've ever had, and I can't stop replaying it in my head. Lately, I've been deep into those Reddit stories, real-life creepy encounters, paranormal stuff, all of it. And I know, reading those before bed is basically asking for trouble. But I love that kind of thing. I'm one of those people who actually believes there's something out there. Even so, I'm not invincible. I still get scared. So it's around 10:10 p.m. when I finally plug my phone in, turn off the lights, and climb into bed. And immediately my brain starts doing that thing it always does, jumping between random thoughts and the scary stories I'd read. Normally, I can knock out pretty fast, but that night, no chance. I just had this heavy, uneasy feeling, like my room wasn't as familiar as it usually is. I pulled the blanket up over myself like I was trying to hide from my own imagination. But it got warm fast, like uncomfortably warm, and the air felt thick. I remember leaving this little gap near my face just so I could breathe easier. And that's when it started. At first, I thought maybe I was just restless. But no, my body started moving in a way that didn't feel like me choosing it. Like my hands were doing these little motions on their own, and then it turned into full-on dance movements, while I'm literally lying in bed. And listen, this is the part that makes it extra weird. I'm a big fan of this dance group I've been obsessed with lately, and I know their choreography really well. My hands and arms started doing pieces of that choreo, like my body was practicing without permission. I didn't even want to move. I was tired. I just wanted to sleep. But it felt like something inside me had the steering wheel, and I was just watching. It lasted maybe 5 or 6 minutes, and when it stopped, I just froze. I pulled the blanket back up and tried to breathe normally, tried to calm myself down, told myself, okay, that was just a weird nervous thing. You're fine. But then, about half an hour later, it happened again. Only this time it wasn't just that one choreography. It was like my body was flipping through dance trends at random. Bits of moves I recognized from different songs, different challenges, like, why are you doing this right now? Kind of stuff. My fingers were twitching, my arms were moving in patterns, and I swear I was fighting to stay still. I felt exhausted, like my body was spending energy I didn't give it permission to spend. And then, on top of all that, I started hearing this sound, a soft whistle. Not loud, not dramatic, just faint, like it was somewhere in the room but not close enough to pinpoint. It happened for a few seconds, stopped, started again, like someone testing it, and then it just cut out completely. I remember staring into the dark after that, holding my breath, waiting for it to happen again. I stayed awake for almost 2 hours, just lying there with that tight feeling in my chest, trying to convince myself I was okay. Eventually, somehow, I fell asleep. But the whole night had this wrong feeling to it, like the air itself was off. And the creepiest part is, it didn't feel like I was imagining it. It didn't feel like I was half dreaming or hallucinating or doing that sleepy jerk thing people do. It felt real, like something was actually there, nudging me, pushing buttons, seeing what would happen. I don't know. Maybe there's a normal explanation. Maybe it was stress, or being overtired, or my brain reacting to all the scary stuff I'd been reading. But in the moment, it didn't feel like my mind messing with me. Hey, so I want to tell you something that's been sitting heavy on my chest for years now. I live in a senior Section 8 apartment complex, something like 160 units, give or take. It's one of those places where you get to know the rhythm of the building, the same elevators, the same voices in the hall, the same doors opening and closing. And like any senior community, people pass away sometimes. That's just part of life here. I'm a disabled guy in my mid-50s, Catholic, been here almost a decade. I'm not someone who goes looking for spooky explanations. If anything, I'm the type who wants things to make sense. I want a logical reason first. But this started about 4 years back, and it hasn't completely let go of me since. There used to be a neighbor down the hall. Her name was Marlene. Every single day, I'd see her sitting outside her apartment with her door shut, blasting music so loud you could hear it echoing down the hallway. One day I finally asked her, "Marlene, what's going on? Why the concert every day?" And she looks at me like it's the most normal thing in the world and says, "There's something in my apartment, a ghost, and it hates loud music, so I keep it on all the time." I laughed. I really did. I remember walking away thinking, poor woman, maybe she's just lonely. Maybe she's anxious. Then another neighbor, an older guy named Dennis who lived right next to her, told me he'd hear banging inside the wall between their apartments, like someone pounding from the inside. regularly. Within a year, both of them moved out. Just gone. And I swear to you, I thought that was the end of it. Until 3 days later. Because that's when I started hearing footsteps in my apartment. Not in the hallway, not upstairs. In my place, right there on the other side of the room, like someone walking from the kitchen area toward the bedroom. And I live alone. Always have. My door was locked. I'm on the top floor of a 6-story building, so it's not like someone's stomping around above me. At first I told myself it had to be plumbing, the building settling, maybe the heater, anything. But then little things started stacking up, like my touch lamp. Every once in a while I'd come out of the shower, towel on, door still closed, and that light would just click on by itself. No one else in there. No pets. Nothing. Sometimes the front door would slam shut when I knew I didn't leave a window open. And at night, this is the part that gets under my skin. I'd hear a noise in my bedroom, so close it felt like it was within arm's reach. I kept thinking, mouse. I'd lay there, trying to listen for scratching, for something explainable. Then came the dreams, or what I thought were dreams. I used to sleep with one pillow under my head and another sort of draped over the top of my face because I'm sensitive to light and sound. And on 3 different occasions, I woke up, half panicked with the feeling that something was pressing that pillow down on me, hard, like trying to smother me. I'd wrench myself around, heart hammering, and there'd be nothing. No one. Just me, gasping in the dark. Recently, I started having nightmares that felt even worse, like I'm being pulled, dragged by something I can't see. I'm fighting it, but my arms won't work. I can't scream. I can't breathe. And when I finally snap awake, I'm terrified. And the only thing I can do is start praying the Our Father over and over until my body settles down. And then there was this other thing that happened in bed that I can't shake. I called my brother. His name's Victor. And when he came over, he helped me strip the mattress down. We took the cover off, checked everything like we were hunting for evidence. No droppings, no nesting, no tears, no holes. Nothing living in there. It made no sense. And I need you to understand, I kept trying to talk myself out of it. I'd say, okay, maybe it's nerves. Maybe it's sleep paralysis. Maybe it's stress. I really tried. But there's one moment I can't explain away because I was fully awake. One night I'm in my bedroom and I see this thing. Not like a person, not like a shadow. It was like a yellow, translucent shape, almost like a glowing square, kind of shimmering, sparkling in a weird way. And it moved. Not walking like a human, but gliding, steady, right into my bedroom space. It was about chest high off the floor. It came in like it belonged there. And I just snapped. I yelled, like a gut-level instinctive yell. Get out! A couple seconds later, it was gone. After that, I doubled down on what I know. I pray the rosary every day. I wear a brown scapular all the time. Not as some magic charm, more like grounding. Like holding onto a rope when the water's rough. I even had a priest come to bless the apartment and bless me with holy water. I went through the sacraments, confession, communion, even anointing of the sick. I was trying to cover every base, spiritually and practically. But here's the part that hurts to say. After that, he wouldn't come back. Not for confession at my place, not to bring communion. It felt like he was avoiding it. Like maybe he didn't want to deal with it, or maybe he thought it would feed into fear. I don't know. I just know I felt kind of left alone with it. And the strangest thing is, it's not constant. It's not every day. It's not even every month. It happens a few times a year, just enough to make me question myself, and just enough to make me dread the next time it shows up. So that's my story. That's what I've been carrying. And I'm telling you the truth when I say, I don't know what it is. I don't know what's causing it. I only know what I've heard, what I've felt, what I've seen, and how hard I've tried to explain it away before I ever called it something I couldn't name. So, last winter, I was packing up to spend the holidays at my parents' place, and I was actually excited in that quiet, adult way, because my sister Mara and I are both in our 30s now, and we don't get those easy, casual hangouts like we used to. Life just spreads people out. A few days before we were supposed to meet up, Mara calls me and says, "Okay, don't laugh, but something weird has been going on." And I'm already smiling because that's how she is. She'll say she's not superstitious, and then immediately tell you about something that absolutely sounds like a ghost story. She tells me it started after she bought this antique lamp. Not like a cute, normal thrift store lamp either. She found it at this little secondhand shop tucked between a laundromat and a bakery. One of those places that smells like old books and dust and someone's perfume from another decade. And she said the second she saw it, she just had to have it. Like it reached out and grabbed her attention. It was pricey for a lamp, but the shop owner told her it was from around the mid-century era, like 1950s-ish, and collector-worthy. The part that stuck with me was this. The cord was damaged. Not frayed, not worn, missing. Like someone had ripped a chunk of it clean off. Mara brought it home anyway. And then the weirdness started. The first story she told me, this one felt small, but it got under my skin. She said one night she'd finally gotten her apartment calm and clean. Her son, he was about 4 at the time, had gone down, and she'd done the whole routine. Toys picked up, lights dim, the "please let the night be easy" kind of quiet that parents know. She's on the phone with her best friend, standing in the hallway, and their cat, this lazy, clingy cat named Juniper, is lounging on the bed nearby. And suddenly Juniper bolts upright and stares hard at the doorway like something just walked past. Mara's like, "What is your problem?" Because Juniper usually scratches at the door if she wants out. But instead, the cat just watches. Mara opens the door, and right there on the floor is one of her kids' toys. One of those little plastic figures that absolutely does not roll or slide easily. Like it had been placed there. She checks the bedroom. Her kid is asleep. Out cold. No sleepwalking. No sneaky little footsteps. And she swears she didn't leave the toy there. Then she tells me about the music box. This is the one that made her voice go tight, like she hated even saying it out loud. She said she was home alone one afternoon, and the kid's music box, something that normally had to be wound up, just started playing. Soft and tinny, that creepy, sweet lullaby sound. She didn't even go to it right away. She just stood there, frozen, listening, trying to convince herself there had to be some explanation. And then she grabbed her phone and recorded it because she was so freaked out she needed proof that she wasn't imagining it. When she showed me the video later, I could hear it. She's trying to sound calm, but her voice has that shaky edge people get when they're holding back tears. And she said it didn't happen once. It happened multiple times. So then the holidays come, and we're both at my parents' house, back in our childhood orbit, the same creaky stairs, the same familiar smell of coffee and pine and laundry detergent. One night, after everyone's gone to bed, Mara and I do what we always used to do. We stay up too late. We're downstairs, lights low. The game is doing its thing. Whispers, shadows, that slow building panic. And Mara starts talking about the lamp again. She's half laughing, half serious, and she goes, "I know how it sounds, but I think it's like a kid. I think something's attached to it, like a child." And I'm about to make some sarcastic comment, because that's my default, honestly. when the neighbor's dog starts barking. Not normal barking, like violent, angry barking. The kind of barking that says, something is here. And it's around 1 in the morning on this dead quiet road, so it's immediately unsettling. And then I feel it. I don't even know how to describe it without sounding ridiculous, but it felt like a faint gust of air moved past me, like someone brushed by my shoulder, except there was no one there. And seconds later, from the corner of the room, a toy starts playing. This little musical toy my mom kept in a toy box for when the grandkids visited. It wasn't sitting on top. It wasn't balanced on the edge. It was buried under other stuff at the bottom of the chest. Nothing bumped it. Nobody touched it. It just started. That bright, cheerful little tune spilling into the room like it belonged there, like it was normal, like the game wasn't already making our nerves raw. I remember pausing and doing this quick scan of the basement, like my brain was desperately searching for a person to blame it on. Like maybe my dad was messing with us. Maybe my mom was upstairs with some remote-controlled prank device. Anything. But the room was empty. Mara's face crumples instantly. She starts crying, quiet at first, then full on. And she just says, "See? I told you. I told you." And here's the part I'm not proud of. I didn't wrap my arms around her. I didn't say, "That must feel terrifying." I didn't sit with her in it. I did the opposite. I did what skeptics do when they're scared. I acted like nothing happened. I went, "It's fine. We're just on edge because of the game." And I kept playing like if I didn't acknowledge it, it couldn't be real. Eventually I convinced her to go to bed, and we turned everything off, and the house went quiet again. But it was a different kind of quiet after that. The kind where you're listening. Looking back now, I wish I'd been gentler. I wish I'd treated her fear like something worthy of care instead of something to talk her out of. Because here's the truth. The rational part of me still wants to roll its eyes. The lamp, the kids' toys, the music boxes. It sounds like a story that knows how to be spooky. But that night, the dog, the cold little rush of air, that toy starting up from the bottom of the chest, that part wasn't secondhand. That part happened to me too. Mara got rid of the lamp not long after that, donated it, tossed it, I'm not even sure. She just wanted it gone. And as far as I know, the strange stuff stopped after that. We barely talk about it now. Like we both put it in a mental box labeled "Nope" and shoved it onto a high shelf. But lately I've been thinking, maybe we should talk about it. Not because I suddenly believe in hauntings, but because I think my need to be the practical one sometimes blocks me from really meeting people where they are. And I don't know. I'm still a skeptic. I probably always will be. But I also can't fully shake the feeling that something heard us talking that night and decided to answer. So, my boyfriend and I have gotten into ghost hunting. We're still pretty new to it, but I've taken it seriously. Like, I read up on protections, I'm respectful, I leave little offerings when we go to cemeteries, and we always say goodbye. Always. I set boundaries out loud too, like, don't follow us home, don't mess with us, don't scare us, that kind of thing. And honestly, I don't feel like whatever this was meant harm. But I also know my old belief system can make me second-guess everything, so I've been sitting here wanting some kind of, I don't know, confirmation? Reassurance? Just something that says, yes, this can happen, or no, you're not losing it. Last weekend we went to a small cemetery outside town. We were there maybe 2-ish hours. It actually went really well, like wild EMF spikes. The kind where you look at each other like, okay, that's not nothing. We left feeling excited, not freaked out. After that, we drove back to my mom's place. We parked and we just sat in the car for a while, decompressing, talking, listening to music, kind of laughing about the night. We shared a couple little swigs of whiskey, nothing crazy. I wasn't drunk. I wish I could tell myself I was. It would be so convenient. But I wasn't messed up, and neither was he. It's late, around 12:45, maybe closer to 1 a.m., and we finally decide to go inside. My mom's house is in this tiny young town, and there's this dead-end side street, more like an alley, that meets the main highway at a curve. There's a streetlight right where that alley opens to the road. No buses, no public transportation, no people wandering around, and we don't really have a homeless population here. It's quiet. We get out of the car. I step out from the driver's side and walk around the back to meet my boyfriend on the passenger side. And the second my feet hit the ground, I see him. A man. Right under the streetlight, near the mouth of that alley. And I swear to you, he wasn't just a guy in dark clothes. He looked like a solid black shape, like someone had cut the outline of a person out of night itself and placed it there. No face, no features, no eyes, nothing reflective, just black, dense, real. He looked like he had on a hooded cloak, but it didn't drag on the ground, more like it fell to somewhere around his calves. And he was standing so still, facing us, like he'd been waiting for us to notice him. As I'm walking, I start whispering, "Babe, look, look." But my voice barely comes out. It's like my throat forgot how to work. And this is the part that makes me feel crazy even saying it out loud. In my head, I kept thinking, hey, like I was trying to get his attention without speaking. And it felt like something answered back, not with words, not like a voice, but like that same, hey, coming right back at me. Like a quiet back and forth in my mind for a few seconds. Not scary exactly, just heavy, ominous. Like being watched by something that's calm but powerful. Meanwhile, my boyfriend isn't reacting to what I'm seeing at all. Like, he's not even looking that direction. But then he tenses up and goes, "Did you hear that?" And I'm like, "Hear what?" He said he heard footsteps, clear as day, walking fast on the pavement. I heard nothing. Not one step. Not a crunch of gravel. Nothing. But my boyfriend is suddenly alert, like real-world alert, and he says, "Get the gun." That snapped me back into my body, you know? Like, oh, we might be in danger. Because from his perspective, there's someone close by in a dead-end alley at 1 a.m. So I reach into the glove box, grab his gun, and the moment I turn back around, the man is across the street. He's standing near a road sign, like he's waiting at a bus stop, which is ridiculous because there is no bus stop. And he's not even on the sidewalk. He's in the grass, like someone's literal front yard, staring at us. And it wasn't like he walked over there while I wasn't paying attention. It was instant. The shift was so fast my brain didn't know where to file it. Here's the thing that messes with me the most. I saw him in the alley first. I know I did. My boyfriend says he never saw anything in the alley at all, not even a shadow, not even movement. He only saw him across the street by the sign. But at the exact moment I'm seeing this cloaked black figure under the streetlight, my boyfriend is hearing footsteps coming from that direction. So it's like we were both getting the same encounter, but through different senses, different angles. I don't know how else to explain it. We go inside, and of course, when we look back out, he's gone. Just completely gone. I checked windows, like every single one, because I needed to see where he went. There was nowhere he could have disappeared to that quickly without us seeing him walk off. And the whole time, I'm not shaking or panicking. I'm just aware. Like my body understood something before my brain did. It was very pay attention, very this matters. If I had to guess height, he wasn't freakishly tall. Maybe around 5'10" or so. Built like an older man. Strong presence. The kind of presence that makes you feel small without doing anything at all. I keep wondering if it was connected to the cemetery, like some kind of guardian energy, or a spirit that followed just far enough to make itself known. Or maybe it wasn't from there at all. My mom's house used to belong to a man named Gerald, an old pharmacist who passed away years ago. And the neighbors talk about their father, an attorney named Thomas, who died not that long back. So there's history here. There are names. There are people who've lived and died around this area. And I'm not trying to turn this into a dramatic shadow man story or whatever. I'm honestly telling you because I don't have anyone to talk to about it who won't either laugh or immediately jump to demon. I just want someone to tell me what they think. Because two people saw the same thing, just not the same way. And I can't stop seeing that solid black figure under the streetlight, staring at us like he'd been there the whole time, waiting for the exact second we stepped out of the car. You know how Christmas used to be? Not just lights and cookies and the same old movies, but that little tradition people forget now, where you'd sit around and tell ghost stories like it was part of the season. Well, the other night my sister Lena and I were doing exactly that. Just talking, laughing, trying to one-up each other with creepy stories. And suddenly, I got hit with this memory so sharp it felt like someone tapped me on the shoulder. So, my grandparents were those kinds of people who collected strays, in the best way. They were generous and social, and somehow their house became a sort of unofficial home base for anyone in the neighborhood who didn't have much family. There were always aunts and uncles who weren't really related, cousins who didn't share a drop of blood with us, just people who'd found their way into my grandparents' orbit and stayed there. And as a kid, I loved it, because it meant you were constantly meeting characters. Some were a little rough around the edges, folks who'd made some mistakes or life had knocked them around, but most of them were good at the core, just complicated. And honestly, it made family gatherings feel like this colorful, unpredictable little world. That's how I met Marcy. I was maybe 7, 8, somewhere in there. Marcy had been around my grandparents forever. Some kind of connection through an old neighbor. The details are fuzzy now. She'd show up for holidays sometimes, especially the ones where everyone was meant to be together. Her parents had died young, and I remember hearing that she'd had a hard marriage at one point. The kind you don't talk about much in front of kids, but you feel the shadow of it anyway. What I remember clearly is this. Marcy was different. She'd been a police officer in Chicago back in the 70s, or maybe early 80s. Either way, it was a time when that wasn't exactly common, and she carried herself like someone who'd had to prove she'd impelled. Not in a loud way, in a steady way, like her spine had been made of something stronger than bone. And the thing was, she didn't come to parties and sit quietly with the adults. Not Marcy. She played with us. Like really played. She'd get down on the floor with the kids, jump into whatever game was happening, and somehow she'd still carry this "don't mess with me" energy, even while she was laughing. I still remember her beating a bunch of us at horse in the driveway, like it wasn't even hard. This older woman in her boots, sinking shots while we stood there shocked, like we'd just seen a magician. But beneath the fun, she had this other side. Protector isn't even a strong enough word. It was like she was always scanning the room, always ready. She didn't tolerate bullying, didn't tolerate cruelty, didn't tolerate people pushing others around. One time, years later, my mom was hosting some kind of community event, and there was this guy in town who'd been running his mouth, saying he was going to cause trouble. Nothing dramatic, just enough to make everyone uneasy. And Marcy heard about it and basically said, "All right." She showed up early and stood near the entrance like she was on duty. Not aggressive, just present, like a living warning sign. My sister and I adored her. When my parents were busy, Marcy would sometimes drive out from the city and take us places. Nothing fancy. A diner, a little roadside park, a movie theater that smelled like popcorn and old carpet. But to us, it felt like being chosen, like being looked after by someone who took that job personally. And then, you know how it goes. You get older. You stop going to family events. You act like you're too cool for the people who loved you when you were small. Without even noticing, you drift. She went fast, and I still feel this sour little shame when I remember the night of her funeral. I was a teenage boy, and in my head the world was simple. Friends first, everything else later. I told my dad I wanted to skip it and go out instead. He didn't yell. He just looked at me and said, "No, you're coming." And thank God he did. Now here's where it turns. Fast forward more than a decade. I'm in law school, second year, and I'm running on caffeine, stress, and whatever scraps of sleep I can steal. One night, after this brutal study session, I finally pass out. And I have this dream. I'm a kid again, small, light. That weird feeling in dreams where your body is younger than your mind. I'm sitting on the living room floor at my parents' house, and everything looks exactly like it did back then. Same furniture, same lamp, even the faint, cozy glow you only get from Christmas lights in a dark room. My grandmother is there, and my great-aunt too. They're sitting like they're waiting for something, calm as can be. No fear, no tension, just stillness. Then the room shifts, like the camera in my head slowly turns, and on the other side of the room is Marcy. I hadn't thought about her in years. Not really. Not in any deep way. But there she was, clear as day. Solid. Real. She looked at me, stared at me, and said just one thing. "I have to go now." That's it. No explanation, no smile, no drama. Just that, like a statement of fact. And I woke up instantly. I mean instantly, like I'd been yanked out of sleep. And I was drenched. I'm not exaggerating. My shirt, the sheets, sweat everywhere, like I'd run a mile. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. And I didn't fall back asleep. Not even close. I've turned it over in my head 1,000 times since then. I don't know what that was. I don't know if it meant anything, or if stress and memory and grief just combined into something my brain needed to show me. But I'll tell you this, the feeling I woke up with wasn't random. It was certainty. Like she'd been there for a reason. Like she'd been watching the way she always did. Quiet, ready, protective, and whatever it was, whatever she'd been holding back, keeping away, guarding me from, it was done. Her work was finished, and she had to go. So, this is one of those stories where, even when I'm telling it, I'm half laughing like, there's no way this is real. And the other half of me is getting chills just remembering it. It started when I was little, like little. My mom took me to a wedding in my hometown, and it was held at this old place everyone in the area whispered about. Not spooky vibes haunted, known haunted. I swear people said a bunch of folks had died there years back, but the number always changes depending on who's telling it, so I don't even want to pretend I know the truth. What I do know is, the air in that house felt heavy, like it had been holding its breath for 100 years. Anyway, at some point I wanted to change my dress, because I was a kid and I spilled something on it, obviously, so my mom brought me upstairs to one of the bedrooms to help me. We're standing there, just the two of us, and out of nowhere, something on the shelf next to us just launches off. Not slides, not tips. It flew like it was swatted. My mom immediately snapped at me, like, "You need to be more careful." And I'm sitting there wide-eyed, like, "Mom, I didn't even touch it." I remember being so upset because she thought I was lying. Years later, when she learned more about that house's reputation, she admitted she believes me now. And honestly, that was just the opening scene. Not long after that, in the house we lived in when I was growing up, I started hearing kids in my room. Like, children playing, laughing, the whole thing. It wasn't faint either. Sometimes it sounded like there were a handful of them right there on the other side of my walls. Like my room was attached to a playground I couldn't see. One night still sticks with me more than anything. I woke up and I could hear this old-timey music, like a record player spinning, and I heard kids giggling. And then, this is the part that makes my stomach flip. Even through the sleep fog, I felt this sudden shift, like they realized I was awake. The laughing stopped and I heard shh noises, like they were trying to be quiet because they'd been caught. When we moved out, my parents told me something they'd never mentioned before. Before I was born, they had a roommate. His name was Marcus, I think. And he woke up one night and saw two children at the foot of his bed, shaking it like they were trying to wake him up. So yeah, that was my childhood. Just casual ghost children. Fast forward, I'm 26 now, and I live in a totally different state. And I remember thinking when I moved, okay, new place, fresh energy, no creepy history. I'm grown. I'll be fine. And for a minute, I was fine. Then weird stuff started again. The house we moved into still had a landline set up from the previous owner. We hadn't even really used it, but it was connected. And it started calling itself. I know how insane that sounds, but I'd see it ringing. I'd pick it up, and it would just be static, like someone was on the line but not quite there. It happened enough that I stopped brushing it off as a glitch. And then there was the radio. Not every night, but often enough to feel targeted. At exactly 4:44 a.m., the radio would click on by itself, like it was timed, like somebody wanted me awake. On top of that, I'd hear what sounded like a grown man coughing downstairs, heavy footsteps, slow pacing up and down the stairs. And the worst part was, it always seemed to happen when I was home alone. I tried to rationalize it, old house noises, pipes, neighbors, but it had a rhythm to it, a presence. And for a while, I honestly wondered if it was my granddad. A few years later, we moved again, into the house I live in now. And this is where it got darker, more personal. Almost immediately, I started having sleep paralysis. Every night. The kind where you wake up, but your body doesn't belong to you yet. You can't move, you can't speak, and your brain is screaming while you're trapped. And every time, it felt like something was hunting me. I'd open my eyes and there would be this tall figure at the end of the bed, just blacker than black. Like it wasn't a shadow, it was something wearing the shape of one. I could hear footsteps. I could hear scratching, like nails on the walls, and it would take everything in me to force myself awake. Like I had to claw my way back into my own body. Even when I'm fully awake, I still get that feeling like something slips past the edge of my vision. You know when you see movement in your peripheral, and you whip your head around and there's nothing there? That. Over and over. And I'm not alone in noticing it. My animals have done it too, stopping dead, staring into the same corner I felt weird about, like they're tracking something I can't see. My husband, his name's Ryan, actually lived in this house before I moved in. He told me that one day he had an Instant Pot sitting on a closet shelf, totally stable, and it just fell, like it got yanked forward. And the closet it fell from is right near the area where I swear I hear things and catch that peripheral movement. Then, a couple weeks ago, my daughter's toy fell off her shelf in her room. No one touched it. No bump, no shaking shelf. It just tipped like it was nudged. And a few times, I've heard voices. Not like, maybe it was the TV voices. Clear enough that I froze and held my breath. A tiny kid's voice saying, "Help me." And once, "Hey," like it was trying to get my attention. Then, because apparently I don't learn, I went to an antique store. I saw this gorgeous vintage mirror, all ornate, totally my style. I was obsessed with it the second I saw it. But for whatever reason, I didn't buy it that day. I went home and told myself I was being practical. That night, I dreamed about the mirror. Not like a normal dream where something just appears. I mean, it felt like it was calling me. Like it wanted me to come get it. So the next day, I did. I went back and bought it. And ever since then, I've had these dreams where there's a woman trapped inside it. Like she's stuck behind glass, pounding without sound. And I've had this recurring nightmare that my house catches on fire. And then, the real-life stuff started lining up in this way that made my skin crawl. The mirror sits across from the TV in my sunroom. Since the mirror came home, the TV will turn on by itself sometimes. Just powers on, like someone hit the remote. And one time, it turned on and started playing Jeepers Creepers, randomly. Like, not even something we'd watched recently. Just popped on like the house picked a joke at my expense. Now here's the part that makes me feel sick as a mom. My daughter has started waking up scared. She'll sit up in bed and point at her closet and say, "Mommy, I'm scared." And her closet shares a wall with the closet where the Instant Pot fell. Also, she's sleeping in the same room where my sleep paralysis was the worst. Sometimes she wakes up and just talks, like full, sleepy little conversations. And I'll stand there in the doorway listening, trying to decide if she's dreaming, or talking to herself, or talking to someone I can't see. But I've started questioning things I never used to, like, am I sensitive to something? Is something attached to me? Is it just a freak coincidence that I end up in houses where weird things happen? Or am I just exhausted and scaring myself and slowly losing it? And I know how it sounds, trust me, I do. I'll be the first person to make a joke like, maybe I'm just crazy, because it feels safer than admitting how genuinely unsettled I am. But when you've lived through it, when you've heard the laughter, the shushing, the footsteps, the voices, the TV turning on by itself, and now you're watching your kid point into a closet like there's something in there. I don't know. What would you think if it was you? I don't even know how to say this without sounding a little out there. But for the last few years, I've felt like I've been visited by ghosts. Not the scary kind, the soft kind. The kind that used to curl up on your pillow and headbutt your hand until you finally paid attention. I've had cats my whole life. When I was little, I got my first cat, her name was Luna, back when I was in kindergarten. A couple years later, we brought home Pip, and those two became this inseparable duo. But Luna was mine. You know? She'd follow me from room to room like she had an assignment. She slept pressed against my side. If I was crying, she showed up. If I was sick, she posted up like a little guard. She died when I was 20. It happened fast, and it happened when my family was out of town, and it just wrecked me. I remember thinking, that's it? Like a whole life and all that love, and then suddenly she's just gone? Around that same time, totally unrelated, at least I think, it's when I started having night terrors. The kind where you wake up drenched in sweat and you're yelling before you even realize you're awake. I was living with roommates then, and I felt horrible because I'd scare the life out of them. And the dreams were always the same theme. Someone I loved dying. Over and over, for weeks at a time. But here's the part I can't explain. After a handful of those nightmares, Luna would show up in them. Not in a spooky way, not like some horror movie. She'd just appear, quiet, calm, sitting there like she owned the place. She'd look up at me and do that slow blink cats do, like, "I trust you. You're safe." And in my dream, it was like she was speaking without words, telling me, "It's okay. Breathe. I'm here." And every single time she showed up, the night terrors stopped afterward. Like the cycle broke. I'd wake up shaken but also peaceful. Like something warm had settled over me and I could finally rest. So I tried to write it off. Grief does weird things. Brains do weird things. Fine. Then, a year or so later, I got into a car accident that I genuinely don't understand how I walked away from. I was on this back stretch of highway, barely any cars, cold enough that your lungs burn. My tire blew and I spun across lanes like a toy someone flicked. I clipped a truck, at least I think I did, then slammed into the median where the snow had piled up like a wall. Airbags exploded, glass everywhere. The front of my car looked mangled. I sat there for a second waiting to feel pain, because it felt impossible that I wasn't hurt. But I wasn't. Not really. Just whiplash so bad it made me nauseous. I remember putting my forehead on the steering wheel and trying to slow my breathing because my whole body was vibrating with adrenaline. And then, knock knock, a tap on my driver's side window. I looked up and there was this guy standing there, probably late 30s or early 40s, dressed like it was a mild day out. Hoodie unzipped, work boots, no gloves, like he hadn't noticed the temperature. His face was kind, though, calm, like he'd done this before, like he knew exactly how to keep his voice steady when someone else was falling apart. He talked to me through the cracked open window until help arrived. Just kept me grounded, asked me my name, asked me if I could move my fingers, told me to keep breathing. And when the state trooper's lights finally showed up in the distance, the guy sort of stepped back like his job was done, and he said, "Milo." And I swear to you, my stomach dropped, because that had been my childhood cat's name. Not Luna, another one from later, a sweet, goofy orange boy who used to sleep on my clean laundry like it was his calling. The guy told me he was driving some kind of rental truck for work, and I didn't see it anywhere. I asked where he lived, some small town nearby, and afterward, when I finally calmed down, I tried to find him. I searched public records. I called a few rental places. Nothing. No trace. Like he'd stepped out of thin air just long enough to keep me alive, and then disappeared. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe my brain latched onto a familiar name because I was in shock. Maybe it's that third man thing people talk about, someone showing up in disasters to guide you through it. Or maybe it was the same thing as my dreams. Me, terrified. And then this quiet, steady presence arriving like, "Okay, I'm here. You're not alone." I don't know. I don't know what to do with it, so I just carried it around. And then life moved on, like it does. I'm 27 now. I have a job, a grown-up routine, bills, the whole thing. And I have 2 cats, Saffron and Biscuit, my boys, my little family. I can't have kids, so yeah, this is it for me. They're my heart walking around on 4 paws. And this week, Biscuit died. It was sudden. One minute he was fine, and the next he wasn't. Some kind of heart condition, hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, the vet said, like the words could make it feel less brutal. He collapsed at home, and I held him, and there was nothing I could do. It happened so fast I didn't even get the chance to bargain with the universe. He just slipped away in my arms. I've been completely wrecked, like someone scooped my insides out. But the weirdest part is, he doesn't feel fully gone. I'll feel the bed dip the way it used to when he jumped up to settle near my knees. The treat jar, this heavy thing I never knock over, tipped off the counter the other night and landed right beside his bowl, the one I still can't bring myself to put away. I'll hear those tiny little floor creaks like someone's trotting down the hallway, even when Saffron is literally sitting on my lap. And then there's the purring. Saffron barely purrs. Biscuit purred like a little engine, loud and constant, like he was always reassuring me with it. And now, when the house gets too quiet, especially when I wake up, sometimes I hear it. Not in a "did the fridge just turn on" way, in a purr way, warm and rhythmic and unmistakably familiar. And I just lay there thinking, am I losing it? Is this grief? Is my brain trying to stitch the world back together by inventing him? Or is it him? I've never been a paranormal person. I've always wanted proof and logic and something I can point at. But I can't deny what it feels like. That when I'm scared, when I'm cracked open, something gentle keeps showing up anyway. So if you're listening to me and thinking, yeah, okay, I get it. I hear myself too. But still, if that man on the highway, Milo, from that little town I can't track down, if you're out there somewhere and you're a real person, thank you. I've wanted to say that for years. And if you weren't real, if you were something else entirely, then I guess thank you for that too. Because I don't know what this is, but it feels like love that refuses to leave. So, I've been to this place called Pine Hollow in Maryland a bunch of times. It's one of those abandoned spots that feels eerie, mostly because you expect it to. Peeling paint, busted windows, that kind of thing. And for years, honestly, nothing ever happened. It was just a creepy building with a creepy reputation. But last spring, late April I think, it was different. I was back there with my girlfriend Mara and our friend Jess, and we ended up in one of the rear buildings. There's this long hallway, and on both sides are these small rooms, like old holding cells or padded rooms, or something that used to be used for people who were not okay. The air felt stale, like it had been trapped in there for decades. I remember walking all the way down to the end of the hall, and I'm the kind of person who checks everything, partly curiosity, partly safety. So I'd been peeking into the rooms as I passed, making sure nobody was squatting inside. Every room I checked was empty. No sleeping bags, no trash piles, nothing. When I reached the end, I turned around to head back, and halfway down the hallway, from one of the doorways, something leaned out, not like a person stepping into view, more like a shape, a shadow that didn't match the lighting, just a quick, quiet peek, like it was shy or cautious. And the weirdest part is, it didn't feel angry. It didn't feel like a get out warning. It felt sad. I'm getting chills even saying that because that's the part that sticks to me. The feeling. Like whatever I saw carried this heavy, aching loneliness. And in the moment, I didn't think ghost or demon or any of that. I just had this flash of a thought. That's a kid. I can't explain why. I just knew that's what it felt like. And I don't care how tough anyone thinks they are. My body reacted before my brain did. I made this stupid noise, like a half yelp, half gasp. Mara and Jess both jumped and were like, "What? What did you see?" And I wouldn't even answer. I just rushed them down the hall and out into daylight like the building was on fire. Only once we were outside did I tell them. And of course, they wanted to go back in. I didn't want to. I really didn't. But I didn't want to look like I was totally losing it, so I reluctantly agreed. We walked back up to the entrance, and right as we were about to step inside, we heard footsteps coming from deeper in the building. And that was it. I was done. I remember saying something like, "Nope, absolutely not," and we left. Now, I've had weird little things happen at home before, little unexplained stuff, nothing that really stopped me cold. But after that hallway, it's like something followed the idea of me home. Or maybe it just woke me up to noticing things I'd brushed off before. The first thing was the voices. It's only happened a couple times, but it's so clear it messes with your head afterward. One afternoon, I walked in through the front door and I heard two adults, one male, one female, talking to each other. Not yelling, not whispering, just normal conversation, like you'd hear from another room when someone's visiting. And then the second I realized, wait, who is that? It was gone, like a radio turning off mid-sentence. I checked the entire house, rooms, closets, the back door, everything. Nothing. Then, on a totally different day, Mara had her own version. She was downstairs changing and she heard a man speaking upstairs. She assumed it was my stepdad. Later, when I got home, she asked casually where he'd gone, and I told her he'd been at work the whole time. No one had come in. No one had left. She swore she never heard footsteps, never heard a door open. Just a voice. Upstairs. Like somebody was there. This one I'm torn on because I didn't see it. Only Mara did, and she'd just woken up. She told me she rolled over in bed one morning, and for a split second, there was a small figure in the doorway, child-sized. And then it was gone. I tried to be rational about it. I've had those half-awake moments too, where your brain is still dreaming while your eyes are open. So I told myself that's what it was. I wanted that to be what it was. But then the third experience happened, one we both heard, and it's the one that made me stop trying to explain everything away. It was late, really late. Mara and I were downstairs on the couch, watching TV like we always do. Above us is my stepdad's bedroom. He had work early, so we knew he was asleep. We started hearing movement upstairs. At first, I ignored it. Old house, settling, whatever. But it kept happening. So I paused the TV and we just listened. And it wasn't house noises. It sounded like something heavy shifting, like furniture scraping or being dragged a few inches. Then lighter footsteps, quick ones, moving from the hallway toward my brother's room. But my brother wasn't even home. And my stepdad, there's no way. He was dead asleep, and he's not exactly the type to get up at 2 a.m. and rearrange furniture. I didn't ask him about it. I didn't want to sound insane, but I know what I heard. We both did. And the reason I'm even talking about this now is because it feels like it's escalating. Like it's getting bolder, or maybe just louder. A couple weeks ago, I left for work around 3:30 in the morning. Mara was still asleep. About an hour after I left, she woke up to a whole chain of sounds, like it was putting on a performance. She told me she heard something walking down the stairs, then things on a shelf shifting, like someone touching objects and moving them around. Then noise from the basement, like a person rummaging through clothes, like someone changing or pulling fabric off hangers. And then, the bang. She said it was so loud and so sudden it made her sit straight up in bed. A violent hit on the wall right next to the bed, like someone sprinted through the doorway and slammed full force into the wall beside her. That's what shook me the most. Because the other stuff? Weird, unsettling, sure. But that bang felt aggressive. Not curious, not sad, not accidental. And what messes with us is we've noticed something. The more we talk about it, the more it happens. Like it wants attention. Like acknowledging it flips a switch. So we've been trying to ignore it. Keep the lights normal. Keep the TV on. Act like everything is fine. But in the back of my mind, I keep circling the same questions. What is it? Is it safe? Is it one thing? Or multiple? Because how do you hear adult voices, male and female, then maybe see a child-sized figure, then feel this heavy sadness in an abandoned hallway, and then get hit with something that feels downright hostile. I don't know. I just know I'm tired of guessing, and I hate that part of me is still stuck back in that hallway at Pine Hollow, watching something peek around a doorway like it's afraid to be seen, and feeling my throat tighten like I'm grieving for something I can't even name. So this happened to me about 15 years ago, and I still think about it more often than I'd like to admit. I was walking home late after a casual night out. Nothing wild, just a few drinks and laughs with friends at a little pub. Around midnight, we did what we always used to do. We stopped at our usual corner for one last chat, maybe 10 minutes or so, then hugged it out and split up in different directions. Where I lived back then was packed with apartment buildings, tight streets, lots of little balconies, and the whole neighborhood was basically hills stacked on hills. Normally, I'd take the main uphill that led straight to my place, but that night I chose the parallel street instead, the one closer to where we'd been hanging out. It felt like a shortcut. Same climb, just a different lane up the hill. The moment I started heading uphill, everything went quiet. Not in a peaceful way, more like someone turned the volume down on the whole world. And then I heard it. This steady, old-fashioned ticking, like a grandfather clock. Not a modern little click-click, but a full, roomy tick-tock, tick-tock, like it had weight to it. And the weirdest part was that it didn't seem to come from one place. It was like the sound was everywhere at once, sort of wrapped around me. At first, I told myself something simple. Okay, someone's got their balcony door open, and they own the loudest clock on Earth. I even half smiled at the thought and kept walking. But after a few steps, I realized something didn't add up. The ticking stayed exactly the same volume. Not louder, not softer. Not drifting behind me, not pulling ahead. Just constant. Like the sound was keeping pace with my body. That's when I started actually looking. I glanced at the balconies closest to the street, expecting to spot an open door, a lit room, anything that would explain it. But the whole block looked shut down, curtains drawn, lights off, doors closed. It was a cold night, the kind where nobody leaves anything open for long, and there wasn't a person in sight. Still, I wasn't scared, not yet. More confused than anything. I slowed down a little, listening harder, trying to triangulate it the way you do when you hear a siren or music in the distance. I even paused once, just to see if it would fade when I stopped. Nope. Same exact ticking, same exact distance, like it was hovering right beside me. I walked slower, then a bit faster. I turned my head left and right. The sound didn't change. It didn't echo the way I'd expect between buildings either. It was just steady and close, like somebody was walking next to me with a clock tucked under their coat. A couple minutes passed like that, me climbing, listening, trying to make sense of it, until I reached the top of the hill. And the second my foot hit the flatter part at the top, the ticking stopped. Not gradually, not fading out, just gone, like someone flipped a switch. I remember standing there for a moment, staring down the hill I'd just climbed, waiting for it to start again. Waiting for anything, a car door, a window opening, some clue I'd missed. But the street stayed empty and still, and I've replayed it in my mind ever since. Because here's what I can't explain, even now. Why did the volume never change no matter where I was on the hill? How could it sound so close when every door and window looked shut on a cold night? And why did it stop exactly at the top, the moment I reached it, like that was some invisible boundary the sound couldn't cross? Nothing else happened after that. I got home safely. No shadowy figure, no dramatic ending. Just a quiet apartment, and the uncomfortable feeling that, for a few minutes on that hill, I was walking alongside something I couldn't see. Hey, okay, I'm just gonna say it the way it is, even though I know it sounds like one of those stories people roll their eyes at. I'm a mom, and my little boy is 3, and for a long time now, he's been talking to my brother. Except my brother passed away a few months before my son was even born. I know how that sounds. But here's the thing. My kid says things he shouldn't be able to know. And when he sees my brother, he calls him Uncle Jame, which isn't even my brother's name. It's just what he started saying on his own. His whole face changes. Like his eyes brighten up and he gets this excited, happy energy. Like someone just walked into the room that he loves. At first, I honestly let it be. I was like, okay, maybe it's a sweet imagination thing. Maybe it's a kid processing family stories, whatever. It felt harmless, kind of comforting even. But then it shifted. He started getting scared of his bedroom. Not like normal, I don't want to go to bed stuff. This was different. He was adamant, like full body no. And when I asked why, he kept pointing at the mirror and saying something like, "It comes out. It flies out and goes on the fan." Like the ceiling fan. I laughed the first time. I did. Because what else do you do when your toddler says something that wild? But he didn't laugh. He looked genuinely freaked out. So I took the mirror down. And the night I did, he finally slept in there again. Which made my stomach drop, because now I'm standing there holding a mirror like, why did that work? I started looking for answers, mostly because I didn't know what I was supposed to do with any of this. And yeah, I posted a few videos online, just little clips, because I kept thinking, maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe other parents will tell me, my kid did that too. And instead, it kind of blew up. People were messaging me like, I believe you, and watch his eyes, and he's tracking something. And honestly, that part messed with my head, because I hadn't felt anything in the house. No weird vibes, nothing. Even though my dad did hospice at home and he passed here, so like the house has definitely held hard moments, but it never felt bad to me. Until last weekend. Last weekend, I decided to film a normal little vlog in the same bedroom my son avoids. Just me unboxing inventory. Super boring, like literally talking about makeup and packaging and my shelves being a mess. I was rambling about this foundation I'd been trying, joking around. Nothing even remotely spooky. And later, when I went to edit the footage, I heard it. Clear as day, there were words in the audio that I did not say. It was a man's voice. And I swear on everything, it sounded like it said my name, like Mara, and then something right after that, like help me, or hurt me, or something in that zone. I kept replaying it, trying to make it turn into something innocent, trying to be like, no, it's just interference. It's just the mic rubbing against my shirt. But it wasn't. It wasn't that kind of sound. And the worst part is, I wasn't even using a cheap setup. It was one of those noise-canceling mic packs clipped directly into my phone. I've used it a ton. I've recorded in noisy places. I've filmed serious stuff, loud stuff, regular stuff. And I've never, ever had random voices show up in my audio. So that's the moment I got freaked out. Like truly freaked out. But this wasn't me wanting to hear something. This was me going, please don't be what I think it is. And then replaying it anyway. And now I'm stuck in this place where I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm not trying to debate strangers. I'm not trying to be that person online. I just want to understand what's happening in my own house. And more than that, I want to understand what's happening with my kid. Because here's the heart of it. He looks at me and goes, "Mom, do you see it? What is that? Mom, do you see that thing?" And what am I supposed to say? I don't want to lie to him and be like, "Yep, I see it," when I don't. But I also don't want to shut him down and make him feel crazy, or like he can't talk to me, or like I'm dismissing him. So lately I've been trying to walk this weird tightrope where I'm like, "What does it look like, buddy?" And I let him explain. And then I'll say something like, "I believe that you see something. Mommy just can't see it." And I'll be honest, it feels awkward coming out of my mouth. Communication isn't my strongest thing. My brain doesn't always pick the perfect words in the moment. Half the time I'm just trying not to look scared, because I don't want him to absorb my fear. Some people told me to teach him he can tell it to go away. So we've practiced that. Like, you can say, "Go away" if it's bothering you. And sometimes he does. But lately it's been happening more. Like, more rooms, more moments, more little alarms in the day. Today it was under the kitchen table. He pointed and said, "Do you see it, Mom? It's like a bee." A bee. And I'm crouched on the floor staring at nothing under my table thinking, okay, what are we doing right now? What is my life? And I know I sound like I'm rambling. I am rambling. My kids are with their dad this weekend. The house is quiet. My brain won't turn off. And I'm sitting here going in circles trying to make sense of it. I'm not here for karma. I'm not here to argue with people about whether spirits are real. Nobody's opinion changes the fact that I still have to parent through this. I guess what I'm asking is, if you were a kid who saw things, what would you have wanted your parent to do? What would have made you feel safe? Because I don't want to teach my son to be afraid of his own eyes. But I also don't want to accidentally encourage something that's scaring him. I just want to show up for him in the right way. And right now, I don't know what the right way is. So, my partner Evan and I have been reading these kinds of stories together late at night, just for fun, you know? And at some point we both kind of paused and went, wait, we actually have one of these. We're not even posting it like we know what happened. It's more like, I'm genuinely curious if anyone's felt something similar, because it still messes with my head sometimes. This was summer of 2023, and it was me, Evan, and his sister Marisol. We were in that phase where paranormal stuff feels like a hobby. Ghost videos, creepy podcasts, the whole thing. And I'll be honest, we were usually a little tipsy when we went exploring, which, yeah. Looking back, it's embarrassing how unserious we were about it. Not respectful, just treating it like entertainment. We lived really close to this local cemetery, like maybe a 5-minute walk. And Marisol and I went a lot. Not once or twice, like dozens of times. We'd wander the paths, read headstones, talk about what we thought we felt. The cemetery had 2 distinct areas. One side felt normal enough. Lamps, open space, you could breathe. But the other side, everyone agreed it was different. It felt heavy, like the air got thicker, like your body noticed before your brain did. One night, we went a little later than usual. It was quiet. Too quiet. The way it gets when you can hear your own steps. And for some reason, I decided I wanted to walk through the darker side. I remember acting like it was no big deal, like I was proving something. But as soon as we crossed into that section, I felt this pull. That's the only word that fits. Not a sound, not a voice, just this weird, steady tug forward. Like something was drawing me in, gently but insistently. And I kept looking over my shoulder, again and again, without even fully understanding why. It wasn't curiosity. It was like my instincts were trying to check behind me. Evan noticed immediately. He got that tone in his voice. Calm, but firm. Like, turn around. let's go back." He actually started guiding us back toward the brighter side. I tried to laugh it off, like, okay, we're leaving." But even as I said it, the feeling didn't stop. It stuck to me the whole walk out, like static under my skin. And here's this tiny detail that might matter, or might not, but I can't not mention it. Around the same time, Evan picked up something from a grave. Not like a whole bouquet, just a little loose ribbon with a flower charm, something that had fallen off an arrangement. He wasn't being malicious. It was more like, "Oh, this is sad," and he just pocketed it. At the time, we didn't think anything of it. After that, things didn't go horror movie instantly. It was gradual. So gradual that we didn't connect it right away. The first thing we noticed was this smell in the trailer we were living in. A perfume smell, but not a modern one. It was so specific, like an old-fashioned perfume you'd imagine in a vintage glass bottle. Powdery, sweet, almost too elegant. And it wasn't faint. It was overwhelming, like someone had sprayed it in the air on purpose. We'd walk into a room and it would just be there. No candles, no sprays, nothing spilled, nothing we owned. And it didn't behave like a normal scent either. It didn't drift in from outside. It didn't come from one spot. It just hung in the air like it belonged there. And then my energy started to feel wrong. I don't know how else to say it. I didn't feel sick. I wasn't anxious about anything specific. I just felt off-center, like I couldn't fully settle into my own body, like I was tired in a way sleep didn't fix. And what's creepy is that I didn't even need someone to validate it. I knew something had shifted. I remember going still, like my whole chest dropped. And then he added, "It looks like a little boy." He wasn't trying to scare me. He didn't say it like a threat. He said it almost matter-of-factly. Like, "Oh, that's what that is." And the worst part was how fast my brain went. Yeah, that tracks. Because I already felt wrong. His words just gave it a shape. We didn't scream. We didn't run around panicking. It was more like we both quietly accepted that we'd crossed some line, whether it was disrespect, or curiosity, or that pull I felt, or him taking that little keepsake. Something about it felt like we invited something in without meaning to. So we did what people do when they're scared but trying to stay grounded. We smudged the trailer, opened windows, went room by room, tried to reset the space. And then we went back to the cemetery and returned what Evan had taken, right where it belonged. We didn't make a big show of it. We just put it back, said something simple, like, "Sorry, this isn't ours." And I'm not saying everything snapped back to normal instantly. It didn't. But over the next couple weeks, it started easing. The perfume smell stopped showing up. My body stopped feeling like it was humming with someone else's presence. The heaviness faded. And now, honestly, most days I don't think about it. But sometimes I'll catch a random scent, something vaguely antique and sweet, and my stomach will flip, just for a second. And I still wonder, was there actually something attached to me? Was that perfume a sign of someone trying to announce themselves? Did that pull in the darker part of the cemetery mean something was trying to lead me somewhere? Or bring something back with me? I don't know. I just know it felt real enough that we changed our behavior after that. And it's one of those experiences where, even years later, you can't fully laugh it off. Welcome to the Paranormal M channel. I'm so happy you're here, and I can't wait to share paranormal experiences with you from all around the world. Drop a comment below and tell me where you're watching from. Thank you so much for sending in all of your personal paranormal stories. Make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you'll be the first to watch and comment on our newest videos. I truly love being here and sharing these experiences with you. Thanks again. Now let's dive into today's paranormal stories. So let me start by saying this. I'm usually the person rolling my eyes at paranormal stories. I'm not some hardcore non-believer or anything. I'm just cautious. People's memories get weird over time, especially when something scares you or doesn't make sense. And this happened a long time ago, so yeah, I can't pretend I have a perfect recording of it. But I can tell you one thing with total honesty. I believe it happened. When I was little, like somewhere around 7 or 8, my parents used to take me almost every summer to visit family. My aunt and uncle lived outside San Antonio in this 2-story house that felt super new and clean and modern at the time. I remember it was before everything in their family changed, before the tension, before the split. So it places it in my head pretty clearly. My cousin, let's call him Mateo, was my built-in best friend whenever I visited. We spent whole afternoons doing kid stuff that felt important for absolutely no reason. One day we were in the backyard messing around with this sad, half-flat kickball, and later we were inside playing some cheesy little plug-in video game, one of those weird ones with a cartoon-themed controller that never worked right. Ours had this bright yellow joystick, and I remember it squeaked when you pulled it too hard. Eventually we got bored and did what kids always do in big houses: hide and seek. Mateo volunteered to count first, and we were on the first floor when he started. And I remember thinking I was an actual genius, because instead of hiding somewhere obvious, behind a curtain, under a table, I decided I'd sneak upstairs. The stairs were carpeted, and I went up quietly, hands and feet, like some little ninja. I wasn't worried about making noise at all. At the top of the stairs, there was this closet with a folding accordion-style door. Not a real walk-in closet, more like a narrow hallway closet. I thought, perfect. Even though, looking back, it was an awful hiding place. It was basically the first spot anyone would check. But I was 7. My standards were low. I grabbed the handle and tried to pull it open, and it didn't move right away. There was resistance, like something soft but heavy was jammed behind it. My uncle was really into sports, and he had gear everywhere, so I assumed it was a bag shoved in there wrong. I tugged harder. The door finally gave, and something came out. Not slid out, not crawled out. It jumped. I can still see it in my head like it's happening right now. This big, pitch-black, fuzzy spider-like thing sprang out onto the carpet. It didn't move like a normal animal. It wasn't skittering. It was bouncing, like its main way of getting around was these short, quick hops. And I know this is where it sounds ridiculous, but I'm just telling you what I remember. It looked like a tarantula, except wrong. Like a tarantula-shaped shadow. No markings, no visible eyes, no brown or gray or anything. Just this deep, void black fuzz that made it hard to focus on, like my brain didn't know how to process it. Size-wise? In my memory, it was huge, about the size of one of those big playground balls, maybe a little bigger. As a little kid, that might as well have been the size of my entire torso. I didn't scream. I didn't cry. I didn't even think. I just ran. I got back downstairs and found Mateo, and when he asked what I was doing, I kind of redirected the whole day. Like, hey, hide and seek is dumb. Let's do something else. And somehow I convinced him. I don't know how, but I did. Here's the part that always sticks with me. I never told him. Not then, not later, not anyone. Because even at that age, I understood one simple rule. Spiders that big don't exist. Not in a normal house. Not in Texas. Not anywhere. And if I said it out loud, I felt like I'd get laughed at, or worse. I'd get told I imagined it, and then I'd be alone with that memory anyway. That night we ate dinner like normal. We watched TV. Everything was completely ordinary. And then it was bedtime. Mateo's room was upstairs, the same upstairs. And I remember hanging back and letting him go first, pretending I wasn't scared. Like I was just being a bratty little cousin, letting him lead the way. But nothing happened. No shadow spider, no movement, no sign of it anywhere. We even passed the top of the stairs and the closet and nothing. Like it never existed. We went to sleep. I didn't get sick. I didn't have some dramatic haunting after that. No one in the family ever mentioned anything strange in the house, before or after. It was just one moment, one impossible thing, then normal life again. And I get it, compared to most paranormal stories, that's pretty anticlimactic. No ghost voice whispering my name, no doors slamming, no glowing eyes in the dark. Just a closet door that stuck, and a jumping black thing that shouldn't have been real. But here's why it still bothers me. I don't remember most days from that age. I don't remember most summers, most meals, most random afternoons. But I remember that. I remember it so clearly, it's like I can feel the carpet under my hands and hear my own feet pounding down those stairs. So I don't know what it was. I'm not even asking you to believe me. I'm just finally saying it out loud because I've carried it quietly for years. And honestly, I'm curious what you think it was, because I still don't have an explanation that satisfies me. So this happened about 10 years ago, right around early spring. A longtime family friend, his name was Ricky, died in a drunk driving crash. He wasn't even the one driving. And the thing I remember most vividly about him, weirdly, is how consistent he was. Always those loose, worn work boots, usually Timberlands, and a baseball cap like it was practically part of him. A couple days after his celebration of life, I'm at my family's house. It's evening, kind of quiet, and I'm down in the basement with 3 older relatives, my Aunt Marla, my Uncle Vito, and my cousin Denise. We're doing laundry, passing a smoke around, just decompressing. We're the only ones home. Like, for sure the only ones home. And the basement is laid out in this very simple way. Basically one big square room. The stairs come down and land in the middle. There's this old hanging shade or curtain off to the right side of the staircase, and a single ceiling light over on the left. The washer and dryer are on the right side when you come down, so from where we're sitting, anyone walking down the stairs would be backlit and kind of silhouetted behind that draped shade. The left side is all furnace and storage. Holiday bins, boxes, the whole thing. We start talking about Ricky, the ceremony, and I mention this strange, emotional moment I had right at the end of it. Like that heavy, almost electric feeling you get when grief suddenly turns quiet. Like something in the room shifts. My aunt and I are going back and forth about it, and then we hear the basement door open, clear as day. Then we hear footsteps, not light ones, heavy steps, like someone wearing boots that don't bend much. And we all look toward the stairs, and I swear to you, we see a silhouette coming down. Baseball cap shape, shoulders, and those loose, chunky work boots. The way the feet landed, solid, slow. The figure reaches the bottom, and from the silhouette it looks like they turn left, into the storage side of the basement. My aunt goes, "Who is that?" My uncle, trying to sound casual but already tense, calls out, "Hey, what are you doing over there? If you're looking for the weed, it's over here." No answer. So I stand up. My stomach is already doing that slow drop thing, but I'm telling myself, okay, maybe someone came home. Maybe I missed a car door. Maybe I'm just keyed up from the funeral. I walk to the left side, past the furnace, past the stacked bins, behind the bigger boxes, there is nobody. Nothing. No movement. No shadows. No place for someone to duck out. Just the hum of the furnace and the dry, dusty smell of storage. I come back over and I'm like, there's no one down here. And the way my aunt's face changes, like all the color leaves it, she goes, "What do you mean there's no one? Where did they go?" And I just say it again because I don't know what else to say. There's literally nobody else down here but us. And for a second, nobody talks. It's like we're all waiting for someone to laugh and break it. But no one laughs. My uncle just mutters something like, "Yeah, I'm heading out." Like he suddenly remembered an errand that cannot wait another second. We all go upstairs. We check the kitchen, the living room, the hallway. No one. Doors locked. House quiet. Still only us. And what makes it worse is that we didn't really talk about it afterward. Not in a real way. It was like we all silently agreed, don't poke it. Years go by, and I watched him change right in front of me. Like, instant. His face drained, his posture stiffened. He went from relaxed to locked in, like a switch flipped. And he just said, low and firm, "I don't want to talk about that." That was it. No joking, no shrugging it off, nothing. And honestly, that reaction still chills me more than the silhouette did, because I've seen this man stare down real-life stuff without blinking. But that, whatever we saw, he wanted it sealed away. I get goosebumps every time I tell this story. Not because I'm trying to convince anyone of ghosts or anything like that, but because it felt so physical, so ordinary in the moment. Door opens, boots on steps, someone walks down. Except they didn't. 4 people heard it. 4 people saw the same outline, and then the person was just gone. I've had weird feelings before, little coincidences, electronics acting up when I was younger, things you can shrug off. But that night in the basement? That's the one I can't file away. Because it wasn't just my memory, it was shared. And there's still no logical explanation that sits right in my chest. Just the sound of boots on stairs, and the feeling that someone came down, turned left, and vanished. So, my house is old. Like, old by Australian standards. Easily a century, maybe more. I've lived here my whole life, and about 9 years ago, my family did this big renovation where we added bedrooms and redid a bunch of the place. Most of my family ended up on the new side of the house. Fresh rooms, newer walls. Everything feels brighter over there. And then there's me. My room is basically the odd one out. It's on the older side, and I'm the only person with a bedroom there. It didn't even used to be a bedroom. Apparently, it was a sitting room once, maybe a dining room at some point. It's got that vibe where you can almost feel it's been a lot of different things. And ever since I was little, I've had this intense fear of ghosts and paranormal stuff. Like, I know a lot of kids get spooked, that's normal. But mine got bigger than that. It got to the point where I just stopped sleeping in my room completely. For years. I had this little mattress set up in my younger brother Lockie's room, and that's where I'd sleep. My room became this daytime-only place. I'd go in there when the sun was up, grab things, hang out for a bit, then leave before night felt too quiet. It sounds dramatic, but it was genuinely bad enough that I ended up in therapy for it. I'm okay now, like genuinely okay. I've been sleeping in my room again for about 5 years without an issue. But still, I've always had this thing about the house at night. Even when my fear got better, I never liked being alone in it after dark. I don't know if that means I'm just sensitive because of how scared I was as a kid. or if I picked up on something back then and my brain just translated it as ghosts. And lately, I've been wondering if there actually is something a bit off. Not in a horror movie way, just in this subtle, hard-to-explain way, mostly around my room. What really tipped it for me was a dream I had a few nights ago. It started out completely normal, one of those dreams where you can't even remember how it began. Just typical dream nonsense. But then the vibe shifted. Like, you know when a dream suddenly becomes sharper, more realistic, almost like you're there? That happened. I was walking up my street, and I saw this girl standing near my neighbor's fence. I'd never seen her before in my life, but in the dream I stopped, like my body recognized her before my brain did. She looked First Nations, Aboriginal, and she was wearing these older-style clothes, like a simple dress you'd see in an old photo. Not costumey, just like she belonged to a different time. She said something to me. I can't remember it now, which drives me nuts because when I first woke up, I swear I knew exactly what she said. But it was something that made me realize I was dreaming, like she pointed it out or reminded me. And the second she said it, I woke up instantly. And the weirdest part was the thought that came with me when I woke up. It wasn't like my normal thoughts. It was just there, fully formed, like someone placed it in my head. I'm safe here. I'm with friends. Not exactly those words, but that meaning, this calm certainty. Like I'd been told, not like I'd decided. And then, right after, my normal brain kicked in and I was like, hang on, what? Why would I think that? Even half asleep, I knew it didn't feel like it came from me. And ever since that night, I've been replaying everything that's ever felt strange about my room. Like I remembered this one stretch of nights earlier this year, maybe a week, where I was consistently scared of one specific corner of my room. Same corner every time. I'd look at it and feel this instant nope, like there was something there watching from that spot. And it wasn't a general fear. It was really specific, like my body had picked a target. And then, after a few nights, it just stopped. Like whatever it was, if it was anything, moved on. And I went back to normal, like I'd imagined the whole thing. And there's also the bathroom right next to my room, on that same older side. It has weird vibes too. I know bathrooms can feel kind of cold and echoey anyway, and maybe I'm just reading into it, but it always feels slightly off in there. Like the air is heavier, or like you don't want to linger. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't know if I'm just pulling old fears back out of storage, or if I'm finally noticing things I've tried not to notice for years. But that dream, it didn't feel like a random dream. It felt like something brushed up against my life and left a little message behind. And the most unsettling part is that the message wasn't, be afraid. It was, you're not alone. So, this is hard to explain without sounding like I'm exaggerating, but I'm not. I'm going to tell you exactly how it's been for me, and you can take it however you want. As far back as I can remember, I've had this thing, this presence, tagging along behind me. When I was really little, like preschool age, I used to draw pictures of my house and my family, and in a lot of those drawings there was this tall, man-shaped shadow off to the side. Not my shadow, not connected to anyone, just standing there. Sometimes I'd draw him outside the window, sometimes in the hallway, always a little apart, like he didn't belong with us, but also like he was with me. My grandma, Nana Ruth, used to laugh it off. She'd say, "Honey, you're just scared of your own shadow." And I'd nod because, honestly, what else do you say when you're 5? But I wasn't scared then. Back then, it almost felt like a strange kind of company, like an imaginary friend, except I never made him up. Then I got older, 6, maybe 7, and that's when it stopped feeling harmless. My dad, Marcus, and I had this routine. Every night, around 9-ish, we'd go to bed. I was still sleeping in his room at that age, like plenty of kids do, and he'd tuck me in, then go take his shower. I'd just lie there, waiting, staring at the ceiling, listening to the water run. And while I waited, he would show up. This shadow, this man-shaped shadow, would pace beside the bed. Back and forth, back and forth. Not fast, not slow, like he had all the time in the world. I could see him clearly, not as a person, not with features, just the outline, the weight of him, the way the darkness looked wrong compared to the rest of the room. And here's the part that made it feel like a pattern. The second my dad turned off the shower and stepped out, the shadow would vanish. Like it couldn't, or wouldn't, stay when my dad was there. That went on for months, almost a year, I think. Night after night, the pacing. Me lying there pretending I wasn't terrified, because somehow I had this child logic that if I didn't react, it couldn't touch me. But eventually, something shifted. I don't know how else to describe it except the air around it changed. The room would feel heavier, meaner. Like whatever it wasn't just watching anymore. It was getting impatient. I started doing this little thing to cope. If it paced on the right side of the bed, I'd roll to face the left. If it moved to the left, I'd turn back to the right. Like if I couldn't see it, it couldn't decide I was real. I know that sounds childish, but I was a child. It was survival by instinct. And then one night, I turned to face the right, like I'd done 100 times, and I felt the mattress dip behind me. Not a little, not like settling, like something with weight had climbed onto the bed. My whole body went rigid. I remember squeezing every muscle, like if I stayed perfectly still, I wouldn't roll back toward it. I was so scared my teeth hurt from clenching. And then, out of nowhere, I felt the sharpest pain I've ever felt in my life, dead center in my back. Like something stabbed me without a blade. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Not even a gasp. It was like my lungs forgot what they were for. I remember thinking, this is it. This is where I die, and nobody will understand what happened. And I stayed like that, locked in my own body, until the bathroom door opened, my dad walked out, and suddenly I could breathe again. The weight was gone. The air lifted. The shadow disappeared like it had never been there. Years went by. Middle school, high school. I didn't see it, but I still had that sensation sometimes. Like I wasn't fully alone in a room, even when I was. Like something was behind the curtain of ordinary life. Then I was 17, senior year, and it came back in a way that still makes my stomach turn when I remember it. I had come home late from rehearsal. Our school play ran long, and it was around 10 at night. My family was out. The house was quiet in that way that feels too empty, like even the walls are listening. I was exhausted, so I went straight to bed. I fell asleep fast, but I had this dream that an earthquake was happening, the whole world shaking, stuff rattling, that panicky feeling like you can't get your footing. And in the dream, I heard my mom, Elaine, zen clear as day, telling me, "Wake up, answer the phone." And then I woke up. My phone really was buzzing on the nightstand, and my bed was shaking, violently, like someone had grabbed the frame and was trying to rattle me awake from the outside. I sat up, and above me, right above me, was this swirling mass of darkness, like a vortex made of shadow. Not smoke exactly, not mist, something thicker, something that moved like it was alive, writhing and curling in on itself. There was a neon sign across the room, this silly pink, lucky cowgirl sign I'd gotten at a flea market, and I could see it through the shadow, but the darkness kept swallowing the color and spitting it back. Pink, dark pink, pink, dark pink, like the shadow was breathing over it. In the center of the vortex, there was something like a face, but featureless. No eyes, no mouth, just the sense of where a face should be, and it made my skin crawl because it felt like it was focused on me, fixed on me. The man shape from childhood was gone. This looked wrong, bigger, more moss-substantial, like it was wearing horns made of shadow or growing them right in front of me. I remember thinking, no, this can't be real. I'm half asleep. I'm imagining it. I tried to blink it away. It didn't go anywhere. The phone kept buzzing. My hands were shaking so badly it took effort to grab it. And the second I answered, literally the second I pressed accept, the bed stopped shaking. The swirling shadow collapsed in on itself like a curtain being yanked shut. And then it was gone. On the other end of the line, my mom was asking if I was okay, like she could hear something in my voice. And I lied. I said I was just tired. That was it. Just tired. Because how do you tell your mother you woke up to a shadow tornado above your bed like it was waiting for you? After that night, I made my little sister Tessa sleep in my room whenever I could convince her. I played it off like we were having sleepovers, but really I just couldn't stand the idea of being alone in the dark again. And then, again, it went quiet. Years. Until last year. I was 20, and it came back, but differently. Not dramatic at first. Almost patient. Like it had learned I'd grown up, and it didn't need to announce itself with a full-on nightmare. My bed would rock sometimes. Just enough to notice. Not a big shake. More like a slow, unsettling sway. Every time, I'd grab my phone and check for earthquake alerts. Nothing. No tremors reported. No explanation. Sometimes I'd feel what I swear was my cat hopping onto the bed and curling up next to my legs. That familiar little weight. The warmth. I'd turn to pet her, and there would be nothing there. No cat. Sometimes she'd be across the house, and I'd hear her collar jingle from another room. And the creepiest part? It followed me once. Not in a visible way, but I felt it. I was on a trip, down in New Orleans, and one night in the hotel, the bed did that same subtle rocking. In a different city, in a different building, hundreds of miles from my apartment. That's when it stopped being, maybe my house is old, or maybe I'm just tired. That's when it felt personal. Honestly, that version of it messed with me more than the big, obvious horror moments. Because when something is subtle, it creeps into your day. It makes you doubt your own senses. It makes you feel like you're slowly losing your grip. I got so fed up, so angry, that I finally told my friend Mira, who's into Wiccan practice and protective work. I didn't even know how to ask without sounding ridiculous, but she didn't laugh. She just listened. Then she mailed me a couple of protection stones and told me how to keep them, where to place them, what to do if I felt that presence again. And whether it's belief, coincidence, placebo, whatever you want to call it, after I started keeping those stones nearby, it stopped. The rocking stopped. The phantom cat weight stopped. The name whispers stopped. Not long after that, my boyfriend, Jonah, moved in. And having another person in the space with me, someone grounded and alive and real, helped more than I expected. The apartment feels warmer now, less like it has corners where something can hide. But if I'm being honest with you, I still don't feel totally alone. Even on good nights, even when everything is normal. And that's the part that makes me furious sometimes. Why me? Why for so long? Why does it come and go like it owns a piece of my life? I've heard people say stuff like, that only happens if you're cursed, or that sounds like sleep paralysis, or maybe it's mental illness. And maybe any of those could be true. I'm not ruling anything out. I just don't know. All I know is I've lived with this shadow presence like it's been orbiting me my whole life. And even when it's quiet, I keep one part of myself braced, just in case it decides to step out of the dark again. So, let me tell you what happened today, because I still can't stop thinking about it. My mom and I were on this little road trip, headed out from my hometown and cutting through this huge stretch of open plains. You know the kind of place. Fields for miles, long fences, and those big fancy houses set way back from the road like they're trying not to be noticed. We'd just taken an exit off the main highway and ended up on this narrow back road that kept bending and curling through private land. There were a few cars ahead of us and a couple behind, but everyone was driving politely, leaving that comfortable space you give strangers when the road's single lane and curvy and you're cruising around like 55, maybe closer to 60. We had an audiobook playing, something light to pass the time. The windows were up, the air in the car was doing that soft, steady whir, and everything felt normal. No dramatic weather, no obvious wind gusts, just that constant rush of air you get at speed and the hum of tires on pavement. I remember noticing the rumble strips off to the side too, those ridged lines meant to shake you awake if you drift too far. And then, as I rounded this gentle right-hand curve, we heard it. This voice. Not like someone humming, not like radio bleed. It was this eerie, operatic singing, like a distant performance you can't quite locate. Like you're walking through a parking lot outside a stadium, and you can almost make out the music, except it sounded close, too close, like it was somehow in the car with us. At first, my mom, Marilyn, just glanced at me with that look that says, "Did you hear that, or am I losing it?" I gave her the same look back, like, "Okay, so it's not just me." It stopped. We both sort of shrugged it off. And then it happened again. Marilyn finally goes, totally baffled, "Eli, was that singing?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I heard it." But I still didn't fully believe it. So I turned the audiobook down, then up, then down again, trying to catch whether it was somehow part of the track. Like maybe the audio had some weird background noise or a distant choir baked into it. Nope. The moment I lowered it, the singing was still there, floating around like it didn't care what we were doing. So now we're both alert. I'm scanning the road, still driving steady, but my brain is doing that frantic thing where it's trying to solve the puzzle immediately. I asked Marilyn to check her phone, thinking maybe something was auto-playing in the background. She held it up, checked every app. Silent. Then she paused the audiobook on my phone just to eliminate every possibility. Still singing. We started doing the most ridiculous little experiments, like two people pretending we're calm while absolutely not being calm. Windows down, windows up, halfway down, listening hard. Leaning slightly like that would somehow help pinpoint where sound is coming from. But that's the thing. We couldn't place it. If the sound was coming from outside, it had to be loud, because we were moving fast, windows mostly up, and there were cars spaced out around us. And yet it didn't sound like it was coming from the car ahead, or behind, or even from the side of the road. It wasn't like, oh, someone's blasting music. It was shapeless, like it was everywhere and nowhere. And the voice itself, God, it was haunting. It wasn't cheerful or poppy or anything familiar. It felt like an aria, something mournful and swelling, like a siren calling from far away. The kind of sound that makes your skin tighten a little, not because it's loud, but because it feels wrong in the moment. Like your brain doesn't have a file folder for it. And what's strange is, it never got closer or farther. It didn't fade like a car passing would. It didn't shift direction. It was just present. Eventually, it stopped the way it started, without explanation. 1 second it was there, and the next second it wasn't. And all that was left was the normal road noise, and the audiobook paused on the screen, like a little witness. And I know how this sounds. I do. But I'm telling you, we were wide awake, totally sober, just driving through open country in the middle of the day, and we heard a woman's operatic voice singing with no clear source. So I've been turning it over in my mind ever since, trying to give it a logical home. Was it the wind catching the shape of the car just right? Some weird acoustics from the fields? tires hitting a certain texture of pavement and resonating through the frame in a way that mimicked a voice, or sound traveling strangely over flat land, bouncing off something we couldn't see? I honestly don't know. All I know is, for a few minutes on that back road, it felt like we were driving through a place that had its own soundtrack, and it didn't care whether we understood it or not. Okay, so I work at this little antique shop, the kind that always smells faintly like old books and furniture polish. And I'm not new to the fact that odd things happen here sometimes, like the usual, "did that just move?" stuff. But what happened today has been looping in my head all day, and I'm trying so hard to keep my feet on the ground about it. So earlier this afternoon, this customer comes in with her dog. Sweet little thing, kind of timid, maybe a spaniel mix. And I'm doing what everyone does, right? I crouch down a bit, smile, and in that stupid soft voice people use with dogs, I go, "Hey there, buddy." And I swear to you, I barely finished the last syllable before, immediately, there's this loud, sharp, crystal clear, "Hey there, buddy," right behind me. Except it wasn't just a random voice. It was my voice. Same pitch, same rhythm, same little sing-song cadence I use when I talk to animals. It wasn't muffled or distant like a recording, and it wasn't stretched out or warbly like an echo. It sounded like a person standing close by, just projecting it. Like someone had leaned right over my shoulder and thrown my own voice back at me. And here's the part that made my stomach drop. My coworker, Marin, didn't even hear me say it the first time. Not at all. She only heard the loud version. She looked up startled and went, "Whoa, why did you yell at the dog like that?" Like it was sudden and aggressive loud, the way you'd react if someone barked something out for no reason. I just stared at her and went, "I didn't yell. I barely even said anything." And she could tell I wasn't messing around. I straight up asked her, which would be so unlike her. Marin is not a prank person. She hates confrontation. She hates making scenes. She's the type who apologizes to mannequins. And she immediately got this tight, freaked out look and said, "No, I swear to you, no." Then she glanced around the shop like she suddenly didn't trust any corner of it. We both did that quick scan people do when something feels wrong. Like, who else is here? But the store is small. You can see most of it from the counter if you just turn your head. Marin even pointed out that she'd watched the last couple customers leave, and there wasn't anyone close enough to pull something like that off. The dog's owner was turned away, looking at a cabinet, and the dog got skittish right after it happened. Like ears back, tense body, looking around. And I want to be really clear about a few details because I keep trying to solve it. My phone wasn't near me. It was actually tucked away behind the counter, connected to the shop speakers because we had a holiday playlist going, some jazzy winter stuff. The music never cut out, never paused, nothing clicked or switched. So it didn't feel like some audio playback suddenly fired. Also, the acoustics in our shop are, honestly, kind of dead. Low ceiling, lots of fabric and clutter, narrow aisles. It's not one of those airy spaces where sound bounces around. There are a couple side rooms where sound can carry in a weird way, but I wasn't even near them. And this didn't behave like an echo anyway. No delay, no fading, no bounce. It was like a direct voice. What's making it worse is that this store already has a history. Not like, ooh, spooky antiques history, but real, shared, why did that happen moments. All of us, every person who works here, has had something strange happen at least once. Sometimes two of us at the same time, which is the only reason I don't automatically write it off as someone being tired or imagining things. But today's thing, the voice thing, is messing with me in a different way. Because I can handle an object moved. That could be vibration, settling shelves, someone bumped something earlier, a million boring explanations. But hearing my own voice, right after I spoke, so loud that someone else thought I shouted, and that same someone didn't even hear my original quiet sentence, that's the part that keeps catching in my brain. I'm trying to be logical. I know brains misattribute sounds sometimes. I know short phrases can be weirdly easy to mimic or confuse. I know weird acoustic pockets exist. But the timing was too perfect. I didn't even have time to finish the expression on my face. I hadn't even fully closed my mouth before it answered back. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Have you ever had something like that happen? Where you hear a voice that sounds exactly like you, or exactly like one specific person, but there's no clear source for it? I'm not trying to leap straight into paranormal, but I also can't pretend it didn't happen. I'm just really hoping there's a grounded explanation, or at least I'm not the only person who's experienced something this specific. Because right now, every time the shop gets quiet, I keep bracing for it to say something again. So, I must have been about 5 when this happened. And I know that's young, but I remember it in that sharp, crystal clear way you only remember the things that really scare you. It was winter, sometime around 7 in the evening. The kind of night where it's dark way too early, and the house feels warm and bright because someone's cooking. My parents, Mara and Vincent, were in the kitchen making dinner, and I was wandering around underfoot like kids do. At one point, the front door was open. I genuinely don't remember why. Maybe they were bringing something in, maybe checking on something outside, who knows. But I remember standing there, looking into the garden, curious about how it looked at night. Our garden wasn't big, just a little patch with a fence, and I'd seen it 1,000 times in daylight. But at night it felt mysterious. So I asked, "Can I step outside for a second?" They said yes, something casual, like they weren't thinking twice about it. And I went out. Just a few steps onto the cold ground. I remember turning around almost immediately, like, okay, I saw it, ready to go back inside. And that's when my stomach dropped. Because the front door was gone. Not like it was closed, not like it was hidden behind me. Gone. And not just the door, the whole house, the garden, everything. It was like someone had erased the world and left me standing in pure darkness. Pitch black, the kind that doesn't even feel real. And what freaked me out even more, there should have been streetlights. They always came on at night. There should have been some shape, some glow, something. But there was nothing. Just empty black. I screamed for my parents, "Mara! Vincent!" over and over. No answer. I started reaching out with my hands, sweeping my arms around like I could feel the house again if I just stretched far enough. I expected to touch the wall, the door frame, a plant, the fence, anything. But there was only air. It didn't even feel like my garden anymore. It felt like I was standing in a giant open space that went on forever. I didn't know what else to do, so I started walking straight ahead. And here's the part that still messes with my head. Our garden was small. If you walk forward for a few seconds, you hit the fence. If you keep going, you reach the gate. I should have bumped into something almost immediately, but I didn't. I walked and walked, minutes, not seconds, into that darkness, and nothing ever stopped me. I remember my shoelaces kept coming undone. They were the kind that always slipped loose. Normally I would have knelt down and tied them, but I couldn't even see my own shoes. I couldn't see my hands. It felt pointless, like trying to fix something in a void. I was crying, but it was a quiet kind of crying, like my body was too scared to make noise anymore. And then, way off in the distance, I saw light. Two small strips at first, like someone had cracked a door open somewhere in the universe. I started moving faster, almost running, because it was the first proof that anything existed besides darkness. When I got close, I realized it was two doors. Just two doors standing there, side by side, like they belonged to a hallway that wasn't there. Both were shut. Light was leaking from underneath them, warm and yellow. I remember staring at that glow like it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. I listened. Behind the door on the left, it was quiet. Dead quiet. So I reached my hand out for the handle. And right before my fingers touched it, I got dizzy. Not normal dizzy, not I stood up too fast. It was like the world tilted violently, like something grabbed the inside of my head and spun it. The darkness, the doors, the light, all of it started to swirl. And then, going. I blinked, and I was back at home. Not outside in the garden, not in darkness. I was standing inside the house, right in front of our front door, like I'd just been about to open it from the inside. I remember freezing there, completely still, trying to understand what had just happened. My legs felt numb. My mouth felt dry. The dizziness clung to me like I was car sick. I stayed there for what felt like forever, probably only a couple minutes, just staring. Then I ran to my room. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't even peek into the kitchen. I just went to my bed like I could hide inside it. A little while later, my parents called me for dinner like nothing happened. And I went. I sat at the table and ate and pretended I was fine, because I was terrified they'd be angry, like I'd done something wrong by stepping outside. I remember forcing myself to swallow food, even though my throat felt tight. And then, I never talked about it again. Years later, I wrote it down in a notebook, kind of like a diary entry, because it still wouldn't leave me alone. But that's the only proof I have, and even that came long after. Honestly, I still don't know what to make of it. Part of me wonders if it was some weird half-dream, like I wandered into that space between sleeping and waking. But the memory is so vivid. I can still feel the cold air and that awful, impossible emptiness. I can still hear the silence when I yelled my parents' names. And there's one more thing, too. My mom told me later in life that when I was even younger, like 2 or 3, I used to talk about seeing things in the house. She called them ghosts. She even claimed that one time she saw something herself. I don't remember any of that at all, but it always made me wonder if it connects somehow, or if it's just another strange story layered on top of a childhood that was already full of shadows. I don't know if I'd call what happened paranormal. I don't even know if it truly happened the way I remember it. But I do know this. It was the most terrified I've ever been in my life. And even now, telling it out loud, a part of me still feels like I'm standing in that dark, reaching for a door that should be there, and isn't. So this happened when I was back near my hometown, outside Nagpur. And I swear, even thinking about it now makes my stomach do that little flip. I'd matched with this girl, let's call her Mira, on Bumble. She was cute, ridiculously fun, and it was one of those easy, no-pressure situations because I was leaving India soon anyway. I was moving to Canada in a few weeks, so it wasn't meant to be some big, serious love story. Just a couple of weeks of good company and chaos in the best way. Mira worked in a research role at a law university way out on the outskirts. She actually lived on campus, and the whole area was bordered by this massive forest. Like, proper forest. She'd randomly send me videos of snakes sliding across the pathways. Once it was a cobra, and I remember just staring at my phone like, what kind of campus is this? Meanwhile, she was totally chill about it, like it was a normal Tuesday. I'd ride my scooter out there to see her, something like 20-something kilometers each way, and we'd hang out, drink a bit, mess around, laugh like idiots. Honestly, some of the most fun dates I've ever had. She had this energy where everything felt like an adventure. Anyway, one evening, after we'd been out and we were heading back to drop her off at campus, I took a wrong turn. Neither of us really knew the area well. She was new to the city, and I hadn't been around those outskirts much either. It was around 7:30-ish, already dark because the sun had set, and the road was this muddy, narrow stretch cutting right alongside the forest. I remember telling her to check maps, and she's behind me on the scooter like, yeah, I'm trying. But her phone had zero signal. Mine didn't have connection either. She said something like, I think we're still generally going the right direction. And I was like, fine, we'll just keep going and eventually we'll hit something familiar. And we did start to feel like we were getting out of the deeper part. Like the air even felt different, less closed in. We were talking casually, half laughing about how dumb it was to get lost so close to campus, when I saw it. On the right side of the road, just off the edge where the trees start, there was this figure. Not an animal, not a person in a normal way. It looked like a tall, human-shaped silhouette, kind of masculine in build. But it didn't have details. No face, no clothes, nothing. Just this perfectly man-shaped darkness, completely black. And around it there was this weird, radiant white glow, like an aura. It wasn't like a flashlight beam or headlights reflecting. This thing looked like it was producing its own light. And here's what makes it worse. The only real light on that road was my scooter's headlamp. At first, my brain tried to do that thing where it forces an explanation. Like maybe it's a tree stump, maybe it's a dude standing there, maybe it's my drunk imagination stitching shadows together. So I slowed down without even meaning to, because I was trying to understand what I was looking at. And then it vanished. Not like it walked away or stepped behind a tree. It was just there, and then it wasn't. Like someone turned off a screen. I went cold. I didn't even speak for a few seconds. My whole body just went into panic mode, and I remember twisting the throttle and taking off, like pure instinct. Get out, get out, get out. And I'm telling myself, okay, you're drunk, you're seeing things. You've had too much rum, too many beers. This is your brain being stupid. So I shout back to Mira like, I think I need to stop for a second. I swear I just saw something. And then she says, in this voice I can still hear clearly, Bro, the chills that hit me in that moment, I can't even describe it. It was like my spine turned to ice. Because if it was just me, I could have written it off as alcohol, darkness, whatever. But she saw it. She saw the same thing, at the same time, and her reaction wasn't curiosity. It was fear. We didn't talk much after that. We just focused on getting back to the campus road, and eventually we did. We made it out. But the whole ride, it felt like the forest was watching us, like the dark had weight. This happened in late 2023, and not long after that I moved to Canada, where I still live now. Mira and I don't really talk anymore. Life moved on. She got into something serious later, and that was that. But she'll always have this weird, permanent place in my memory, because we shared something that felt unreal. Like we accidentally stepped into the wrong version of the world for a minute. And the truth is, I've barely told anyone. I don't even know how to explain it without sounding insane. But I know what I saw. And I know I'm not the only one who saw it. So, I moved into this place about 14 months ago, and for most of that time, I've chalked everything up to normal old house stuff. You know what I mean. Wood shifting, pipes ticking, the occasional creak that sounds like someone took one careful step in the hallway. Sometimes I'll hear this soft little flurry of noises in the kitchen, like cabinets settling or something lightly bumping the counter, and every single time I go check, nothing. Not a dish out of place, no sign of anyone, or anything. Eventually you stop reacting. It just becomes the house breathing. But then my boyfriend, well, I'll call him Mateo, started having these weird moments. And at first I honestly thought, okay, this is probably that half-awake hallucination thing. Hypnopompic stuff. Your brain loading in the world before it's fully online. The first time, he tells me he woke up and saw me open the bedroom door and step inside. He said he sat up and went, "Hey babe," and that I just backed out, like I'd been caught doing something. Then I closed the door. Here's the thing. That night, I wasn't even in the bed with him. I'd moved to the guest room because I couldn't sleep, and I had earbuds in. So sure, if I'd gotten up and wandered in there half asleep, it's possible I didn't register it, didn't remember, whatever. Sleepwalking is embarrassing, but explainable, right? Then it happened a second time. He said he opened his eyes and saw me standing near the window, between his side of the bed and the curtains. Just standing there, looking down at him. He said the room was so dark he couldn't make out my face, but the shape, the hair, everything about it looked like me. And he reached his hand over to my side of the bed. And I wasn't there. Again, I was sleeping in the other room that night. So now I'm sitting there like, oh my God, am I doing something creepy in my sleep? Like, am I silently hovering over my own boyfriend while he sleeps? That's mortifying. I told him, if you see me again, please just touch me and wake me up. Don't just stare at me and try to solve it like a puzzle. And then this morning, he tells me the third one. He said he woke up the way he always does in these moments, because he can feel someone watching him. That intense, prickly sensation, like your body knows before your eyes do. So he opens his eyes, and he sees me sitting upright in bed, but not normal sitting up in bed. He said I was sitting too still, too poised, and I was smiling. Not a small smile, not a sleepy grin. He said it was huge, like stretched from one side of my face to the other in this way that didn't look human, like the mouth was just wrong, too wide, too deliberate. And then, this part makes my stomach flip. He said the thing that looked like me lifted a hand and curled its fingers, like, come here, like it wanted him closer. Mateo told me he remembered what I said, so he reached his hand out to touch me, to wake me up. And he felt me. He felt my shoulder, my arm, warm and heavy, lying down asleep next to him, while he was still looking at the thing sitting up. He said he just froze, because his hand was on me, real me, sleeping, while that other version of me stayed upright, smiling that impossible smile. I asked him, like, are you sure you weren't just seeing me and then realized I was beside you? And he shook his head and goes, no, Lena, it wasn't even physically possible to smile that big. And I'm trying so hard to be the logical one here, because it always happens as he's waking up. That's textbook, right? Your brain can project stuff. It can create a figure. It can turn a shadow into a person. It can make you feel watched. But what messes with me is, he goes back to sleep afterward. Also, I'm a stupidly light sleeper. If he touches me in bed, I normally wake up instantly. And he swears he was literally touching me while I stayed completely asleep. So, of course, my brain starts rummaging through old memories, trying to connect dots that probably don't connect. Like, a couple months after I moved in, I used to hear my dog, Junie, in the kitchen at night. This really specific sound of her crunching kibble and then slurping water, and her nails clicking on the floor. And every time, I'd look and she wouldn't be down there. She'd be upstairs on my bed, dead asleep. And her bowl would be basically empty anyway. It only ever happened when Junie was staying with me. She splits time with my ex, so I figured maybe she was sneaking past me and I just didn't notice. It stopped happening and I forgot about it. But now I'm sitting here like, what if my brain wasn't wrong to remember it as so distinct? What if it wasn't her? What if it was something mimicking her the way this thing is mimicking me? And listen, I know how that sounds. So I keep coming back to the sane explanation. Mateo is half dreaming. He's hallucinating on the edge of waking. Nobody else who slept here has ever said they saw anything. I've never seen anything. I only hear the regular weird little house sounds and I'm completely convinced it's just the place settling. But I'll admit it. The detail about the smile, how non-human it was, got under my skin in a way the other two didn't. So I did what you do when you're trying to calm someone down. And also, maybe, calm yourself down without admitting you're doing it. I walked around the house last night murmuring a prayer my grandma used to say. I opened windows. I told myself it was symbolic, that it was just for comfort. And tomorrow, I'm probably going to burn some sage. More as a, see, I did something, you're safe, kind of gesture. Because part of me thinks if he believes the house has been cleared, his brain will stop playing tricks on him. But then again, when he hears the same little kitchen noises I've always heard, we'll be lying in bed listening together, and he'll whisper, "That's not the house." And I'll whisper back, "It is the house." And lately, I'm not as certain as I used to be. Okay, so before I get into this, you have to understand my buddy. I'll call him Drew here. Drew is one of those people who's always had paranormal stories. Like, not in a I saw something once way. I mean, he's told me about figures in old hallways, weird voices in the woods, shadowy shapes near the hospital where his aunt worked. The kind of stuff that makes you laugh until you see his face and realize he's dead serious. And the thing is, where I live, it's the complete opposite of spooky. It's one of those really nice, quiet neighborhoods where everybody knows everybody. People wave. Dogs have play dates. Nothing bad ever happens. It's the kind of place you'd think a ghost would get bored in. So, May 2019. The Toronto Raptors had just made the finals, and I was losing my mind with excitement. I had so much energy buzzing in me that I couldn't just sit inside. I had to burn it off somehow. So I go out back to my trampoline and start doing flips like an idiot, just riding that adrenaline. Drew's on the back steps watching me, arms crossed, just kind of smirking, until he suddenly goes, really quietly, like his throat tightens up. Evan? And I'm like, yeah? What's up? I bounce to a stop and look over at him, and he's pale. Like, actually pale. And that's what got me, because Drew doesn't scare easy. He's the type who watches horror movies alone with the lights off just to prove he can. He lifts his hand and points toward our neighbor's yard, toward this big old spruce tree near the fence line. And I look, and I don't see anything. So I'm like, what? What are you pointing at? And he goes, there was someone watching us. They were peeking from behind that tree, and then they moved. My stomach kind of drops, because the way he said it wasn't dramatic. It was worried, like he was trying not to panic. So I climb up onto the deck to get a better view. I stand there scanning the yard, the fence, the tree. Nothing. No movement. No sound. Just the normal backyard quiet. I wait. Honestly, probably like 10 minutes. Then I do the dumb teenage thing where you get brave because you don't want to admit you're nervous. I shout, "Hello? Who's there?" Silence. So of course I decide I'm going to be a hero. I hop down and walk straight over to the tree, heart pounding like I'm about to catch someone. I look behind it. Nothing. No footprints, no rustling, nobody. But even after I walked back, Drew didn't relax. He kept staring at that spot like he was waiting for something to lean out again. And that should have been the end of it, right? Just one creepy moment, maybe a misunderstanding. Except, it wasn't. Jump to January 2021. Another friend of mine, let's call her Maya, lives a few streets over in the same neighborhood. One night we're on a video call, just chatting, nothing weird. And mid-sentence, she snaps her head toward the front of her house like she heard something right outside. I'm like, "What's wrong?" And she whispers, "Someone just pounded on my front door." Her parents were out of town at the time, and she was home alone. And it was late, like that heavy kind of nighttime where everything outside feels too quiet. Then, no warning, Maya backs away from her phone, and I hear her voice get shaky. She goes, "There's someone outside my window." And I'm like, "What? Who?" And she says this sentence that made my blood turn cold. He's completely black. Like not wearing black, he's black. And his eyes are yellow, like glowing. Then Maya screams, this full, raw, panicked scream, and the phone jolts like she almost drops it. And she's crying, yelling, "It's inside! Evan, it's inside my house!" I don't even think. I just grab my hoodie and run out the door. I don't drive. I take my bike because it's faster in the neighborhood, and it's only a few minutes away if you cut through the side streets. The entire ride I'm expecting, I don't know, something to step out in front of me. Something to be waiting. I get there, pounding on her door, and she throws it open and basically yanks me inside. She's shaking so hard she can barely talk, and when she finally does, she just keeps repeating, "It's gone. It just disappeared." No broken windows, no open doors, nothing out of place. Just her fear filling the whole house like smoke. And we tried to rationalize it. We really did. Stress, imagination, shadows, anything. But then, summer 2022, I'm in my backyard again, this time with another friend. Let's call him Noah. We're having a little fire going, just messing around, roasting snacks, talking about nothing important. Noah has always been sensitive, I guess. He gets spooked easily, and he swears he picks up on weird vibes in places other people don't. He's standing near the edge of the yard, kind of dancing around, being goofy. Then he just freezes, like his whole face drains. And he goes, very quietly, "Do you see that?" I turn, expecting maybe an animal or a person. He points toward the same neighbor's yard. And he says, "There's a shadow, a man. It's huge, like 8 feet tall." I scan the yard. Nothing. The trees are still. The fence line is empty. But then I notice something that makes my skin prickle. There's this weird patch of fog. Not like a misty evening fog everywhere, just a single cloud of it, sitting low in the middle of the yard like someone poured it there. No breeze, no reason, just fog in one place. Noah wouldn't stop staring at it, wouldn't step closer, just kept backing up like whatever he saw could move again at any second. And then the last thing, this one's just me. This past summer, I get home late from a movie. It's quiet, lights off, neighborhood asleep. I step out of the car, shut the door, and as I'm walking up my driveway, I hear this scream, like a full-on, blood-curdling scream, coming from the woods behind the houses. Not like a fox, not like a dog, a scream that sounded human. Every hair on my arms stood up. I ran inside so fast I nearly tripped. Then I went to the window and stared out, scanning the trees, the street, the shadows between houses. Nothing. No movement, no person, no animal, no sound afterward. Just quiet again, like the neighborhood swallowed it. And that's what messes with me the most. I've never actually seen it. Not clearly. Not like they describe. But after the first time in 2019, I started getting this constant feeling of being watched. Like when you're alone, but your body refuses to believe you're alone. And after that, other weird things happened to me too. Stuff that freaked me out so bad I didn't even want to talk about it for a while. So I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's something real, or if it's some kind of shared fear that's taken on a life of its own. All I know is, in the nicest, quietest neighborhood you can imagine, multiple people have described the same thing. And if I ever see it for myself, I'll never forget it. So this happened maybe late spring last year, back when I was still living at my mom and stepdad's place, before I ended up moving in with my Nana. There was this house up the dirt road that always made my family, you know the kind. Nothing bad you can point to, but every time you look at it, your stomach just tightens a little. It kept getting bought and put back on the market, over and over, but nobody ever actually stayed there long. My stepdad, Ronnie, told me this story he'd heard around town. Years ago, a family lived there and then, apparently, just vanished. Like, they left furniture, dishes, even kids' stuff behind, but took small personal things, like wallets, photos, and paperwork. Supposedly, authorities tracked them as far as the state line heading toward Arizona, and then it just stopped. No new reports, no sightings, nothing. Like they fell off the map. So of course, one day me, my brother Caleb, and our friend Mara decide we're going to go check it out. Because we're geniuses, obviously. The place looked exactly how you'd imagine. The porch was buried in dead leaves and snapped branches, and weeds had taken over like they owned the land. There was even this skinny little tree pushing up through one corner of the porch boards, like the house was getting swallowed slowly from underneath. The driveway had this weird carport thing, just a roof, no walls, like someone started building it and gave up. Off to the side, there was a smaller shed, and behind the house was a whole mess of stuff. A gated pasture area, a beat-up horse ring, 2 locked shipping containers, and a couple huge barn-like buildings that were open on one side. There were also 2 garages, and inside them were these long, narrow trenches running down both sides, like someone had dug channels into the concrete. That part bothered me more than it should have. But the weirdest detail? When we finally got to the house itself and started peeking around inside, there were these odd cutouts in the walls in multiple rooms. And each cutout had a piece of drywall that fit it perfectly, like a puzzle piece you could pop in and out. Some openings seemed to go into the walls. One looked like it led under a bathtub. Another was tucked where a closet should have been. None of them were big enough for a person to crawl into, but still, why would you even make those? Both the front and back doors were locked. We circled the place like we were in a low-budget crime movie, found a window that wasn't latched right, and climbed through. We dropped into what looked like a dining area with a little bar counter, and that opened into a living room. Everything felt like the air didn't move right. We walked down a hallway, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The bathroom had a broken toilet and an old medicine cabinet. One bedroom had literally one thing in it, a paperback book, face down in the middle of the floor. The living room had one lonely chair, angled slightly like someone had been sitting in it recently, even though there was dust everywhere. Then we went past the kitchen and pantry and found the master bedroom. And I'm telling you, the second we stepped into that room, all 3 of us felt it. Like a pressure shift, like the room didn't want us there. It was mostly empty except for this cracked plastic light cover on the floor. The blinds were down on the windows, but one window looked like the blinds had been dragged downward, like someone slid their whole body down them. leaving them bent and half collapsed. But we still stayed, because again, geniuses. I downloaded a couple ghost hunting apps on my phone earlier, mostly as a joke. I didn't really believe they'd do anything. We sat in the living room, trying to act brave, and I opened this one app that showed an EMF meter and claimed it could translate words it picked up into text. A little text box popped up and showed spray. Then a second later, beside you. And Caleb, without even speaking, slowly looked down. Right next to his shoe was a can of bug spray. Not just any bug spray, a bright red can, the kind you'd instantly notice. None of us remembered it being there, and I swear on everything, we would have seen it when we walked in. We're all staring at it, that cold silence settling in, and I switch apps to a voice recorder one that claimed it could catch EVP-type sounds. I hit record, and we just sit there, barely breathing. Maybe a minute passes. Then we hear a loud bang from down the hallway, like a cabinet slamming, like a door hitting a frame. We jumped up and rushed back down the hall, but nothing was moving. No doors were open, no windows had blown in. But that medicine cabinet in the bathroom, the one we'd looked at earlier, now looked slightly off, like it had been messed with. The worst part? My phone caught the bang on the recording. That was enough for us. We didn't even argue. We climbed out the same window like our lives depended on it, but we didn't leave the property. We ran to that little side shed under the carport roof and tried to calm down. Inside were some rusty tools and a torn bag of dog food. We huddled in there, talking fast, half laughing the way people do when they're scared and trying not to admit it. I set my phone up on a metal beam across the shed wall to record us while we talked, just in case anything else happened. A few minutes later, I grabbed my phone to check the footage, and my screen was completely wrecked. It wasn't cracked. It wasn't dead. It was glitching, hard. The entire display was covered in streaks and flashing lines and blocks of pixelated color, like a broken TV channel. It kept pulsing and jumping, and no matter what I pressed, it wouldn't respond. It was like the phone had gotten scrambled. And after that, it never worked again. I ended up tossing it later. I know, everyone says, why would you throw it away? But at the time, I just wanted it out of my hands, out of my room, out of my life. And here's the part that still makes me feel weird when I think about it. While we were inside the house, we kept hearing footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate steps in the weeds, like someone circling the place. And more than once, all of us saw a light flicker in one of the windows, like somebody was moving around in there, even though we were the only ones inside. So yeah, that's it. I honestly don't know what happened up there. I don't know if it was someone messing with us, some electrical thing I can't explain, or something we weren't supposed to walk into. But I do know this. That house didn't feel empty, not even close. So, I have this running list in my phone. Nothing dramatic on the surface, just dates and times, little notes. Except the things I'm writing down aren't normal. They're the kind of moments that stick to your ribs, the kind you replay while you're folding laundry or brushing your teeth, and you still can't make them make sense. There are two that I think about the most. The first one happened late summer, 8/27/20, just after 6 a.m. My partner, Marcus, had already left for work, and my little boy Eli, he was 3 then, was still knocked out asleep. The house was quiet in that early morning way, where even the fridge hum feels loud. I got up and went to the bathroom. Normal, half-awake routine. And when I walked back out into the hallway, I heard this soft crying. Not loud, not sobbing, just a low, sad little sound, like someone trying not to be heard. My first thought was Eli, like Maybe he woke up and wandered out of his room. The crying sounded like it was coming from the den, and our place is small, so if he'd gone in there, he would have had to pass right by me. But I figured maybe I missed him. Maybe I was still sleepy. So I walked into the den. Nothing. No Eli. No movement. And as soon as I stepped in, the crying seemed to drift, like it was coming from the kitchen now. It wasn't fading away like a noise you imagined. It was there, just in a different place. I went into the kitchen, and I swear to you, it sounded like it was back in the den again, like it was playing this awful little game, pulling me from room to room. And I remember getting this sudden rush of frustration, because what else do you do when your brain is trying to find a normal explanation and it can't? I started walking back toward the den and I called out, louder than I meant to, "Why are you crying? Why are you crying?" And it stopped. Not gradually, not like it got quieter, just cut off, like someone flipped a switch. The silence afterward was so complete it made my skin prickle. I went straight to Eli's room, heart thumping, and he was still asleep, deep asleep. No sniffles, no damp cheeks, no little hiccups, nothing. And I stood there for a minute just staring at him, trying to convince myself it had to be the plumbing, or the neighbor, or some weird echo. But I knew that sound hadn't come from my kid. The second one happened almost a year later, 8/6/21, around 7:20 a.m. Again, Marcus was already at work. It was just me and Eli, except he was 4 by then, more talkative, more aware of everything. We were sitting together on the couch. No TV, no music, no phone videos. Just one of those rare, quiet mornings where you're both kind of waking up slowly. And then, out of nowhere, a man's voice said, clear as day, "Renee." My name. Not muffled. Not like it came from a TV in another room. It sounded like someone was right there in the house, speaking normally. I froze, like completely still. I didn't even answer, because my brain was scrambling, trying to decide if I'd imagined it, trying to find anything that would make it make sense. And then Eli looked up at me and said, "Mama, did you hear that?" Something said Renee. I felt my stomach drop. Because okay, if it was in my head, he wouldn't have reacted. And he wasn't laughing or being silly. He looked serious, confused. Then he tilted his head toward the hallway and said, very matter of fact, "I think it went into my room." And I swear, right after he said that, the TV turned on by itself. I just sat there, staring at the TV, and then at my kid, and it felt like the whole house was holding its breath. Those 2 moments are the ones that replay the most, especially because Eli remembers the second one like it happened yesterday. Every once in a while he'll bring it up, casually, like he's talking about a cartoon, and it sends chills straight through me. And the thing is, those aren't the only entries in that list. There have been nights where we've been jolted awake by these huge bangs, like something heavy slamming down, so loud it rattles your nerves, loud enough that even Marcus woke up, and he can sleep through almost anything. And then there was one time. This one still makes my throat tighten just thinking about it, when I heard a woman's voice right by my left ear. Panicked, urgent, like she was right there with me. She said, "Call 911. I felt her breath. That's the part that messes with me the most. It wasn't just sound. It was close, intimate, like someone leaning in. Nothing in this house has ever felt evil. Not like that. But some of it has been so startling, so physical, that it's hard not to feel shaken afterward. And I keep thinking maybe I should have someone come by, someone who actually knows what they're doing, some kind of reading, some kind of check. I just don't even know where to begin, or what to call what I'm looking for. I just know I've been writing it down because I need proof for myself that it happened, that I'm not making it up, that it isn't just my mind playing tricks. Because when it's quiet again, when the sun is up and everything looks normal. It would be so easy to convince yourself it was nothing. But it didn't feel like nothing. It felt like something in my house noticed me. So, when we first moved into this place, it honestly felt like a blank slate, quiet, empty, almost too normal. And I remember thinking, okay, great, nothing weird here. My partner, let's call him Ethan, is the biggest skeptic I've ever met. The kind of person who wants 3 explanations, a diagram, and a weather report before he'll admit something is even slightly off. Which is funny, because when he was a kid, he had these experiences that freaked his family out so much that his mom actually brought someone in to check things out. He hates talking about it now, like he's embarrassed it ever happened. But lately, things have been happening here that we just can't neatly explain away. The first thing was small, but it got under our skin. In the middle of the night, we'd hear this sound in our bedroom, like aerosol cans being nudged or rolled around. At first, we both went, mouse, obviously. So we checked everything. We moved stuff, cleaned, looked for droppings, listened for scratching, even checked behind furniture like absolute maniacs. Nothing. No evidence, no clues. Just the sound. Like something was slowly pushing those cans around, right when the house was at its quietest. Then there's the gaming console. We've tried so hard to debunk this one. We turned off any voice controls, made sure nothing was paired weirdly, checked settings, unplugged it, replugged it, everything. And still, every now and then, the console will just turn on by itself. Like someone physically pressed the button. No one near it, no controller bump, no updates running. It's not constant, which almost makes it worse. It's random, like it's choosing its moments. One day, I was in the living room with our little one, Milo, who's about 1.5 years. He was on my knee, calm, and we were completely alone in the house. And suddenly it sounded like one of his big plastic toy bins got shaken, hard. Not a little rattle, a loud, deliberate shake, like someone grabbed it and jostled it. I froze. Full body, stomach drop kind of freeze. I actually remember whispering, "Hello?" like an idiot. Like, what was I expecting to hear back? A few days after that, Ethan and I were sitting in the living room late morning, maybe around 10:30, and the TV was off. No music, no phones playing anything. And we heard this really clear, bright, bell-like sound. We both looked at each other instantly, because it sounded exactly like Milo's little xylophone toy. So we got up and tried to recreate it. We hit the toy, moved it, tapped around the area, checked if something fell, checked if a metal object could have made the sound. Nothing matched, not even close. And that was the moment I saw it shift for Ethan. Not like full panic or anything, just this tiny crack in the skeptic wall. He didn't even want to say it out loud at first, but eventually he went, really quietly, "Okay, that's weird. I don't love that." Another thing, this one creeps me out in such a specific way. We have this small canvas print of Milo's photo hanging above the stairs. It's not somewhere we brush against. You can't casually bump it. It's just up there. And one day I walked past and it was crooked. Like noticeably wonky, like someone had adjusted it and didn't straighten it properly after. I see it every single day. I would have noticed if it had been like that before. And then, just recently, I was awake in the early hours breastfeeding. The house was still, all the doors and windows shut, no draft, no breeze. And I heard the baby gate rattle. That unmistakable plastic and metal shaking sound, like someone tested it with their hand. I sat there holding Milo, heart thumping, listening for it to happen again. It didn't. Just that one burst of movement. and then silence. But the most unsettling thing, honestly the thing that made me feel cold, was what happened to Ethan. He woke up one morning with scratches on him. Not one or two little marks. I mean multiple scratches, red, slightly cut, like someone dragged something across his skin. There were several, like 7 or 8 lines in a few spots. And here's the thing, he bites his nails. He has basically no nails, and he sleeps in a t-shirt. So it's not like he accidentally clawed himself in his sleep. He even tried to recreate it, scratching himself hard, just to prove it could happen naturally, and he couldn't. The marks didn't look the same, and he literally can't get that kind of scratch with how short his nails are. What really got him was that this exact kind of thing used to happen when he was little. The same weird scratches, the same confusion. He didn't want to connect the dots, but you could tell it bothered him on a deeper level than he wanted to admit. And the scratches didn't just vanish. They stayed faintly visible for days. Now I'm sitting here feeling uneasy, like genuinely unsettled in my own home. Not because I want to believe in something scary, I don't. I want everything to have a tidy explanation. But when your child's toys are making noises by themselves, and the things meant to keep him safe are rattling like someone touched them, it hits different. And then there was this one night that still makes my skin crawl a little. Milo started crying in the dark like normal baby stuff, nothing unusual. And then suddenly he sat up, just stopped crying instantly, and stared into the corner of the room. Just stared. Quiet. Still. Ethan whispered, "What is he doing?" Because Milo never does that. And I remember watching his little face, so serious, so focused, like he was looking at someone standing there. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's all separate little coincidences and parenting paranoia and old electronics being weird. But if you'd asked Ethan a month ago, he would have laughed at the idea of anything strange going on. And now? Now he's the one who keeps saying, "I don't know, something feels off." So, I've lived in Michigan my whole life. 31 years, same general area, same familiar skies. My parents split up when I was a kid. Mom moved across town, but my dad stayed in the old house I grew up in. It's this big, stubborn, too quiet place that always feels a little too empty when you're there alone. My dad, Frank, is 68, and somehow he still hasn't retired. He's the kind of guy who treats rest like it's a bad habit. Old school, loud opinions, proud, and the type who'll climb a ladder by himself even when everyone begs him not to. He's also got this little ritual I've always loved. We'll sit out back, share a cigar, and just talk about nothing and everything. Nothing and everything. Out of all 4 of us kids, I'm the youngest, and I've always been the one closest to him. So I check in a lot. Partly because I want to, and partly because I worry he'll try to wrestle a lawnmower or a gutter problem into submission, and nobody will be there if it goes wrong. Anyway, last Tuesday evening, I'm driving back toward my apartment, and my phone rings around 8:15. It's Dad. Not unusual. But the second I answer, he goes, really casually, like he's annoyed with me. "Why do you keep telling me to come downstairs? I'm sitting right here." And I'm like, "Dad, what are you talking about?" He says, "You've been yelling up at me from the basement, telling me to come down there, like you need me." My stomach just drops, because I haven't been to the house all day. I tell him, "I'm not even there, I'm like half an hour away." And he gets quiet for a second, like he's trying to decide whether to argue or not. Then he goes, "No, I know my kids' voices. That was you. Clear as day." That's the part that got me. Because it wasn't, "I heard something." It was certainty. He sounded rattled in this very specific way, like he was trying hard not to sound rattled. So I turn the car around and go straight to the house. When I get there, he's acting tough about it, but he keeps repeating, "I'm not losing it. I'm not. I know what I heard." And I tell him, I believe him. I do. We walk through every room, upstairs, downstairs, basement, closets, backyard, garage, everything. No one's there. Doors locked, windows fine, nothing out of place. Eventually he shrugs it off like he always does, but I can tell it sticks with him. A few days go by, nothing. Then the following Saturday, Dad calls me around late afternoon, says he got held up at work and asks if I can swing by and run the sprinklers. The system at that house is old. Each section has to be turned on manually. So I'm there flipping a switch, waiting, flipping the next one, waiting. In between sections, I sit on the couch and put on some random TV just to kill time. I'm sitting there maybe 40 minutes, totally relaxed, half paying attention to whatever's on the screen. And I hear a voice. Not from the TV, not from outside. It's coming through the vents, like the sound is riding the ductwork. It's drifting up from the basement entertainment area. At first, I can't make out the words, so I sit up fast and mute the TV. And then it happens again. And I swear to you, my whole body went cold, because it sounded like my mother. Clear, familiar. The exact tone she used when she wanted you to do something right now without asking twice. "Hey, can you come down here?" Then a pause. And then again, slightly different, same meaning. "Can you come downstairs for a second? Come down here, will you? Can you come down here?" Over and over, like it was trying different versions until one of them worked. But that voice was so perfect, it made my eyes sting. Like my brain didn't even have time to question it. It just went straight to recognition. And the creepiest part is, it wasn't comforting. It didn't feel like, "Oh, Mom's here." It felt like something putting on a costume and getting it almost too right. I stood there frozen, staring at the hallway like the basement door was about to breathe. Every instinct in me said, do not go down there. Not be careful, not check it out, just don't. So I didn't. I grabbed my keys, walked out, locked the door behind me, and went straight to my car. And then I just sat there in the driveway, heart pounding, waiting for my dad to come home because I didn't want him walking into that house alone without knowing what I'd heard. When he pulled in, I told him everything, every detail. I tried to convince him to stay somewhere else for the night, my place, my sister's, anywhere. He listened, nodded, and then did the most dad thing possible. He shook his head, muttered something like, "I'm not letting some nonsense chase me out of my own house," and went inside anyway. And I just sat there thinking, what the hell is going on in that house? Because I can handle creaks. I can handle a weird noise. I can handle my dad saying, maybe I imagined it. But 2 separate times, voices we recognize, asking us to come to the basement? That doesn't feel like imagination. That feels like something trying to lure you. So, I didn't even know how to label this when it happened, because it's not exactly a dream story, and it's not exactly just life experience either. It's more like one of those moments where everything lines up a little too neatly, and you're left staring at it like, okay, what was that? I've got a friend. Her name's Marisol, and she swears she's an empath. And honestly, I've seen her do this thing where she'll randomly text someone like, "Hey, are you okay?" And the person will be like, "Wait, how did you know I was having a rough day?" She says she gets these hits, like feelings that don't feel like hers, and sometimes it's like something is trying to get a message through her. So earlier this week, Marisol texts me out of nowhere and she goes, "This is going to sound strange, but something really maternal is here, and it wants you to know it loves you. Like, it's always watching over you." And I'm like, my mom is alive, very much alive. So I text back, "Okay, maternal how? What does that even mean?" And she tells me, "It feels motherly, but older, like elderly maternal." Immediately my stomach kind of drops because my grandmother, Lillian, passed away a couple years ago, late spring, around May. Marisol knows that. She doesn't know a ton of details, but she knows I took it hard. Like, ugly cry, can't talk about it without my throat closing kind of hard. Here's where it gets weirder. I've been dreaming about my grandma a lot lately. Not constant, but enough that I noticed. And it's always this same strange theme. She's alive in the dream, but there's this looming feeling that she's going to die soon. Not how she actually passed, just that sense of it's about to happen. And in real life, my mom has been having health issues. She was in the hospital for several days with heart problems, and I've been terrified something is going to happen to her. So my partner, Eli, and I had been saying, "Okay, this is probably just stress. Your brain is blending the fear you have about your mom into this symbol of your grandma." Which honestly makes sense. Like, that's the logical explanation, right? So when Marisol says the message feels maternal but elderly, and I tell her, "That's wild, because I've been dreaming about my grandma," she goes, "Oh my God, wait." And she tells me that the energy, whatever she was feeling, got excited. Like enthusiastic. Like yes. Like it was relieved I'd connected the dots. And she says it kept pushing this feeling of, "Tell her I love her. Tell her I'm here." And then she tells me something else that I did not expect. She goes, "It also wants you to breathe. Like, slow down. Stop being so hard on yourself. Everything's going to be okay." And I'm already sitting there kind of chilled because, okay, sure, that's comforting. But then she says, and this is oddly specific, but it's telling me you need to ease up on the guy you live with, the one who isn't your husband. Like, keep the peace. He's dealing with his own stuff, and he hasn't learned what you've learned yet. And I just stare at my phone. Because yes, there is a guy living with us, Troy, my partner's longtime friend. And Troy is a lot sometimes. He's messy, a little aimless, and I get irritated because I feel like I'm always the adult in the room. But the thing is, I barely talk to Marisol about him. I think I mentioned him once months ago, and it was basically just, he's kind of lazy. Not some deep conversation about his inner wounds or whatever. But here's what really got me. Eli says almost the exact same thing to me sometimes. Like word for word energy. He hasn't had the experiences you've had. He's still figuring it out. Don't be so hard on him. And Eli has never said that to Marisol. Ever. There's no way she'd be repeating something she heard from him. So now I'm sitting there with all of these overlapping pieces. My grandma showing up in my dreams lately. My mom's health stuff putting me in a constant state of fear. My empath friend randomly reaching out with an elderly maternal message. The yes, yes reaction when I mention the dreams. The oddly specific roommate advice that matches what my partner always tells me. And I'm just thinking, what are the chances? Marisol is completely convinced it was my grandma. Like, no question in her mind. And I want to believe that. Part of me really, really does. Another part of me is like, okay, coincidence exists. Pattern seeking exists. Stress does weird things to your brain. Maybe I'm seeing meaning because I want meaning. When I told Eli, he was calm about it. He didn't try to talk me into believing or not believing. He just said, "Take whatever you want from it. If it comforts you, let it comfort you. There's no wrong way to hold something like that." And that's kind of where I'm landing. Because I've believed in paranormal stuff since I was a kid. I've always felt like there's more going on than we can see. But I'm also not the type who can turn my brain off and just accept something without questioning it. So I don't know. I really don't. All I know is, it shook me. In a gentle way. Like someone tapped my shoulder and reminded me to breathe. Reminded me I'm loved. Reminded me to soften a little. And whether it was truly my grandma, or my own fear and hope and grief weaving together into something that felt like her, it still kind of helped. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. I'm so excited today, and even more excited to be here sharing paranormal stories and experiences from around the world. Drop a comment and tell me where you're watching from, and feel free to send in your own paranormal experiences too. Alright, let's jump into today's stories. And before we start, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss the latest uploads. Ready? Let's get into it. Okay, so listen. I moved into this new apartment maybe 10 days ago, and I swear, from the very first time I walked in, something in me just tightened. I've always been like that. I don't know how to explain it without sounding dramatic, but I get these instincts. Like a place can feel off, the way the air feels wrong before a storm. My brother Leo and my aunt Nadia helped me bring my stuff in. Everyone was laughing, carrying boxes, doing the whole new place, fresh start thing. And I was smiling too, trying to match the vibe, but inside I kept thinking, why does this feel like I'm not alone? That first night was awful. Not, I'm nervous because it's a new home awful, like deep, sour, nauseating dread. I remember lying there thinking, if I stay here long enough, I'm going to throw up. I barely slept. And then in the morning, I looked down and my legs were dotted with bruises. Not huge ones, but enough to make me pause. I bruise easily, so I told myself, okay, you bumped into something while moving boxes. Calm down. I was also binging scary videos at the time, so I tried to be rational and not feed my own paranoia. But then little things started happening. Stuff I couldn't quite explain, but also couldn't fully prove. Like a ceramic cup I know I left on the coffee table. I went to the bathroom, came back, and it was gone. I looked everywhere and finally found it sitting in the kitchen sink like someone had tidied it away. And I remember standing there, staring at it, trying to convince myself I'd done it without thinking. You know when you're like, maybe I'm just on autopilot. So I let it go. Then objects started falling. Not constantly, but randomly, like a book sliding off a shelf when nothing touched it, or a little trinket clinking onto the floor when I'd been across the room. Every time it happened, I'd jump, then immediately scold myself. Whole building, uneven surfaces. Stop making this into a horror movie. During the day, I mostly felt okay. Just every once in a while, I'd get that prickly sensation, like someone was staring at the back of my neck. I'd turn around fast, expecting to catch someone in the act, and of course, nothing. Empty room, quiet apartment. But at night? At night, it was different. At night, it felt like the apartment was aware of me. And the creepiest part is, I started getting used to it. Like, I'd do my little routine, check the hallway, peek into the bathroom, look into the bedroom corners, and everything would be normal. No one there. So my brain would go, see? Nothing. And I'd try to sleep with that constant, watched feeling buzzing over my skin. Here's the thing. I'm not someone who thinks everything is evil. I believe in weird stuff, I guess, but I'm not out here trying to summon spirits or whatever. And for most of those nights, it didn't feel like something wanted to hurt me. It felt more like something was observing, curious, present. Like I'd walked into someone else's space and they were silently deciding what to do with me. I didn't tell anyone. I mean, who do you even tell? My friends would laugh, my family would worry, and I didn't want anyone thinking I'd lost it. Plus, if nothing bad was happening, why stir up panic? I can't explain the difference in a way that makes me sound sane, but it stopped feeling neutral. It started feeling closer, sharper, like the air had teeth. And then last night happened. I have insomnia, so my nights are usually the same. I'm up late, scrolling or gaming, telling myself one more thing until I'm exhausted enough to pass out. That night, I finally shut everything off and lay there in the dark, trying to sleep. And the second I turned the lights out, boom. That same sickness from the first night came back, except worse, like my whole body knew before my mind did. My stomach dropped, my skin went cold, and I remember thinking, no, not this again. I opened my eyes and I looked around because it felt stupid not to. And I saw something. Not like a clear face, not like a person standing there under a lamp. More like a shape, like the suggestion of a woman, tall and thin, made out of darkness that didn't match the darkness around it. And the moment my eyes locked on, it was gone, like it blinked out. My heart was going crazy, but I did what I always do. I tried to explain it away. You're tired, you're stressed, your eyes are playing tricks on you. So I closed my eyes again and forced myself to breathe like everything was normal. And then my brain served me this image, totally uninvited. A woman reaching for my feet. Like the kind of intrusive thought that's so vivid it makes you flinch. And right as that image hit, I felt my left foot get wrapped in this buzzing pressure. Not a hand, not fingers, more like, imagine electricity pooling around your skin, like a tight, static glove. It wasn't painful exactly, but it was wrong. Like my body recognized it as not mine. I freaked out. I kicked my blanket off and sat up fast, staring down at my feet like I expected to see burn marks or something. And that's when I saw it again. This time, it wasn't across the room. It was closer, like it had crouched low, half hidden near the side of the bed, almost like it was trying to tuck itself out of sight. And I know how that sounds, I do, but I swear I saw the outline, the shape, the presence of it. And then, right after, I heard a sharp rustle, and this takeout bag from the night before. Mine was a crumpled fast food bag on the table, just got knocked onto the floor, like a quick, impatient swipe. Then nothing. No more movement, no more sound, just me sitting there, shaking, staring into the dark like it might happen again. I stayed awake for a while after that, maybe an hour, until my body finally caved and I fell asleep out of pure exhaustion. Which honestly makes me feel even worse, because it's like, I'm so tired I'll sleep even when I'm terrified. So yeah, that's where I'm at. And I don't know what to do. I don't know if I'm imagining things, or if I've gotten into my own head, or if something is actually in this apartment with me. I just know the feeling changed, and last night felt like a warning. And I'm scared now. Like, for real scared. What would you do? So, this is one of those stories that still makes me feel a little tender when I talk about it. Back in April of 2019, I moved into this old house with a couple roommates. Wood floors that creaked, too many boxes that never fully got unpacked, that kind of place. I already had my own cats, but right before the move, I found this tiny street cat, skinny, sweet, unmistakably pregnant, hanging around near a busy stretch downtown. And I just couldn't leave her there. I kept thinking, if she has those babies out here, they're not going to make it. So I brought her with me. I took her to the vet, and the vet did that careful, professional thing where they're trying to prepare you gently. They told me it would probably be a few weeks before she gave birth. She went into labor 6 days later. I remember thinking, no, this is too soon. And it was. The kittens were so small they barely looked real, like nature had rushed and forgotten a few steps. The first kitten came out and I didn't understand what was happening fast enough. His mom didn't break the sack, and I didn't realize in time. That one still sits heavy in my chest when I think about it. The second kitten, this little fighter, came out in the same danger, and I caught it. I got him out, rubbed him, kept him warm, did everything with shaking hands and this desperate, stubborn hope. He was this 1-ounce preemie, so small he could fit in my palm like a fragile secret. But he lived. The third kitten wasn't in a sack at all. It was stillborn, and it was not fully formed. No fur, no bones you could really feel. Just heartbreaking in a way I don't even know how to describe without my voice going quiet. And then the fourth arrived later that night, when the house was asleep. Like she waited until the world got quieter. And that kitten, oh, her mom adored her. It was obvious. That baby got the special treatment, the cleaning, the nudging, the constant attention, the favorite. The two that didn't make it, we buried in the backyard. I wanted cremation. I wanted something official, something that said, you mattered and you existed. But my partner at the time, Evan, thought it was too much for 2 tiny kittens that weighed less than a slice of bread. He said, "We're going to live here a long time. They'll still be with us." At the time, I wasn't sure whether that comforted me or irritated me. Now I'm not so sure it wasn't true. The mom and the fourth kitten ended up getting adopted by a friend, Marisol, who really wanted a girl kitten and absolutely did not want a boy. So the fourth baby went with her, along with Mama Cat. The second kitten stayed with me. I named him Juniper, though everyone called him Junie. And he grew up into this big, slightly goofy 12-pound cat who, according to my vet, has a little bit of neurological weirdness, but honestly, he's pretty normal. He's just a little extra in the head, like his thoughts take the scenic route. Anyway, not long after Marisol adopted the mom and the fourth kitten, something started happening in the house. One night I woke up suddenly, that half-awake panic you get when something feels wrong before your brain even catches up. Junie usually slept beside me, and I had this weird habit with him. I'd reach out with my hand in the dark, and he'd press his forehead into my palm. It was our little "I'm here" signal. That night, I reached out and nothing. No warm fur, no solid little head. So I sat up fast and looked around the room, heart pounding. I saw him, or what I thought was him, curled in one of the square boxes on the cat tree. So I got up and walked over and reached into the box to pet him. I felt the back wall of the box. Empty. I froze there for a second because I genuinely thought my brain was glitching. Like, did I just hallucinate a cat? Then I found Junie asleep in the hallway, like he'd been there the whole time. And that should have been the end of it, right? Just a sleeping mistake, a trick of the dark. Except the first kitten, the one I lost, looked almost exactly like Junie. Same markings, same little face shape, like a copy with a softer outline. I told myself I was just grieving, that I was filling in gaps with wishful thinking. Then Evan said casually, like he was commenting on the weather, "Oh, I saw him too. The other one. On the cat tree." I remember staring at him like, "What do you mean you saw him too?" And Evan goes, "I looked at him and I just knew his name was Milo, like it dropped into my head." We didn't even argue about it. It was one of those things that felt strangely settled, like the name had always been his. And then there was the other kitten, the third one, the stillborn one, the one that didn't look like Junie at all. Evan said he'd seen that kitten a couple times too, but he couldn't place the name. He kept saying it felt like something that started with an L, like Luca or Lumi, something like that. And he wasn't sure if it felt like a boy or a girl. A couple days later, I had this dream that felt so vivid it made my skin prickle when I woke up. In the dream, I was in this little pet shop looking at a grown cat, full-sized, healthy, calm, who looked exactly like that third kitten would have if nature had finished the job. There was a tag on the cage door with her name. It said, Lark. When I woke up, I said the name out loud before I even sat up, like I didn't want it to slip away. I told Evan, and after that we just called her Lark, like that's what she had been waiting for, a name, a recognition. And here's the part that makes people give me that look. You know the look, the okay look. Visitors would come over and say things like, "Wait, where did the other cat that looks like Junie go?" Or, "I thought you had a second kitten." One of my roommates, Caleb, had friends over one night, hanging out in the craft room with the door closed. We didn't allow the cats in there because there were beads and thread and glue guns and all kinds of stuff that could hurt them. The rule was strict, no cats. But later, Caleb's friends were laughing and asking why we had secret cats, because apparently they felt cats brushing against their legs. They saw a small shape dart by. They swore something jumped onto the couch with them, light as a breath, and then disappeared. We searched the whole house, every time. Nothing. And the weirdest part is, it never felt scary. Not once. It felt familiar, protective, like someone checking the perimeter. I started thinking maybe Milo and Lark were still around because, I don't know, because their brother survived, because they wanted to make sure he stayed that way. And then there's this, the part I don't even bring up unless someone seems genuinely open-minded. Sometimes Junie and two of my other cats will sit in the same spot, facing the same direction, totally locked in. And then, at the exact same time, all three will tilt their ears back, or angle them toward the same corner, like they're listening to something I can't hear, like they're reacting to a presence moving through the room. Someone once told me, dead serious, that maybe those kittens could share space with my living cats, like borrow their bodies for a moment. I don't know if that's a thing. I'm not claiming it's a thing, so yeah. That's my story. 2 kittens that didn't make it, and somehow still feel like they never really left, like they're tucked into the corners of the house, like little warm shadows, like love refusing to go quietly, just hanging around to keep watch over the one who survived. So, this happened back in 2011, but I remember it so clearly because it genuinely rattled me, and my friends and I talked about it for ages afterward, like we were going to solve it if we just replayed it enough times. At the time, I was living in my very first apartment by myself. It was one of those semi-basement units where the windows sit right at sidewalk level. To get to my front door, you had to walk down this narrow little staircase, like you were heading into a cellar. The building was old, creaky floors, chipped paint, that kind of old, and the neighborhood wasn't exactly comforting, especially at night. When I first moved in, I was paranoid all the time. I'd jump at every sound. If someone walked above me, I'd freeze and listen to every footstep like it was a warning. But after a while, I settled in. I started to like it, honestly. The place had these wide windows that let in a surprising amount of daylight, and when the sun hit the living room in the afternoon, it almost made you forget you were technically below ground. There was one part of the building that always made my skin crawl, though. The storage room across the hall from my unit. It was dark and damp and smelled weirdly metallic, like old pipes. I refused to go in there alone. If I had to grab something, I'd text a friend like, "Hey, can you come be my emotional support human while I get a box?" People laughed, but they still came. Anyway, the reason I ended up leaving was complicated. I'd gotten married really young, barely out of my teens, and the relationship ended fast. The divorce itself wasn't the scary part. It was the aftermath. My ex, Mason, wasn't violent or anything, but he had this habit of showing up when he felt like it, acting like boundaries were negotiable. I didn't want him knowing where I lived next. I just wanted space, quiet, a clean break. And weirdly, the moment I started packing to move, that's when things got unsettling. At first it was small, like I'd set my keys on the kitchen counter, always the same spot. Then the next morning I'd be tearing through my purse, checking the couch cushions, feeling ridiculous, and I'd find them somewhere that made no sense. On top of the bathroom sink, in the pantry. Once I found them on the windowsill behind a curtain I never opened. It wasn't just keys either. A little tin of cat treats I used daily, my MP3 player, a hair tie I knew I'd left on my nightstand. Things would vanish overnight and turn up later in places that felt wrong, like someone had put them there on purpose, as if to prove they could. I kept trying to explain it away. I told myself, "Okay, Harper, you're packing. You're stressed. You've got friends stopping by. You're scatterbrained." That sounded reasonable enough, so I clung to it. But then I started getting this sensation, this heavy, prickly feeling, that I wasn't alone in my own apartment. And the thing is, it didn't make sense. My blinds were always closed. The windows were at street level, sure, but you couldn't really see in unless you pressed your face right up to the glass, and I'd absolutely noticed that. Still, I'd catch myself turning around quickly, like I'd heard someone inhale behind me. Or I'd pause mid-task and just listen, because everything suddenly felt too quiet, like the room was holding its breath. I told myself it was nerves, moving jitters, the stress of wanting to disappear from someone's radar, all of it piled together. Then came the night I can't explain. I woke up suddenly, like the kind of wake-up where your heart is already racing before you even know why. For a split second, I thought one of my cats had jumped onto the bed and startled me. I blinked, trying to focus in the dark. And that's when I saw him. I didn't scream. I didn't even breathe. My whole body locked up so hard it felt like my bones went cold. I remember staring, trying to force my eyes to make sense of it. And then I did that thing where you blink hard and look again, like you're clearing sleep out of your vision. And when I looked back, it was gone. Just gone. No movement, no sound, no footsteps. Nothing. The end of the bed was empty, like it had always been. The cats were still asleep. The room was still. My blinds were still shut. And I lay there, wide-eyed, feeling like my apartment had turned into a different place entirely. The next day, I told my friends. Of course I did. And my friend Talia immediately went, "That's a ghost." Like it was the most obvious thing in the world. At the time, I didn't know what I believed. Honestly, I still don't. Part of me thinks maybe I was half dreaming. Maybe my brain stitched together shadows and stress and exhaustion into something terrifying. But another part of me, the part that remembers how real it looked, how present it felt, Can't shake the thought that something was there. And what freaks me out the most isn't even the figure itself. It's the timing. Because the weirdness didn't start when I moved in. It started when I began leaving. So, I've been binging a bunch of paranormal stories lately, and it finally reminded me that I've got one of my own. Actually, more like a whole little collection of them. And they all happened in the creepiest apartment I've ever lived in, hands down. Okay, back in 2012, my partner, Evan, and I moved in together for the first time. I'd just moved to his state so we could live near his university, and because it was a college town, finding a place was brutal. Everything was either snapped up instantly, didn't allow pets, or required proof of employment, none of which I had yet. We did have a cat though, so we ended up taking this apartment from a landlord who gave off major don't ask questions energy in a neighborhood where you very much did want to ask questions. We only saw the place once before signing, and I hated it immediately. Not because it was falling apart, it wasn't really. It was actually kind of spacious. But something about it made my skin feel tight, like my body was bracing for something it couldn't name. At the time, it was being worked on. No carpet yet, paint smell everywhere, tools and plastic sheeting, that whole deal. The emptiness made everything echo, and I told myself that was what felt so wrong. Also, the apartment sat partially below ground, so the living room windows and both bedroom windows were basically at sidewalk level. People walking past felt close. Too close. Then we moved in. The first night we came in after dark, I remember standing in the living room and staring down the hallway toward the back bedroom. And I felt this cold, slow dread for no reason I could explain. The layout was simple. Front door opens into the living room, hallway runs straight back, kitchen and bathroom on one side, a second, smaller bedroom on the other, and this little utility closet and laundry closet tucked along the hall. The big bedroom was at the very back, farther from the street, bigger, quieter. It should have been the more comfortable one. It wasn't. That back bedroom had this weird darkness. Like even if the lights were on in the hallway, the bedroom swallowed it. It always felt colder back there too, like the air never fully warmed up. And if I was alone in that room, I couldn't relax. I'd catch myself keeping my shoulders up like I was waiting for someone to tap me. I stopped sleeping well. I'd leave lamps on. I'd avoid getting up to use the bathroom at night unless Evan came with me. Yeah, I know how that sounds. But it was like my body refused to cross that hallway alone in the dark. A couple days after we moved in, I told Evan something that even I thought was bizarre. I said, "Our laundry closet freaks me out. I feel like one day I'm going to open it and see a man hanging in there." And I remember laughing right after, like, "Okay, brain, what are we doing?" Because why would you even think that? But the feeling was so strong I couldn't shake it. Anyway, the back bedroom got so bad that we eventually moved our bed into the smaller room closer to the front. And weirdly, immediately, I slept better. But then something else started ramping up. My sleep talking. I've always talked in my sleep. I'm one of those people who sits up with my eyes open and speaks like I'm in the middle of a conversation, and I don't remember a word of it in the morning. Evan wasn't used to that yet, so it really freaked him out. One night, I apparently sat straight up and snapped, "Stop it! That's not funny! Get those faces away from the window!" And Evan launches upright, because our bedroom window was right at street level. He thought someone was messing with us outside. He climbed up on the bed and yanked the curtain back like he was ready to fight. Nothing. Sidewalk empty. Just the glow of a street lamp and the occasional car. Middle of the night. I'm out cold. And suddenly I sit up again and say, really clearly, Who is that? Evan wakes up instantly, because again, neighborhood, ground level windows, all of that. And he's scanning the room, thinking someone broke in. He whispers, "What? Who?" And I say it again. Who is that? But I'm not looking at the window. I'm staring at the closed closet door. He tells me, "There's no one here. Go back to sleep." And I get irritated, like genuinely annoyed he can't see what I'm seeing. I go, "The little boy in the green coat. He's right there. He has a white rabbit." Evan said the way I said it wasn't dreamy or nonsensy. It was like I was describing something obvious, like I was pointing out a chair in the room and he was pretending not to see it. And then I just laid back down. Evan didn't sleep much after that. I don't blame him. Fast forward almost a year. By then, I wasn't struggling to sleep anymore, at least not the way I was in that back bedroom. But my sleep talking had turned into full-on sleep yelling sometimes, and Evan was exhausted from it. It was like whatever pressure had been sitting on me had shifted into my dreams. Then one night, I'm doing laundry, and I casually say, without even thinking about it, "God, I hate this closet. I still feel like I'm going to open it and see a man hanging in there." Evan just slowly turns and goes, "You said that when we first moved in." And I swear to you, I had completely forgotten. The words came out of my mouth like they were on autopilot. Hearing that I'd said the exact same thing months earlier made my stomach drop. A few nights later, I went to do laundry again. I opened the laundry door, and for a split second, the washer and dryer weren't there. It was just this dim little closet space, and there was a man hanging from above like he'd always been there. Flannel shirt, work jeans, heavy boots. I saw him for maybe half a heartbeat, and then the washer and dryer snapped back into place like a glitch corrected itself. I slammed the door so hard it hurt my hand and ran straight to Evan. I was shaking, trying to laugh it off because I didn't want to sound insane, but I was crying too, like my body was trying to pick one reaction and couldn't. Evan was quiet for a long time. Then he said, "Describe him." So I did. And halfway through, before I could even finish, he quietly filled in the rest of my description. Same clothes, same boots, because he'd seen him too. That was the point where my brain stopped trying to rationalize it. Because if it's just you can tell yourself you're tired, you're stressed, it's shadows. But when someone else confirms details you hadn't even said out loud yet, that hits different. That hits deep. We called a friend of Evan's, Marisol, who practiced Wicca and was one of the only people we knew who wouldn't immediately tell us we were being dramatic. She told us to come over. At her place, she did this whole cleansing ritual. Candles, herbs, murmured prayers, the works. She gave us a long strip of red fabric and told us to hang it above the front door as protection. She also gave us a small candle that had been lit from what she called a working flame, and she told us to use that to light any other candles or incense we burned in the apartment. And she told us to draw a specific symbol on the fuse box near the laundry area. So we did all of it. We hung the red fabric above the door. We marked the fuse box. And then, because I had an early shift the next morning, and I'm not proud of this, I told Evan, "Can you start the laundry and I'm going to bed?" I passed out immediately. Evan stayed up, procrastinating, because he was creeped out. He told me later he just sat there staring at the laundry door like it was going to breathe. And this is the part I didn't witness. This is entirely Evan's story. But I believe him, because he's the kind of person who hates exaggerating. He said the second he touched the doorknob with his free hand, the one not holding the candle, the laundry door started shaking. Not rattling gently, shaking like someone was on the other side slamming both fists into it. And he heard a man screaming. Not like through the walls, not like from outside. He said it sounded like it was coming from inside the closet. Meanwhile, I'm asleep in the room across the hall, completely unaware. No waking up, no hearing anything, nothing. Evan said it lasted a few seconds, long enough for him to freeze, long enough for him to feel his stomach drop, long enough for him to think, "Oh, I have made a mistake." Then everything stopped. Total silence. He waited. Then he opened the door, and according to him, the air inside the laundry closet felt normal, like the heaviness just lifted, like walking into a room after someone finally opens a window. From that night on, the laundry closet didn't scare me anymore, not like before. The nightmares calmed down. The apartment still never felt friendly exactly, but it stopped feeling like it was actively watching us. Evan still tells the story like it's a joke sometimes, like, "Remember when I accidentally exorcised the laundry closet?" But his eyes always do this tiny flicker when he says it. Like part of him is still standing there in that hallway, candle in hand, listening to something scream in the dark. Hey, so before I get into the weird part, let me ground this in something really ordinary. Someone in my immediate family, my Aunt Marianne, worked in a British charity shop for over 2 decades. Just quietly showing up, sorting donations, steaming clothes, chatting with regulars, doing the everyday work that keeps places like that alive. And if you've never had charity shops where you live, here's the quick version. People donate clothes, books, household bits, whatever they don't need anymore, and the shop sells it cheap. The money goes back into the charity. A lot of the staff are volunteers. It's not glamorous, but it matters. And this particular shop, it mattered to a lot of people who passed through it. What most people didn't know was that it also had a reputation. Not fun, spooky story for Halloween reputation. More like, the building has moods, and sometimes it behaves like someone's still living in it. I'm telling you this straight. Nobody in my family was trying to build a legend, and there was never any benefit in pretending. Honestly, if anything, it was embarrassing to even talk about, until it happened too many times to shrug off. Anyway, the shop was in Norwich, a really old city in East Anglia. The kind of place where history doesn't feel buried. It feels stacked on top of itself. Medieval streets, plague history, old stone, old timber. The sort of city where you can walk past a building and think, that wall has watched centuries happen. The charity has moved since. Same road, bigger unit. But the old place, last I heard, was sitting empty. Now, the layout is important because a lot of what happened makes more sense when you can picture where people were standing. On the ground floor, you walked straight into the shop front. Clothing rails on both sides, the till further in, then a long stretch of shelves with bric-a-brac. At the very back were the changing rooms, facing you like a dead end. Up the stairs, tight, old, winding stairs that only really fit one person at a time, you got to the first floor, staff only. On the right was this little box room you had to step up into, stacked with donated goods. Straight ahead was the sorting room, also up a step, where volunteers priced items and steamed clothes. Up again to the second floor, you could only turn right. This is where the staff room and toilets were. And then there was what we all ended up calling the top corridor, like a half level above the second floor. A short hallway with a fire exit on one side, the book room ahead, and another storage room used for extra stock and seasonal window displays. That last room, I hated it. I hated the feeling of it. It was the only place in the whole building where my stomach would drop the second I crossed the threshold. Oh, and there was supposedly a hidden basement too. The story was you could get to it by moving part of the till unit and finding this concealed door, down into what used to be an old kitchen space, like early 1900s, maybe older. Big old range, table, that kind of thing. I never actually went down there. Part of me is glad. So, what was the activity like? It wasn't constant. It wasn't like a haunted house attraction where something happens on cue. It came in waves. Some months, nothing at all. Then you'd get a stretch where something happened almost every week, and the experienced volunteers would start quietly warning the new ones. Like, look, you might laugh now, but just don't panic if the building does something. And the new volunteers always laughed. Until they didn't. The strangest part was how normalized it became. People would hear something, go check, find nobody, and then just go back to tagging shirts like it was a dripping tap. The main things people reported fell into a few patterns. First, shadow figures. Customers sometimes came out of the changing rooms saying they'd seen someone, like a person-shaped shadow, inside or just behind the curtain. One woman, apparently, got so shaken she was nearly in tears, insisting someone was in there with her. Marianne once closed up, locked the doors, and while she was finishing up downstairs, she saw a shadowy shape near the back, by the bric-a-brac, in front of the changing rooms. Just a human outline where no one should be. Another time she came down the stairs and had that awful sense of being followed, then actually saw something behind her on the staircase, moving the way a person moves. And volunteers reported the same kind of thing upstairs too, especially in the box room and that top storage room near the books. A few people even claimed they'd seen someone through the front window, when the shop was clearly empty and still locked, before the manager arrived. Second, sounds. This was probably the most common. Footsteps, heavy, purposeful steps, when no one was there. Doors opening and closing, including doors that were locked. It was especially noticeable after hours, when the shop was quiet and you could hear the building settling. Except these weren't settling noises. These sounded like someone moving with intention. Most of the time, it seemed to come from the second floor and that top corridor, like the fire door being pushed open and then shut. But that door was secured. People would go check, and it would be locked exactly as it should be. Sometimes it happened right near you, too. You'd be in the sorting room and hear the unmistakable sound of someone stepping into the hallway, like they were about to come in. And then you'd look up, and there'd be nobody. No movement, no light shift, nothing. The staircase was a hot spot as well, like hearing someone coming down quickly, and your body bracing for a person to appear. And then nothing. Third, touching. This one really bothered people. Customers in the changing rooms would sometimes complain that someone had brushed them or touched them through the curtain, like a hand, a tap, a little push. And yes, you could argue maybe someone could have done it, except the volunteers were trained to watch the changing rooms closely to prevent shoplifting. The changing rooms were in direct line of sight of the till, and you needed a little disc or token for each item you tried on. Staff were paying attention. When people said it happened, there often just wasn't anyone nearby who could have done it. Staff got it too. Taps on the shoulder, a touch on the arm, sometimes enough to make someone spin around expecting to see a coworker right behind them. It seemed to happen most upstairs, especially in the box room and that top storage area. And then there was the fourth category, the one nobody likes admitting out loud because it sounds the most ridiculous. Poltergeist-type stuff. Books opening by themselves. Pages flipping like someone was thumbing through them. Books sliding or even launching off shelves in the book room. Boxes shifting when nobody was touching them. Furniture nudging out of place. Things downstairs falling or being knocked over when there was no obvious reason. Sometimes with enough force that it didn't feel like a simple wobble. Doors slamming. And the creepiest part? Staff would hear what sounded like big items being dragged around in a room nobody was in. And when they opened the door, everything would look perfectly normal. Nothing moved. No sign of disturbance. Just silence, like the building was holding its breath. Now, my own experiences. By the time I had them, This stuff had already been a regular topic in my family, so I grew up hearing it the way you'd hear stories about a difficult neighbor, half believed, half filed away, always told with a slightly careful tone. My first experience happened when I was little, maybe 8 or 9. My dad had taken me and my brother out and bought us these cheap toy weapons, plastic swords, one of those little bow and arrow sets. And afterward, we went to the charity shop after closing to pick up Marianne. The shop was locked, quiet. The adults were upstairs in the office on the second floor. I was on the first floor, messing around with my toys, feeling like I had the whole building to myself. And those stairs, listen, those stairs were steep, narrow, twisting, the kind of stairs where you need to pay attention. I didn't. I took a wrong step and pitched forward, and I should have gone down, hard, head first, the kind of fall that can really hurt a kid. But I didn't fall. It's hard to explain without sounding insane, but I felt something invisible, grab my legs and hold me. I ended up stuck upside down, like my lower half was anchored in midair. I remember my arms flailing and my face hot with panic, screaming because my brain couldn't understand why gravity had just stopped working. And I remember seeing my feet, rigid in place, and the stairwell ceiling beyond them. My dad came running down and grabbed me. Later, he told me the strangest part wasn't even my screaming. It was that he saw no one holding me up. Just his kid somehow balanced in a way that shouldn't be possible. And I wasn't some nimble little gymnast. I was clumsy, honestly. If I'd been alone, I think I would have convinced myself I imagined it. But there were adults there. People saw it. My family has this long-running idea of guardian angels, moments where someone gets saved from something that should have gone badly. And they've always counted that as one of those moments. Whether it was connected to the shop, I don't know. Because for a long time, the shop didn't feel personal. Most of what happened there felt random, almost like echoes repeating. Until the second time. Fast forward a few years, early 2000s. I was a teenager, going to college in Norwich. On days Marianne worked, I'd sometimes meet her at the shop after closing. We'd sit upstairs and wait for my dad to pick us up. Just the two of us in this locked building, the street outside quieting down. And around that time, it had been calm. Not much to report. No big stories lately. So one evening, we're sitting in the office, chatting, and I ask casually if anything odd has happened recently. And Marianne goes, "Honestly, it's been quiet for ages." And I don't know why I did this. Maybe I'd been watching too much late-night ghost TV. Maybe I just wanted to prove to myself it was nonsense. But I got cocky. I actually called out into the building. Something like, "If anyone's here, let us know." That kind of stupid challenge you only make when you think nothing will answer. And almost immediately, a crash from the top corridor, like something large falling. Then footsteps, fast, coming down from that top level to the second floor, running right past the open doorway of the office. We both looked, saw nothing. Then the footsteps kept going, down the stairs, full speed. Then a slam from the first floor, the sorting room door closing hard. And after that, it sounded like someone was tearing the sorting room apart. Bangs, scrapes, shifting, like a person throwing boxes around in anger. Marianne went white because her first thought was practical. Oh my God, we've locked ourselves in with someone. A shoplifter, someone hiding. And because I was 17 and apparently expendable, she sent me down to confront them. I was terrified. I'm not a fighter. I hate confrontation. But I also didn't want to believe it was anything else. Because if it wasn't a person, then what was it? So I went down. And as I descended the stairs, I could still hear the chaos in that sorting room. It sounded real. It sounded physical. I reached the door, pushed it open, and the moment I stepped inside, everything stopped. The room was square, One entrance. No windows to climb out of. No second door. Nowhere a person could have gone without passing me. And nothing was disturbed. No boxes tipped. No rails moved. No piles on the floor. It was like the sound had been playing for us, and the second I entered, someone hit pause. I can't explain that. I still can't. And then the third experience. This one was quick, but it was the one that made my stomach drop because it was so visible. Another evening, I'm downstairs with Marianne, about to lock up. The shop is quiet, lights still on, nothing dramatic. We're doing the last little check before leaving, and a handbag, resting on a shelf, suddenly flew off. Not slid, not toppled down the front. Flew outward into the room, landing a good meter or two away like it had been flicked or thrown. We both just stared at it, because there's a huge difference between something falling and something being sent. And I've also seen books come off shelves in there too. Again, not the gentle, gravity did its thing kind of fall. More like an interruption. Like the air itself got impatient. So that's the story. A small, ordinary charity shop that most people walked past without a second glance. Quiet volunteers, donated jumpers, old paperbacks. Sitting inside a building that sometimes behaved like it was sharing the space with someone you couldn't see. And if you're listening to this thinking, okay, but what was it? Who was it? I wish I could tell you. All I can say is, people didn't go looking for it. It came to them. And after enough years, enough footsteps, enough taps, enough doors that shouldn't open, enough objects moving like they had opinions, you stop asking whether it's real, and you start asking what it wants. Okay, so let me set the scene, because the place matters. Right on the edge where Howard County turns into Carroll County in Maryland, there used to be this old tuberculosis sanatorium called Henryton State Hospital. It dated back to the early 1900s, and it had this heavy kind of history. Originally meant to treat black tuberculosis patients, though a lot of people who grew up around there will tell you it felt less like treatment and more like being tucked away where nobody had to look at you. That's the feeling you get even just hearing about it. And in front of where the hospital sat up on the hill, there's the Patapsco River, wide, shallow, usually calm. In summer, you can kind of pick your way across it if you don't mind wet shoes. But in winter, forget it. You have to hike down to this old railroad tunnel, still active, still humming, and cross over there, then trek back through the woods toward the base of the hill. That hill is important. Remember the hill, because for some reason, that hill has a weird relationship with car keys. So, first time. This was back when my partner, let's call him Evan, was a senior in high school. It was a brutally cold Saturday. Snow on the ground, the kind that squeaks when you step on it. Evan and two of his friends, Dylan and Marcus, decide it would be a genius idea to go explore Henryton. They do the whole thing. Hike to the tunnel, cross near the river, climb around the abandoned buildings for a few hours. They're teenagers, so, yeah, they're goofing around, acting brave, smoking a little weed, daring each other to go into darker rooms. That kind of day. And when they finally make it back to the car, it's already getting dark. And Evan pats his pockets, and he goes, guys? No keys. They check the ground. They check the car. They check every pocket again, like the keys are going to magically appear the second time. Nothing. The last place Evan remembers holding them? The base of the hill, right where the path starts to climb up toward the hospital. But here's the problem. No flashlights, snow everywhere, and that hike back isn't just go back. It's cross the river area again and cover ground in the dark, in the cold, half-stoned, in the woods. Not smart. So Marcus, who's wearing these thick snow pants, goes, I'll do it. I'll just wade across and check the trail. Which is insane, by the way. It's freezing. But he does it, and he finds the keys. Pretty quickly. Not buried, not off to the side, right in the middle of the path at the bottom of the hill, like someone set them there. They all shrugged it off. Teenagers lose stuff. You get distracted. You drop things. When Evan told me that story years later, I laughed and said, "Yeah, you guys were just high." Like, case closed. I didn't even entertain anything paranormal. Not even a little. Then came the second time. A few years later, around October, right before Halloween, Evan and I decide we're going to hike up there together. I'm thinking, spooky vibes, crisp air, little adventure. We'll take pictures, poke around, leave before it gets too late. We hadn't checked anything online because we're apparently allergic to planning, and we didn't realize the place had been demolished a few years earlier. Like, fully torn down. On the hike, Evan retells the key story, and we're laughing about it. But I'll admit, hearing it out there, with the woods quiet and the river nearby, it made me weirdly aware of my own keys. So I do this very responsible thing. I clip my keys, carabiner and all, to Evan's backpack strap. Tight. Secure. Not going anywhere. Then we get close to, the base of the hill. And I don't know how to explain this without sounding dramatic, but I suddenly felt watched. Not like, oh, there might be another hiker. More like that prickly feeling on your neck when you realize you're alone, but you don't feel alone. I told myself, it's just the story in your head. It's October. You're doing the spooky thing. Stop. And then, out of nowhere, my keys start jingling. Not a tiny shake, like a deliberate rattle, like someone had their fingers on them. I look at Evan like, are you messing with me? And he looks genuinely confused, like he hadn't even moved. The keys keep rattling for a second longer. Evan reaches over, unclips them, and sticks them in his pocket like, okay, nope. And we keep walking up. We reach the top and, no hospital, just a clearing, trees, broken bits of foundation. It was honestly depressing. Like the land itself was trying to pretend nothing ever happened there. So we turn around and start heading back down, and we're almost at the bottom of the hill when I see something on the trail. A single car key, just sitting there. I laugh because it feels like a joke. Like, wow, someone else did the Henryton key thing. Evan bends down, picks it up, and holds it up like, hey, isn't this yours? And my stomach dropped, because it was mine. And I immediately go, that's impossible. They're in your pocket. So Evan pulls my keys out of his pocket. And sure enough, the car key is missing. Now listen, my keys are not flimsy. They're on a carabiner. The car key was attached to a key ring that doesn't just come undone. You'd have to twist and work it off. And there it was, detached, alone, sitting in the center of the trail at the bottom of the hill. Evan just goes, really quietly, this is exactly where Marcus found mine. And that same watched feeling rushed back so hard, I felt kind of dizzy. I put the key back on the ring with shaking fingers, and the whole walk back to the car, I held my keys like they were going to sprout legs and run. And the weird part? Even dangling from my hand, they didn't make a sound again. Not a single jingle. For a long time after that, I tried to rationalize it. I did the whole coincidence thing. I told myself maybe the ring was looser than I thought. Maybe my key snagged on fabric. Maybe I didn't clip it as securely as I believed. But deep down, it didn't sit right. Then came the third time, and this is the one that finally snapped something in me. Evan and I decide to go back one more time, partly because it's actually a beautiful hike, but mostly because we wanted to test it. Like, okay, if something up there messes with keys, let's see. And we were prepared, hyper-aware, paying attention. No casual clipping, no absent-minded pockets, The hike out was normal, quiet, a little overgrown, branches and thorny bushes grabbing at our sleeves. The kind of trail where you feel like you're trespassing even if you're not. And then we hit the base of the hill, and that dread hit me again. Instant. Like stepping into a colder patch of air. I kept looking behind us, expecting to see, I don't know, a person, a deer, anything. Nothing. Evan had his keys in his pocket, but he did this thing on purpose. He left the top of the keychain just visible, like bait. Like, if you're going to do it, do it. We walk up the hill. Nothing grabs them. Nothing jingles. But the deeper we got, the stranger I felt. Foggy, dreamy, disoriented, like my brain wasn't fully in my skull. And I didn't say anything because I didn't want to influence him. We reach the clearing. We stand there a minute. It's quiet in that unsettling way quiet can be, where you realize you're listening too hard. We start walking back down. At the bottom of the hill, Evan goes, half joking, "Well, guess the ghosts are over it." And he shoves his keys deeper into his pocket like, "See? Nothing." Then we wander along the train tracks for a bit, trying to find another trail Evan remembered. We don't find it. So we turn back, and I'm walking a few paces behind him. And we're not even on the hill trail anymore. We're near it, but not on it. And that's when I see it. Out of the corner of my eye, Evan's little headphone case, attached to his keychain, starts to rise out of his pocket. At first I think, oh, his pocket snagged weird. Movement, friction. But then it keeps coming. Slowly, smoothly. And the rest of the keychain follows, inch by inch. And here's the part that makes my skin crawl even now. The keys didn't fall like they should have. They didn't dangle down naturally as gravity took over. The chain looked taut, like something invisible had a grip on it and was pulling straight upward, trying to slide the keys out without making it obvious. Like it was being careful. Like it didn't want Evan to notice. I just blurted, without thinking, "Your keys are coming out of your pocket." Evan stops, looks down, and then looks at me with these huge eyes, like he already knows what I'm going to say before I say it. He yanks them back into his pocket, and we both just stand there for a second, silent. And the creepiest part? It only happened right there, right in the vicinity of that hill. Not on the rest of the hike, not before, not after. 3 separate trips, 3 separate moments, same general area, same weird pattern, keys moved, keys missing, keys pulling themselves out like someone was messing with them. I don't call myself a skeptic anymore, because once? Fine. Twice? Weird. But 3 times? 3 times feels like something, or someone, still lingering around that place, even after the buildings are gone. Like the hill kept the memory. So, if you ever find yourself hiking near where Henryton State Hospital used to be, enjoy the view, take pictures, but for the love of God, keep a close eye on your keys. Okay, so I just finished the episode, and I need to talk about it, because I genuinely can't stop thinking about the first half, especially the whole method that Marin and Jace use, and then the uncut, debunking footage on top of that. Like, this is one of those situations where it either cracks open something huge about the paranormal, spirits, mediums, all of it, or it's another example of people putting on a performance because it benefits them. And I'm trying really hard to stay in the middle. Open-minded, but not naive. First, quick sidebar about the Robert Dahl stuff, because the comments under that segment were wild. A bunch of people were basically like, "Don't claim the bad energy," or "It doesn't like being filmed," and "It can curse you through video." And honestly, I'm fine so far. But it's one of those legends where if you go hunting for real comments, good luck. Half of them feel like copy-pasted warnings from the same 3 ghost forums. Now, about the house itself. The new owners definitely seem more interested in the attraction side than the historical authenticity. Which, I get it. If you own a famous haunted location, you're going to market it. But it does make me skeptical when they confidently talk about already having tons of evidence, and then, conveniently, Marin and Jace show up with the most dramatic phenomenon imaginable. They also changed some furniture, which is a small thing, but it bothered me more than it should have. If I owned a place known for its history, I'd be obsessed with keeping everything as close to the original experience as possible. Tiny nitpick, but still. And the flickering lights? Look, it's an old house. Old wiring can be a mess. I live in an older place too. Lights flicker. That's not automatically a ghost making a statement. That's sometimes just electricity doing what old electricity does. Now, the big thing. Marin and Jace. They claim they can communicate with spirits, specifically a spirit named Evelyn, who the owner had mentioned earlier as being a calm, friendly presence. Their method is what got me, because it's so oddly specific. They have to be touching skin to skin. And apparently, it can even work if someone stands between them, as long as the chain of touch stays unbroken. The moment they make contact, the knocking starts, immediately. And it keeps going even when they're not actively asking anything. And I'm not exaggerating when I say, this is the most compelling evidence I've seen on one of these YouTube paranormal investigations in a long time. They do the whole system. 1 knock for yes, 2 for no, and then spelling using the alphabet with knocks landing on letters. And the thing is, a lot of it feels seamless. It doesn't sound like someone across the room tapping. It doesn't look like a crew member doing something off camera. The answers are often weirdly accurate. There was even a moment where the knocks seemed to lag, like whoever, or whatever was responding, got ahead of itself and had to correct. That kind of imperfect moment is the stuff that makes it feel real. Because if you were faking it, wouldn't you keep it smooth? Wouldn't you avoid a mistake? They also brought up personal stuff, details about Riley and Noah, the investigators, and their producer Miles. That's the part that made the room go quiet, because you can feel everyone thinking, okay, now hold on. And to their credit, they did try to rule out simple tricks. They checked below the room, they checked above it, they moved locations within the house, and it still happened. So yeah, it's intense. And I'm not saying that to be a buzzkill. I want this to be genuine. I'm just not willing to turn off my brain because something gave me chills. Here's what starts poking holes for me. For one, if you run a popular haunted attraction, you're already in the business of mystery. Even if you're not outright lying, the incentive to enhance things is right there. And Marin and Jace have a background that raises my eyebrows. They've been connected to paranormal TV circles and regional unusual phenomena groups, stuff where reputation and attention really matter. That doesn't prove anything, but it does create bias. If your identity is built around being the people who can do this, of course you're going to protect that narrative. The debunking footage also didn't really seal the deal for me. It mostly showed that it wasn't some random person off to the side knocking, but it didn't explain what it was, or eliminate the possibility of a trick happening closer to them. A few specific things I couldn't stop noticing. The knocking sound is strangely consistent, like it sounds similar on different surfaces. Even when they move onto gravel outside, it still has that same signature knock. Marin leads the entire flow. She finishes words quickly, she controls the pacing, and in the uncut footage, she guesses a full word when only the first letter was confirmed, like she's steering the outcome. The knocks rarely respond directly to the investigators unless Marin and Jace are the ones guiding it. It's like the spirit only cooperates through them. Marin stays locked onto Evelyn even outside of the house, which feels odd if Evelyn is supposed to be tied to the location. Distance is hard to judge because audio can be deceptive. Sometimes it sounds close, then suddenly farther, and I don't know what to make of that. And the rubber glove test? That's a big one. When the gloves stop it, they explain it as energy being blocked. Maybe, or maybe it's because the method requires a certain kind of contact for a certain kind of physical trick. Also, Marin made a comment joking about them being able to go on dates, like it's normal. But if this starts every time they touch, wouldn't that be incredibly annoying? Imagine holding hands and constant knocking begins. That's either a lifetime of chaos, or the phenomenon is more on command than they admit. The park scene, though, yeah, not convincing. That whole outside segment felt like the weakest part by far. They supposedly connect with a spirit named Tess, described as a teacher who died near a school close to the park. But the information didn't feel impossible to know. It felt like the kind of thing someone could find with one quick search, especially if you're local or you've done this before. Two moments stood out as, wait, what? To me. One, when they learned Tess was a teacher, Riley asks if the park used to be a school, and Marin almost says yes, then abruptly pivots to no. It's subtle, but it's the kind of slip that makes you wonder what she was about to commit to. And two, Marin seemed to assume the spirit was female before that had been established. None of that is a smoking gun. It's just enough little weirdness that the mood shifts from holy crap to okay, slow down. And honestly, the method itself is still murky. And the randomness is inconsistent depending on the location. In one setting, the knocks continue constantly, even during casual conversation. In another, they only happen when direct questions are asked. That inconsistency could mean different spirits. Or it could mean the method is being controlled more than they're admitting. Overall, I'm stuck in that frustrating place where I'm fascinated and skeptical at the same time. I want it to be real. I really do. But personal details about families are often accessible. If they had shown more of the producer's session, something harder to research, more specific, that would have helped. So for now, I'm calling it this. Incredibly interesting, not fully proven, and absolutely worth watching with a clear head. And I hope the next part brings clarity, because if they start bringing in bigger, more influential guests, it could either mean they're tightening the investigation, or it could mean they're building a bigger show. Either way, I'll be watching. Hey, so I figured I'd share this because it finally boiled over just the other weekend. My dad's always been the tough, no-mystery type. The kind of man who hears the word ghost and snorts like you've just told him the moon is made of cheese. Rubbish, he'd say. Absolute rubbish. Sometimes he'd even get properly irritated if the topic hung around too long. My mum, on the other hand, total opposite. She's one of those people who just knows there's more out there. She's told me stories over the years, little moments she swore were real, things she saw, things she felt. And every single time she brought one up, Dad would shut it down like a door slamming. No debate, no curiosity, just anger, like the subject itself offended him. Then, years ago, this was around 2016, I think, my aunt came to stay with Mum for a bit while she wasn't well. Her name was Elaine. She was always warm and chatty, the type who leaned in when she told a story, like she wanted you to feel it with her. One evening, we somehow got onto the whole paranormal thing. Mum was talking. Elaine was nodding along, chiming in, even getting a bit excited about it all. And I remember thinking, how are they both so open to it, but Dad's like a brick wall? So I asked Elaine straight out, half joking, half curious. How come you and Mum can talk about this stuff so easily, but Dad acts like it's poison? And Elaine just stared at me, genuinely confused. She went, "What do you mean? Your dad isn't a skeptic." I laughed. like she must be mistaken. But she shook her head, real serious now, and said something like, "No, he's not a skeptic because we went through something. Together." I remember the way my stomach dropped, because suddenly it wasn't a silly conversation anymore. I leaned forward and asked, "What do you mean? What happened?" And her whole face changed. She closed right up. She told me, quietly, that she'd promised my dad she'd never talk about it. Not to anyone. And if I wanted to know, I'd have to ask him myself. So I did. Not right away, because my parents had split up by then, and Dad was living a good distance away, and I didn't see him all that often. But the next time I had him on his own, I brought it up gently. Just, "Elaine said you two experienced something once. What was it?" He didn't even look at me properly, just waved it off like a fly. "It was nothing," he snapped. And that was it. Over the years, I tried again, a few different times, different moods, different settings, thinking maybe I'd catch him on a softer day. But every time it was the same. A sharp brush off, a flash of temper, like I'd poked a bruise he didn't want touched. And then last weekend he came to stay at my place. We went out, just the two of us, to a little pub nearby. We had dinner, had a couple pints, and for hours honestly, it was lovely. We were laughing, telling old stories, talking about people we missed. It felt easy, normal. And the thing is, Elaine passed away a few years ago now. So whatever happened, whatever she and Dad shared, she took her side of it with her. And I realized, if I didn't ask my dad again, I might never know. So I did. I tried to keep it light, like I wasn't cornering him. I said something like, "Dad, do you remember that thing Elaine said? About the night you two experienced something?" And it was like someone flicked a switch inside him. Instant anger. Sharp, hot, immediate. Right there in public, after we'd just been laughing our heads off, he suddenly looked ready to explode. It honestly stunned me. I put my hands up like, all right, calm down. I'm only asking because Elaine wouldn't tell me." His face went tight, then softer, like he was fighting himself, and he said, "Sorry, I shouldn't have snapped at you. Then, I really don't want to talk about that night." So I didn't interrupt. I just waited. He stared down at his drink for a second, like he was looking at something under the surface. And then he said, in this low voice I'd never heard from him before, "I've spent most of my life trying to forget what I saw, and I don't want it back in my head." And that was it. No details, no explanation, just that. And the thing that stayed with me, the part I can't shake, is my dad is not a man who scares easily. He used to work doors. Even now, in his late 70s, he's still built like a wardrobe and carries himself like someone who's always been able to handle whatever comes at him. But in that moment, sitting across from me in that pub, I saw something in his eyes I'd never seen before. Fear. Not the kind you laugh off, not the kind you put on for drama. Real fear. And honestly, that frightened me more than any ghost story ever could. So, I haven't really talked about this much, but I've had a handful of intense, ugly, impossible to forget supernatural experiences in my life. Stuff that messed with me for years. And then, almost like someone flipped a switch, it stopped about 3 years ago. But even though things have been quiet, it kind of changed me. I'm the type of person who notices the tiny shifts in a room, a sound that's one beat off, a feeling that doesn't belong. I don't go looking for it. I just can't not notice. Anyway, my partner Maya and I live in a 2-story townhouse, bedrooms upstairs. And right inside the bedroom door, on the left, there's this old freestanding full-length mirror. Heavy thing. Oak frame, a little scratched up, the kind of mirror that feels like it has a history even when you don't know what it is. I got it more than 20 years ago when my buddy Trevor was clearing out his dad's place. He was like, "Do you want this?" And I said sure, because it was solid wood and I was broke and young and thought it looked cool. Our bed sits in the middle of the room, and the mirror is across the floor from my side, close enough that if I open my eyes at night, it's right there in the dark. We've got 2 dogs, but our older one, Daisy, usually sleeps with us. She's been around that mirror her whole life. Never cared about it, not even once. And then last night, well, technically this morning, I wake up because I hear this low growl. That deep, serious kind. Not the "I'm annoyed" growl, the "something is wrong" growl. I squint at the clock. 2:47 a.m. Daisy is sitting upright on the bed like a statue, ears forward, head lifted, eyes locked on the mirror. For a second, I'm just confused. Like, maybe she's dreaming. Maybe she heard something outside. So I reach down and give her a little tap on the hip, whispering, "Hey, stop. It's okay." She doesn't even flinch. She lowers her head a little, but she keeps staring into the mirror like it's the only thing in the world. Then, within maybe a minute, she starts up again, growling harder. And this time she slowly slides forward on her belly, creeping toward the edge of the bed. And her growls start turning into these short, sharp barks, like she's warning something. And I swear to you, in that moment my brain runs through 1,000 possibilities all at once. Is someone in the house? Did I forget to lock something? Is there something in the room? Is the mirror about to fall? But the way she's acting, it doesn't feel like a normal noise or a mouse in the wall. It feels focused. Her growling gets louder, the barks get louder, and then she carefully stands up, climbs down off the bed, and walks toward the mirror like she's approaching a threat. She stops about 3 feet away and lies flat on her stomach with her front legs stretched out, head pointed straight at it, growling through her teeth. That's when I get up. I'm trying to stay calm, but my chest is tight, and my skin is doing that prickly thing. I flick on the lights, every light I can reach, and the room looks completely normal, completely boring. Clothes on a chair, the same shadows, the same oak-framed mirror doing nothing but reflecting a lit-up bedroom. I check the clock again. 3:06 a.m. Daisy follows me downstairs like she's on duty. I figure maybe she needs water, or to go outside, or maybe she's sick. Nope. She doesn't want food, doesn't want water, doesn't want to go out, won't even take a treat, which is basically unheard of for her. So we go back upstairs. It's around 3:15 by then. Nothing. Just a mirror. And Daisy is watching the entire time. Quiet now, but alert. Eventually she seems to settle, like the moment passed. So I turn off the lights, get back under the covers, and she hops up into her usual spot. Same side, same position, facing the mirror. And I don't sleep for a while. I just lie there listening to the house. Every little creak, every distant pipe sound, every tiny settling noise. Waiting for, I don't even know what, something to explain it. But the rest of the night stays quiet. No more growling, no barking, nothing. Then this morning I go downstairs to make coffee, still feeling kind of weird about it, and I notice something that makes my stomach dip a little. The doors to the small laundry closet, both of them, are wide open. And listen, that could be nothing. Could be Maya. Could be me. Could be that they didn't latch all the way. I'm not claiming I caught some big paranormal proof moment, but I know they were closed when we went back upstairs around 3. So, yeah. After I typed it all out, I kind of laughed at myself, because on paper it doesn't sound like much. It's not a dramatic horror movie scene, but I'm telling you, being jolted awake in the middle of the night to your dog growling at an old mirror like something is standing there, that is absolutely undeniably terrifying when you're the one in the room. Okay, so my wife and I have been in this house for like almost a year now, about 11 months. And honestly, it's a normal house. Nothing creepy, nothing obviously wrong with it. The only thing is, the last owner was kind of a mess. You know the type, half-finished little repairs, old smoke smell that clung to the garage like it had been marinating there for years. The sort of upkeep that's basically good enough, I guess. So at first we're settling in. Everything's fine. And then one day, I walk by and notice the back garage door is just wide open. Which is weird because that door stays locked. Always. It's one of those locks you can only turn from the inside. So when it's locked, it's locked. Immediately we're like, oh my God, someone broke in. We check everything. Tools? Still there. Boxes? Untouched. Nothing is missing. And the door from the garage into the house? Still locked, still solid, no damage, no signs anyone tried to mess with it. So we're standing there in the garage like, okay, then what was that? And then it happens again. Not every day, not even every week, but often enough that it starts to feel like this annoying little glitch in reality. We'd go out, find the back garage door open, and every single time we'd do the same routine. Inspect the lock, check the frame, test it, shove our shoulders against it, slam it a few times just to make sure it catches. Locked. Still locked. We even joked about it like, wow, guess the house is just dramatic. Or, maybe we've got a secret ghost who needs fresh air. But tonight is the first time I've felt that cold, prickly feeling in my chest that makes you stop laughing. Because I recently had surgery, pretty major, and they sent me home with pain meds. Hydrocodone. Nothing fancy, just the kind you keep on the nightstand so you don't have to stumble around at 3 a.m. half awake. I had a little bottle beside the bed. I know I did. And I know there were around a dozen left because I'd stopped taking them the last couple days. I was trying to tough it out. So earlier, my wife, Mara, goes to hand me one because I'm hurting. And she pauses, staring into the bottle, and she goes, "Have you been taking these?" And I'm like, "No, why?" And she just looks up at me, eyes all narrowed, totally serious, and says, "Because there are only 3 left." 3. That was the moment my brain did that thing where it tries to be logical, but it's also doing math at the same time and getting more and more panicked. Because I didn't take them. I know I didn't. And Mara didn't take them. She doesn't touch that stuff. She's the kind of person who won't even take a Tylenol unless she's basically dying. So we're standing in the bedroom doing this quiet inventory of reality, and right as we're trying to make it make sense, she says, "Also, the back garage door was open again today." And it's like the two things click together in the worst way. Because here's the other part. There's an attic access panel in the garage, and there's another one in the hallway near our bedroom. And I've joked for months, like, haha, spooky show voice. What if someone lives up there? You know, because we watch those insane documentaries where somebody's secretly squatting in a crawl space and stealing food and watching the family sleep. It was always a joke, until it wasn't. So now I'm replaying everything in my head. All the times we found that door open. How it always seemed locked. How we'd slam it and double-check it and swear to each other it couldn't be the wind. How nothing looked out of place. But also how we weren't exactly looking for subtle things, because why would we? And now I'm sitting here thinking, or something about that door isn't what we think it is. And then there are my missing pills. And I keep going back to this one thought that I don't even want to say out loud, because it makes me feel ridiculous and scared at the same time. What if someone has been here the whole time and we just haven't noticed? Because there is no good reason for medication to disappear. None. And there is no good reason for a locked door to be open. So yeah, that's where I'm at, trying to decide if I'm spiraling or if something is genuinely, seriously wrong. So, I've told this story a bunch of times, and somehow it never gets less unsettling. Before I was even old enough to remember her, my grandmother, my mom's mother, died of throat cancer. By the end, it had changed her voice completely. It wasn't just hoarse. Her voice got deep, rough, raspy, like it was dragged up from somewhere painful. That detail matters later. My mom and her weren't especially close, but grief doesn't always follow logic. After my grandmother passed, my mom sank into this heavy depression that, honestly, she never fully climbed out of. And she carried this guilt, like a stone in her pocket, for not visiting more, for slowly drifting from that side of the family. Like distance alone was a kind of betrayal. Years went by. Our life was normal. No creepy shadows in corners, no weird sounds, nothing that felt haunted. But my mom once told us something that stuck with me. There was a time she felt so hopeless she didn't want to live anymore. And during that time, she had this dream where her mother's spirit came for her, like she was being invited to leave. But my mom said she refused. She told her, "No, I have kids. I'm staying." When I was around 9, my mom dipped hard again. Depression came back like a tide, and insomnia moved in with it. She was a seamstress, so when she couldn't sleep, she'd sew. Fixing hems, mending tears, altering clothes, anything to keep her hands busy. And if you've ever heard a sewing machine going full speed at 3 in the morning, you know it's not exactly soothing. Some nights I'd wake up from the clatter and whir, shuffle down the hallway half asleep, and go to the bathroom. One of those nights, I passed her room and saw her sitting at the machine like always, but there was an extra chair pulled up beside her, angled like someone was supposed to be sitting there. I remember pausing and asking, all innocent and blunt like kids are, "Why do you have a chair there if nobody's using it?" She didn't answer, not even a glance, just kept sewing. I shrugged it off, because what else do you do at that age? You go back to bed and let grown-up weirdness stay in grown-up spaces. But months passed, and it kept happening. The chair would appear beside her while she worked late at night. My dad and my sisters got worried, and, honestly, irritated too. It's hard to be compassionate at 3 a.m. when a machine is rattling the walls. Still, we knew it was how she coped. Watching someone you love unravel slowly is its own kind of helpless. One evening after dinner, we were all sitting around the table, me, my sisters, my dad, and my oldest sister, Mariana, brought it up like it was a joke. "Mom, why do you keep setting a chair next to you when you sew? Like you're hosting company?" We all laughed, not in a cruel way, more like trying to lighten the heaviness that had been sitting with us for months. My mom just smiled, a real smile, and she said, very calmly, "Because my mother visits sometimes. I leave her somewhere comfortable to sit." The table went quiet for half a second, like everyone's brain collectively hit a speed bump. But then, we didn't argue. We didn't challenge it. Because for the first time in a long time, she looked happy. And when you've been watching someone sink, you cling to whatever makes them float. Winter came. Our house was old and drafty, and we didn't have proper heating, so we bought those portable space heaters, one for each room. One night, my mom mentioned something small and strange, like it wasn't even worth noting. She laughed softly when she said it, like it was sweet, like it was proof. And again, we brushed it off. We were all walking around on emotional tiptoe, and nobody wanted to be the one to say, "That's not comforting, that's terrifying." Then came the phone call. I'll never forget it, because it didn't feel like a story while it was happening. It felt like the air in the house changed permanently. My mom came stumbling out of her room, crying so hard she couldn't breathe right. like she'd been punched in the chest. She was hyperventilating, shaking, one hand pressed to her mouth like she was trying to keep something inside her from spilling out. We rushed to her, me, Mariana, my other sister Lucia, my dad, all talking at once. "What happened? Are you okay? What's wrong?" And she finally gasped out that the phone rang, and she answered. But nobody spoke. Just silence. Then she heard breathing. Slow, strained, wet sounding, like the person on the other end was fighting for air. And then the breathing shifted into this deep, rasping sound that made my stomach turn, because it sounded exactly like how my grandmother's breathing and voice had been described when she was close to dying. And then, my mom heard her voice, her real voice, calling her name. "Rosa, Rosa, Rosa," over and over. My mom said her whole body lit up with relief at first, like finally, after all these years, after all those lonely nights, her mother was really there. And I could see it in her face while she told us, this desperate, aching joy mixed with disbelief. But then she said the voice changed. It dropped lower, too low. The rhythm got wrong, like it wasn't speaking anymore. It was performing something. The warmth drained out of it, and it turned heavy, dark, almost guttural. And then it got loud. Not just loud like yelling, loud like something trying to push through the phone line, like it wanted to be in the room. And that's when my mom realized, in a flash of cold terror, that this wasn't her mother. Whatever it was had been wearing her mother's voice like a mask. She panicked, hung up, and ran out to us. And what broke me, even as a kid, wasn't just that she was scared. It was the heartbreak. Because you could see the moment she understood she'd been tricked. Like someone had offered her comfort with one hand and then pulled out a knife with the other. I've never seen a face hold grief and fear at the same time like that. It was raw. A week later, my sisters, who were not religious, not spiritual, not the type to do rituals, came home with a Bible and a bundle of something to burn. Not Palo Santo this time, some kind of cleansing herb they'd found at a botanica shop. It smelled sharp and earthy, and it smoked like crazy. They walked through every room reciting passages, half-remembered prayers, bits they looked up, things they'd heard from older renters. The smoke crawled along the ceiling and pooled in corners like fog. My dad stood there with this expression like, "I cannot believe this is my life." My mom barely participated. She was quiet, exhausted, almost ashamed. And me? I just watched. Too young to fully understand, old enough to feel that something was seriously wrong. The next night, after dinner, we were all in the living room watching some trashy reality show, something loud and stupid, the kind of thing you put on to drown out your own thoughts. It was winter. All the windows were shut. I remember that clearly because Lucia had made me get up earlier and check my bedroom window twice. Then we felt it. A rush of wind, right through the room, like someone had opened a door directly into our faces. We all turned at the same time, confused because nothing was open. And that's when we saw it. Not a person, not a shape like in movies, more like a smear of shadow, soft-edged, almost like smoke that refused to be smoke. It drifted from the dining area into the living room, fast, purposeful. It didn't hesitate. It moved like it knew exactly where it was going. It reached the back door, and the door swung open. Then, in the next instant, the gate at the end of the yard yanked open too, like it was nothing, like it weighed as much as a curtain. The shadow slipped out. And then the wind slammed everything shut, door first, then the gate, with this sharp, violent finality that made all of us flinch. Nobody spoke for a second. My sisters were shaking. My dad just stared like his brain couldn't file what he'd just seen. My mom looked pale, hollow, like she'd been proven right in the worst possible way. And me? I felt confused and weirdly fascinated, because at that age you don't have a category for it. You just know something impossible happened in your living room, and every adult you trust looks just as lost as you feel. It was only later, when I got older, that I understood the shape of it. Something had been in our house. Something had noticed my mother's grief and guilt and loneliness. And it used her mother's voice, the exact voice her cancer had stolen and twisted, to get close, to get invited in, to be given a chair, warmth, space. And every time I tell this story now, it hits me fresh at the end. We weren't living with a ghost story. We were living with something that lied to our faces, and we all saw it. Hey, so I'm usually the kind of person who talks myself down when something weird happens. Like, if I hear a random creak at night, I'm immediately like, okay, the house is settling. Maybe it's the pipes. Could be an animal outside. I'll take almost any logical explanation if it helps my brain relax, you know? But lately, I don't know. There's been this stuff happening that doesn't fit into any of my usual rational boxes. The biggest thing is these flashes of light. And I don't mean like headlights through a window or a bulb flickering. I mean a sudden, bright white flash. So quick it's almost like your eyes barely get time to register it, but it lights up the whole area for a split second. No sound, just this clean, silent burst. At first it was mostly at my apartment, and I tried to be reasonable about it. I told myself it had to be wiring, or a weird reflection, or maybe some motion light glitching somewhere. But then it started happening in places where that explanation didn't make sense. Like this one time. This was the most recent one that really shook me. I was in this little back room at my friend Maya's place. It's basically a storage space. No outlets nearby. No lamps. No windows positioned in a way that could have thrown a reflection. It was just dark. And then it happened. That same bright flash. For a second, I actually thought, did someone take a photo? Like someone was messing with me from outside, or a screen lit up, or something. I even checked around like an idiot, opened the door, looked through the hallway, checked my phone brightness, everything. And here's the part that messes with me the most. I had my camera recording. So I'm thinking, okay, if I caught it on video, perfect. That means there's a real source and I can figure it out. Except, the flash doesn't show up on the footage. At all. But right at the exact moment it happens, the video glitches. Static, like the whole image jitters and tears for a beat, and you can clearly see me react. Like I flinch and whip my head toward it. So it's not like I imagined it. My body responded. The camera freaked out. But the light itself? Just missing. And it's not even consistent in where it appears. It's not like, oh, it always comes from the kitchen, or it always comes from the same corner. It could be near a closet, or down a dark hallway, or from the weirdest dead space in a room that shouldn't have any light at all. And the worst part? It's not only at home. It's happened at friends' houses, at my cousin Jonah's place, even once when I was staying overnight somewhere else to get a change of scenery. It's like, if there's a dark area, it could happen there. And I keep trying to tell myself it's something normal, like a car passing outside, or a distant lightning flash, or some optical thing I don't understand. But it's always the same exact kind of flash, and it never records the way it should. Now, if it was only that, maybe I could still shrug it off. Maybe I could just go, okay, weird, I'll eventually figure it out. But it hasn't been only that. Other stuff has been stacking on top of it, and that's what's really getting to me. I've had a shirt get yanked and tossed across my room when I was alone. Like, not slide off a chair, not fall, actually move, like something grabbed it and threw it. I've had objects shift when I'm not touching them. Things fall for no reason. I've watched something tip over on a flat surface where it absolutely shouldn't have. And the sounds have been getting closer. Not like vague creaks from the attic or distant noises you can blame on neighbors. I mean close, like in the room next to mine, or right under the bed, or right at the foot of it. Actually, right after that flash at Maya's place, I came home feeling unsettled, like my skin was too tight on my body. I remember telling myself, don't spiral, just do something normal. So I went to my room, put on a video, tried to distract myself. And then I heard it. This guttural, wet gurgling sound right at the foot of my bed. It wasn't faint. It wasn't maybe. It was clear, vivid, like it was right there. The closest thing I can compare it to is, you know when you squeeze an empty plastic bottle and it makes that horrible gurgle pop sound as the air shifts? Like the bottle is collapsing and then sucking air back in? It sounded like that, but slower, heavier, more alive. And immediately my brain tried to fix it. Like, okay, plumbing, pipes, something in the bathroom. But the bathroom is too far, the windows were closed, and nothing else in the room could have made that sound. So I just sat there, holding my phone, barely breathing, waiting for it to happen again. Because sometimes if you hear something twice, your brain can place it. You can solve it. But it didn't repeat. It was just that one sound, perfectly timed to make my whole body go cold. And now I'm at this point where I don't know what to do with myself, because it's starting to change how I live. I'm scared to walk around my own place at night. I'm scared to turn the lights off. I'm scared to fall asleep, because sleeping is when things get even worse. I've always had nightmares. That's not new for me. Nightmares are so normal in my life that I'm used to them. Usually they're just dreams that happen to be dark, and I can wake myself up if I need to. And even when they're scary, they're not that deep, primal fear. They're just bad dreams. But the recent ones, they're different. They feel real in a way I can't explain, like I'm trapped in them, like I can't force myself awake. And the fear is pure, like the kind of fear that makes your chest hurt. And they're always some version of the same themes: shadowy figures, something watching me, someone not being themselves, people acting wrong, like possessed or empty. It's always that kind of vibe. And what's frustrating is, I'm not even someone who's into paranormal stuff. I'm not the burn sage person. I'm not the crystals and holy water person. I've never been the type to jump straight to ghosts. I've always felt like, sure, there are probably things we don't understand, but I'm not out here trying to make everything supernatural. I try really hard to stay grounded, to assess, to be logical. But when you have a flash of light that doesn't show up on camera, plus objects moving, plus the bed shifting, plus sounds that feel way too close, plus nightmares that suddenly turn into full-body terror, it starts to feel like your mind is losing its grip. And honestly, I think that's why I'm talking about it at all. I don't even know what I want. I think I want reassurance. Like, yeah, this can happen, and it has an explanation. Or even just someone saying, you're not alone. I've had something like that, and here's how I dealt with it. Because right now, I'm stuck in this awful middle space where I don't want to believe it's something paranormal, but I also can't keep pretending it's nothing. So, if you've ever experienced anything like this, especially the flashes, how do you look at it without spiraling? How do you live normally when your own senses feel like they're betraying you? I'm just running out of places to put all of this. Hey friends, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. Still having trouble sleeping? Don't worry, I'm right here, doing what I love, and helping you drift off a little easier. Thank you so much for all the love and support you've shown the channel, and for sharing so many of your paranormal experiences with us. If you've got more stories, don't hesitate to send them in. Now, drop a comment and tell me where you're watching from. Turn on your bedside lamp, get comfy in bed, and let's listen to today's paranormal experiences together. Good night. So, I woke up really early one Saturday, the kind of morning where the house is quiet and your brain just starts wandering. And out of nowhere, I got pulled back to when I was little, like preschool little. I don't even know why I remembered it so clearly, but once it came back, it hit me right in the chest. When I was about 3 or 4, I used to mess around on my dad's phone all the time. I'd tap random stuff, play little games, scroll through things I definitely didn't understand. And then there was this one night, late enough that everything felt darker and more serious, and the phone rang. No name, just an unknown number. I remember holding it like it was huge in my hands, and I answered like a little kid answers, like it's no big deal. Me, hello? And this voice comes through, calm, familiar, almost gentle. Hi, Winnie. I swear my stomach dropped. Because nobody called me Winnie except my uncle, my mom's brother, Uncle Ray. And the thing is, Uncle Ray had died not that long before. Maybe a year, maybe 2. Time is fuzzy when you're that small, but I knew he was gone. So I just blurted it out. Me, who is this? It's your Uncle Ray. And I didn't even question it the way an adult would. I reacted like a kid who's been missing someone. Me, Uncle Ray? Where have you been? I miss you. And he sounded warm, like he smiled while he talked. I miss you too. I remember my eyes getting all hot, like I was about to cry but also felt relieved, like, oh, there you are. Me, where are you? Are you okay? There was this tiny pause, and then he said it, so simply. I'm okay now. I'm somewhere safe. Where? Heaven. And I just repeated it because I didn't fully get it. Heaven? Yeah, heaven. I remember gripping the phone tighter, like if I held on hard enough, it would bring him closer. Can I see you? And his voice softened even more, like he didn't want to disappoint me. Not right now, but one day. Maybe. I didn't know what else to say. I was little. My brain couldn't hold big things like death and heaven and one day maybe. So I did what kids do. I made it simple. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Bye. Bye, Winnie. I'll see you. And then the call ended. That was it. No dramatic sound, no weird glitch, no movie moment. Just silence. The next day I told my dad like it was normal. Like, hey, Uncle Ray called me. And my dad got serious immediately. He kept shaking his head like he was trying to snap me out of a dream. He said, no, Winnie, your uncle is gone. You can't talk to him. And I remember feeling confused and kind of frustrated because I knew what I heard. I knew the way he said my name. I knew the feeling of it. Then years later, just recently actually, I told my mom about it. And she didn't laugh. She didn't brush it off. She got quiet in this way that made my skin prickle. And she said, really calmly, that Uncle Ray had visited her too, more than once, over the years. And honestly, that's the part that made it feel even more real. Because if it was just a kid imagining things, why would my mom have her own stories? So yeah, I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was something spiritual, or some strange coincidence, or a memory my brain turned into something bigger. I just know it stayed with me. And sometimes, when I think about it, I don't even feel scared. So, I need to tell you what's been going on. because it's one of those things that sounds unreal even as I'm saying it out loud. A couple nights ago, I woke up suddenly with that sharp feeling you get when you swear someone's looking at you. My room was quiet, but my whole body went alert. And then I saw it, this pale, human-shaped haze, like white smoke that somehow had a shape to it. The part that still makes my skin prickle is where it seemed to come from, the tall mirror across from my bed, like it peeled itself right out of the reflection. It didn't rush at me or anything, it just walked. Slow, like it already belonged there. I panicked. I didn't even think. I just bolted out of my room and went straight to my mom's room. Her name's Maribel, and she's the kind of person who sleeps like the world could end and she'd still be comfortable. I was shaking her awake, whisper yelling, trying not to sound completely unhinged. And then, this is the part that made me feel trapped. It followed me. I could see it lingering in the corner, like the air had thickened into a silhouette. I tried to stay calm, but I couldn't sleep. I just stared into that corner, watching it without blinking, afraid that if I looked away, it would get closer. Sometimes it did drift nearer to my mom's side of the bed, and I'd instinctively wave my hand through it like I was shooing smoke away from a candle. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but I was terrified, like primal terrified. The next day, it started messing with things in my room. Small things, but enough to make my stomach drop. I have this little magical girl figurine on my shelf, an anime character named Haruka Shinomiya, and I caught the smoky shape hovering around it, like it was drawn to it. It happened more than once, too, like it kept coming back to that exact spot. At one point, I saw something like a side profile in the haze, cheekbone, chin, the suggestion of hair, and I swear I felt my heart try to climb up into my throat. Then I saw it do something that made it feel real in the worst way. It pressed what looked like a hand against my wall. A hand that wasn't solid, just concentrated smoke, but shaped like fingers in a palm. I remember whispering, "Nope," out loud, like that would change anything. That night, my mom saw it too. I walked into my room and she was standing in the doorway, wide-eyed, staring at my bed. She told me she saw it sitting there, like it was perched on the edge, calm as you please. And Maribel doesn't scare easy, but she genuinely panicked. She started praying immediately, like it was the only thing her body knew how to do. Today, it's worse, or maybe clearer. I don't know. It's like once my brain learned how to see it, it can't stop seeing it. I've been noticing more than one smoky figure now. Different shapes, different corners, different little movements, like they're not all the same presence. If I had to guess, I'd say at least 3, maybe more. It's not like they line up and introduce themselves, you know? It's more like you catch one in the corner of your vision, then another near the doorway, then something faint by the mirror again. Sometimes, when I put my hand near where I see them, I feel temperature changes. A sudden cold, like the air gets sucked out. Or, this one's hard to explain, a tiny warm sting, like a quick little flare of heat right on my skin. Not enough to hurt, but enough that my brain goes, okay, something is there. I have this memory, clear enough that I can't shrug it off, of being half asleep and feeling someone wrap their arms around me from behind, like a spooning hug. It scared me, yes, but it also felt comforting, warm, like somebody trying to calm me down. I remember thinking, I'm too tired to deal with this, and just letting it happen because it felt oddly safe in that moment. That's why I keep going back and forth in my head, because not everything about this feels threatening. But there's a but. Some of them make me feel off, like my whole body heats up, especially my stomach. Earlier, I tried to take a nap, and I felt this weight settle on my chest, like something laid itself there. I got nauseous, jittery, nervous in this deep chemical way, like my body knew it didn't like what was happening, even if my brain couldn't explain it. So now I'm stuck in this awful middle place. Part of me wants to believe maybe they're just there, maybe curious, maybe even protective in their own weird way. And another part of me is terrified because I've been through something before. When I was younger, I had an experience that felt like possession, and it was genuinely one of the worst days of my life. I don't want to relive anything even remotely like that. I don't want to accidentally invite something in, or let my guard down and regret it. I'm trying to stay calm. I really am. I'm more steady than I was at the start, but I can't pretend I'm not scared. It's the kind of fear that makes you listen to every creak in the house and feel your own heartbeat in your throat. And I keep thinking, if these are spirits, if that's what this is, how am I supposed to tell what's harmless versus what's malicious? What do you even look for? What do you do if they're benevolent? And what do you do if they're not? Honestly, I'm open to anything at this point. Religious, spiritual, pagan, practical, whatever. I just want to know how to protect myself, how to keep my home feeling like my home again, and how to make sure I don't end up in that nightmare place I swore I'd never return to. So there's this little trail near my neighborhood. Nothing dramatic, honestly. It's a short one, like 10 minutes end to end, and my friends and I wander it sometimes when we feel like getting out of the house. But this was the first time we'd gone during fall. You know that sound dead leaves make when you walk on them? That loud, crunchy, impossible to be stealthy sound? Yeah, that was us, just stomping through the dark like a little parade. And for context, we've had moments out there before, like thinking we saw something move, or getting a random wave of unease. But it's always been vague. Nothing you could point to and say, that right there. Until last night. It was somewhere around 8:30 p.m. when I went with my cousin Mara and our friend Eli. We get to the trailhead, and we're not even a quarter of the way in when Eli slows down and glances over his shoulder. He goes, really casually at first, "Do you hear that? Like, footsteps behind us?" Mara and I kind of pause, listen, and I don't hear anything definite, just leaves, distant wind, the usual night sounds. But the way Eli said it wasn't jokey. It was that tone people use when they're trying not to freak anyone out. We keep walking anyway. And then, maybe 10 seconds later, Eli stops again, sharper this time. "Okay, I swear I just heard a voice. Over there." He points into the woods on our right. So we all stop. Full stop. No leaf crunching, no talking over each other, nothing. Mara immediately goes, "I've had a bad feeling since we stepped onto the trail." Like she'd been holding it in and finally admitted it out loud. And she says she heard the voice too, like a quick, weird sound that didn't match anything else around us. Eli adds, "And before the voice, I heard the footsteps again." Meanwhile, I'm standing there realizing I'm the odd one out, because I hadn't felt or heard anything strange up to that point. But I believed them. Their faces weren't, "Let's mess with you." They were pale, listening too hard. So we agree, pretty quickly, that we're done for the night. We turn around and start walking back toward the road. And weirdly, the walk out feels normal. No more sounds, no more weird feelings. Just us, the flashlight beam, the crunch of leaves. Almost like whatever it was had decided to stop performing. Now, the entrance to this trail is set up kind of oddly. There's a little sign by the road, and it's surrounded by bushes. You walk through a narrow path in the bushes into this small clearing, and then on the other side of the clearing, that's where the actual trail begins. So we cross the clearing, heading back out, and we step into that tight little corridor of bushes. And that's when my body reacts before my brain does. I suddenly feel on edge, like the hair on my arms isn't just standing up, it's listening. I stop, turn around, and swing my flashlight beam back into the clearing and toward the trail. Nothing. No movement, no figure, no eye shine. Just empty space and leaves and darkness. But I still get that cold, crawling chill up my spine anyway. I face forward again, and not even 2 seconds later, right as we're about to break out of the bushes onto the road, I hear it. A weird, breathy little wheeze from the left side of the bushes, close enough that it felt like it came from inside that leafy wall. And it sounded like a young voice trying to speak through a tight throat, like, "Hey." Just that. Hey. And I know how this sounds, but it wasn't like someone calling from far away. It wasn't a clear adult voice. It was small and strained, almost like someone testing whether we'd respond. I was the only one who heard it. I immediately blurted out something like, "Did you guys hear that? It sounded like someone just said, 'Hey,' right there." We spill out onto the road and turn around, shining our lights into the bushes where I heard it. Nothing. No person, no animal, no rustling, no footsteps, just bushes. So we leave. We go back home, hang out, try to laugh it off, but of course we keep circling back to it, replaying it, comparing what each of us heard, trying to make it fit into something normal. And when I describe the voice, how it was breathy and kind of young, Eli just looks at me and goes, "That's the same thing I heard deeper in the trail." Which didn't make me feel better, at all. And here's the part that's been sitting heavy in my mind since. Earlier this year, Mara and one of her friends went off the trail a bit, just wandering, not thinking, and they found a rope hanging from a tree, like a noose. They showed me the spot another time, and I saw it too, but we never heard anything about someone actually dying out there. No news story, no neighborhood talk, nothing. So I don't know what that means, if it means anything at all. I just know that I already believed in paranormal stuff before this, mostly because I've had my own experiences at home, things I've seen. But last night was the first time I can honestly say I heard something I can't explain. And it was also the first time I've ever had something like this happen with other people there with me, where we were all picking up on pieces of it, like we each caught a different part of the same thing. It's not some huge movie-level haunting story. Nothing chased us. Nothing grabbed us. We got out fine. But it changed something for me, because now it doesn't feel like it's just bad vibes anymore. Now it feels like there's something in there. And the scariest part is how casual it was. Just a quiet little, "Hey," from the bushes, like it wanted me to turn my head one more time. Hey, can I tell you something that started as a joke, but stopped feeling funny a long time ago? So, growing up, my family moved a lot. Different cities, different schools, always chasing the next place we could afford. I got used to packing fast and saying goodbye faster. But there was one year that still sits in my chest like a stone. I was 11 when I had to live away from my parents for a while. Not because anyone wanted it that way, just because there wasn't enough food and not enough money. And somehow, I was the problem that could be solved by sending me elsewhere. I ended up in a house with people I barely knew, in a neighborhood that didn't know me at all. And loneliness, wow. Loneliness at that age is loud. It's not quiet sadness. It's like getting hit by a truck and then being expected to act normal. So I started talking. Not to friends. I didn't have those yet. I talked to the things that wouldn't walk away. The plants on the windowsill, the ceiling fan, the moon, the stars whenever I could see them. I'd whisper like they were listening, like they were keeping my secrets safe. Years went by. I got older, got more curious, read more. I was raised Buddhist, and I started asking questions. real questions, the kind you can't neatly tuck into a lesson. And the more I saw people using religion like a tool, like a way to control others or show off, I got angry. Not at belief exactly, more at what people did with it. So one day, half out of spite and half out of boredom, I made up my own god. I know, it sounds ridiculous. That was the point. I called it Kiri. Not from any holy book, not from any tradition. Just a name that felt like it belonged to something that only existed for me. I made up rules like it was a game. Little rituals, tiny promises, bargains that were more like dares. And I'd talk to Kiri the way I used to talk to the moon. Softly, privately, like I was embarrassing myself on purpose. At first, my wishes were silly, teen stuff. Please let me get out of trouble. Please let this one awkward thing go away. Please let me pass this test even though I barely studied. Things like that. And then, this is where it gets weird. Some of them came true. Not in a magical lightning bolt way, more like life would tilt, just slightly, in the direction I asked. And when something didn't happen the way I wished, something else would happen that felt better than the original wish, like I got upgraded without ordering it. I laughed it off for years. Coincidence, I told myself. Confirmation bias. I even liked the idea that my brain was just being dramatic. But then I started doing this thing. I don't even know what to call it. Future guessing? Like, I'd have two possible outcomes in mind. Let's call them option A and option B. And I'd use something random, like flipping a coin or a little spinner app on my phone. I'd tell myself, okay, Kiri, if A is likely, give me the same result 3 times in a row. Like 3 blacks or 3 heads or whatever. And sometimes, it hit 3 in a row. And then later, A would happen. Not every time, but enough times that it started crawling under my skin. I still kept it playful. I treated it like a private joke between me and my imaginary god. If anyone had asked, I would have shrugged and said, I'm just messing around. Then a couple years ago, I got into gotcha. Hard. The kind of hard where you tell yourself you're just spending a little, and then suddenly you're tracking probabilities like it's your job, chasing that one pull that'll finally make you feel satisfied. I started wishing constantly, over and over. And weirdly, the wishes stopped working the way they used to. I got more desperate. I kept asking, kept bargaining, kept pushing, like I could force luck to obey. I told myself, if Kiri won't answer, then fine. What if something darker would? I didn't really believe in devils, not truly, but I said it anyway, like a dare thrown into the dark. If something's here, if anything's listening, I'll trade something. Years, luck, anything. Just give me what I'm asking for. I even said it with that half laugh people use when they want to pretend they don't mean it. And then things started happening again. Not just for me. Sometimes I'd wish for my friend, too. My friend, Mina. She'd ask for something small. An outcome, a message, a moment of luck. And I'd do my little ritual and say, okay, Kiri, handle it. And it would happen often enough that we stopped laughing the same way. We tested it too, like we were trying to prove ourselves wrong. We kept notes. We tried different methods, spinners, coins, random number generators. We'd make predictions and score them. Over weeks, it felt like we were hitting something like 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10 is way too high to feel normal. I didn't know whether to feel proud or terrified. Mostly, I felt uneasy, like I'd opened a door and couldn't remember why I thought it was a good idea. One night, Mina looked at me and said, really quietly, "Are you sure that's a god?" I swear my whole body went cold, because the second she asked that, all the jokes drained out of the room. and I realized I didn't actually know what I'd been talking to, or if I'd been talking to anything at all. After that, I stopped. Completely. I didn't wish. I didn't bargain. I didn't test. I tried to forget. I told myself it was a phase, a coping mechanism, a lonely kid habit that grew up with me. Over a year passed. I almost felt normal again. And then, yesterday happened. I was in a convenience store, standing in front of the drinks, doing that quiet math people do when they're trying to stretch a tiny budget across a whole month. I remember staring at the price tags and feeling this tired, sour panic, like, okay, this is what I have left. And without thinking, without planning, I whispered in my head, Kiri, just let me get a free one. Just one. You know those promotions where you can win a free drink from a lucky label or code? That kind of thing. I bought one. And I won. I stood there, blinking at the label like it was a prank. I went to exchange it for the free drink. I opened the new one. Won again. I laughed, nervous laugh, not happy laugh, and exchanged it again. Won again. This kept going until it stopped feeling like a joke and started feeling like a spotlight on my life. Like something was saying, remember me? 12 times. 12 consecutive wins. By the time I walked out, my hands were actually shaking. Not from excitement, from that same chill I felt when Mina asked me that question. Because I don't know what it means. Maybe it's just probability doing something wild once in a lifetime. Maybe it's a glitch. Maybe I'm noticing patterns because I'm scared and my brain wants a story. Maybe Kiri is just a name I gave to my own desperate hope. But also, I can't unfeel what I felt. I can't unremember the way life kept bending at the exact moments I whispered into the dark. So I'm asking you, honestly, what do you think? Not, is it real? I don't even know how to define real anymore. I mean, if you were me, would you call it luck? Or would you stop and wonder who, or what, has been listening all this time? So, let me take you back for a second. When I was around 12, I'm 24 now, I lived in this big, tired old house that always felt like it was holding its breath. We didn't know much about its history, but my family found this brittle newspaper stuffed inside a wall during a renovation, and the date on it was 1934. I remember staring at it like it was a clue from a mystery novel, like the house had just handed us a secret. The place was huge. Not fancy huge, more like, why are there so many doors, and why do half of them lead to weird little nothing rooms huge? I used to count everything, obsessively. At one point, I swore it had 15 rooms, and I'd walk around like a little inspector, keeping score in my head. There were corners of that house that felt like they belonged to someone else. There were 2 basements, which sounds dramatic, but it was actually just unsettling. One was right off the garage, an old, stubborn door that led down into this concrete cellar. It smelled like cold dust and metal, and you could get to some of the house's ducts down there. The other basement was inside the house, the one we used more, and that's where the laundry was, along with a storage room that always felt like it was waiting for you to look away. Even our bedrooms had their own little, "this place is weird" features. Mine and the room next to it both had crawl spaces that disappeared into the walls. I shoved furniture in front of a couple of them, dressers mostly, like that would somehow make them less real. I never told anyone I did it out of fear. I probably pretended it was just for more space or something. But yeah, it wasn't for space. The house made noises constantly. Pipes clicking, floorboards popping, the slow groan of wood settling. And we couldn't afford to heat it properly through the winter, so we'd hang blankets in doorways and tape plastic over the windows. It worked, kind of, but it also made the whole place feel dim and sealed off, like the daylight couldn't quite reach us. And when I was home alone, that's when it got bad. I'd get this awful feeling like someone was right behind me, close enough that if I turned around too fast, I'd bump into them. I'd whip my head around over and over, trying to catch nothing. Sometimes I'd even yell out, just to prove I wasn't scared. Like, "Hello? Anyone there?" Trying to sound tough while my voice cracked because I was 12 and terrified. Looking back, I know how it sounds. A dark house, a kid with an imagination, the normal, creepy soundtrack of an old building. I get it. But the feeling was real. It stuck to me. Then one day, I went downstairs to switch the laundry. I remember it clearly because nothing about it was unusual at first. Just me carrying a basket, the hum of the machines, that stale basement air. I switched the clothes over, grabbed the basket, turned, and noticed this big tank against one of the outer walls of the laundry room. It wasn't a water heater. It looked older than that, like it belonged to some long-forgotten system the house used to have, some reservoir or storage tank for something that didn't exist anymore. Nobody ever touched it. It sat there quietly like a piece of the house's skeleton. It was always coated in dust, like thick dust, the kind that looks untouched for years. But this time, it wasn't untouched. There were handprints all over it. Dozens. I just froze. You know that moment where your body reacts before you even get a thought together? That was me. My stomach dropped, my skin went tight, and the inside of my head went completely quiet except for one word. Nope. I don't remember setting the basket down. I don't remember backing away. I remember turning and sprinting up the stairs like something was right behind me. Like if I slowed down, it would grab my ankle. I stayed upstairs the rest of the day. I wouldn't go back down. I didn't even want to walk near the basement door. And the worst part wasn't the tank itself. It was what my mind did afterward. Because once you've seen something like that, your brain starts trying to solve it. It starts building explanations out of whatever scraps it can find, and half of those explanations are worse than the truth. Maybe someone did it as a prank. Maybe it was old handprints I'd never noticed. Maybe the long fingers were just smears. Maybe. But I couldn't stop picturing hands in the dark, pressing into the dust when nobody was there to see it. Fast forward to now. I moved into a new apartment recently, nothing like that old house. Brighter, cleaner, normal. And in the garage, I noticed a few black handprints on one of the walls. Not dusty ones, darker, like smudges. And the thing is, I don't remember them being there when I moved in. Could they have been? Sure. Maybe I just didn't notice. Garages are easy to ignore until you're looking for something. But the second I saw them, my chest did that same little drop it did when I was 12. It brought me right back to that basement, that tank, those prints. I'm not exactly panicking about it now. I'm older and I've got a better grip on myself. I know there are a lot of normal reasons you could end up with handprints on a wall. People moving stuff in, leaning, touching surfaces without thinking. It's just, it still makes me uneasy. Because that moment in the laundry room never really left me. It's like one of those memories that isn't loud all the time, but it's always there in the background, waiting for the right trigger to wake up. And honestly, that house had other moments, other things that didn't quite add up. Stuff I tried to laugh off later but couldn't fully shake. So I guess that's why I'm telling you. Because I've carried it for years, and sometimes it helps just to say it out loud, to let someone else hear it and go, yeah, that is strange, or here's what it might have been, or even just, I get why that freaked you out. And if you ever want to hear more of what happened in that house, trust me, there's more. Hey, so I grew up just outside Lewiston, and I've lived around here long enough that most places feel familiar in my bones. That's part of why what happened recently hit me so hard. You probably know what I mean. The shooting. The thing everyone talks about in clipped sentences, like if we keep it small, it won't swallow us. What I'm about to tell you isn't some grand theory, and I'm not trying to solve anything. It's just something that happened to me in the day leading up to it. The kind of story people hear and immediately decide you must be exaggerating. I'm not. I wish I were. So, about 24 hours before everything happened, I had one of those stress spirals where my sense of self starts slipping. If you've never dealt with dissociation, it's hard to explain without sounding dramatic. It's like your mind turns into a tug-of-war rope and you're holding on with burning hands, trying not to get pulled into a version of you that doesn't feel like you. When it gets bad, I do weird grounding stuff. Not dangerous, just symbolic. That night, I decided I was going to burn a small bag of clothes I'd been clinging to, pieces that felt tied to the part of me I was trying to quiet down. Think of it like trying to let go of a skin you're terrified will grow back. There's this wooded area I go to when I need to be alone. People around here have spots like that, little pockets of trees where you can breathe without an audience. And when I got there, I heard gunshots. Not one or two, a lot. Rapid, over and over. Now, this is Maine. Hearing gunfire isn't automatically a red flag. It could have been someone target practicing, could have been a range nearby, could have been any number of normal, everyday things. But that night, it made my stomach go cold anyway. Like my body noticed something my brain hadn't caught up to yet. I kept walking, trying to convince myself I was fine. I made it to a place I sometimes crash when I'm not doing well. A tucked-away spot not too far from this local bar and rec place people know well. Not right next door, but close enough that you could hear the hum of cars if the wind was right. And by then, the gunshots had stopped. The silence afterward was worse. Normally, I'm kind of on autopilot when I'm out there, but that night, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. Not in a spooky, there's a ghost way, but in a very human, very practical way. Like someone else was out there too, watching the same tree line. I told myself I was being paranoid. I even laughed at myself a little like, okay, calm down. You're not the main character in a horror movie. And then I started heading back. When I came out near the path entrance, there was a car parked right where I'd gone in. And I mean right there. Like, lined up parallel to the trail, positioned in a way that made it feel intentional. This isn't a busy pull-off. It's not the kind of place where someone accidentally stops unless they have a reason. My heart started doing that awful hammering thing. I stood there for a second, trying to act normal, because there's this instinct we all have. If you pretend you're not scared, maybe the world will believe you and make it true. But the car didn't move. I left. I didn't call the cops. Around here, people don't always call over gunshots unless they're certain. It's not that folks don't care. It's that you learn, over time, what gets taken seriously and what gets shrugged off. When I got home, I crashed hard, mentally, emotionally. I'm going to be honest with you. I was in a bad place. The kind of place where your thoughts start whispering really cruel options. I didn't do anything, but I got frighteningly close to not wanting to be here anymore. And then I had this experience I still can't put into neat words. It felt like I left. Like I died for a second. Not in a dramatic movie way, more like a light flickering off. And then I came back. The strange part was the feeling that the me I'd been fighting, the other voice, the other self, took the hit. Like it stepped forward and absorbed the fall, and then I opened my eyes and I was still here. I know how that sounds. Believe me, I know. The next day I tried to go to work, but I was foggy. I couldn't eat. I couldn't focus. Everything felt slightly out of sync, like the world was running a fraction of a second ahead of me. Around early evening, I ordered food, some fast food delivery, nothing special. And while I was waiting, this wave hit me. You ever get that deep, physical dread that doesn't start in your thoughts, but in your body? Like something grips you from the inside? That's what it was. It landed in my gut, sharp and cold, and suddenly I was sick, violent, unstoppable sick. And with it came these flashes in my head, a countertop, a jar, a specific angle of light, like a memory trying to force its way through a locked door. And then, this is the part that still makes my throat tighten. I had this sudden sense of childhood trauma. Not a full movie of it, more like a horrible realization without a clear picture. Like my mind was saying, this happened, but not offering a name or a face. I wasn't trying to invent anything. I wasn't sitting there thinking, let me create a story. It just surfaced, like something buried finally cracked open under pressure. I checked the clock during all of it, because I was trying to anchor myself in reality, and it was 6:38 p.m. That time is burned into me now. I remember thinking, someone is hurt. Not me, someone else. It was the same feeling you get when bad news is about to arrive, like your body knows before your phone rings. I kept thinking of that scene in a sci-fi movie, where the wise old character suddenly winces like they've felt 1,000 people disappear at once. That's the closest comparison I've got. It was grief without a source, terror without a target. And then the news started unfolding. The locations, the timing, it all threaded through places I knew too well. I spent years bouncing around Lewiston when my life was unstable. I've slept rough near the same stretches of town. I've walked past the same doors. I've stood outside the same buildings, hungry and exhausted, staring at the lights inside like they belonged to another species of human. When they said where it happened, I felt my chest drop. Because those weren't abstract dots on a map to me. Those were real corners I've stood on. A friend of mine, Riley, texted me later and asked if I was okay, and I remember staring at the message thinking, how do you answer that? How do you say, I'm alive, but I don't feel fully returned to my own life? Because 2 months earlier, I'd had this bizarre, humiliating moment where a stranger in a restaurant screamed at me, called me disgusting names, accused me of things that weren't true, over something as stupid as the shirt I was wearing, a pink anime tee. That's it. And it wasn't just an insult. It was like she needed me to be a villain so she could feel righteous. And after the shooting, that memory didn't feel random anymore. It felt like a pattern. Like something in this town gets under people's skin and turns them into mirrors for their worst fears. A couple days after, I started watching this old anime called Paranoia Agent. It's about a community that keeps blaming a mysterious figure for everything. Like if you can point at a phantom, you don't have to look at your real pain. And I couldn't stop thinking about that. Because that's what it feels like here sometimes. Like there's a shadow that moves through Lewiston. Not a literal ghost, not some cartoon monster, but something heavier than that. Something that feeds off fear and isolation, and the way people quietly give up on each other. And listen, I know I sound like I'm rambling. I know how easy it is to roll your eyes at this. I'm not asking you to believe in magic or secret plots or anything like that. I'm just telling you what it felt like to be in my body in the hours before it happened. The gunshots in the woods, the car at the trail, the sudden sickness and dread, the way my mind cracked open and spilled things I wasn't ready to see, the way the whole town seemed to tilt, like the ground under it had been hollow for a long time. All I know is this: Something is wrong here. Maybe it's just trauma layered on trauma. Maybe it's the way pain echoes in a small place and starts sounding like prophecy. But whatever it is, I don't want it to take anyone else. So if you're listening to this and you've ever felt that same kind of invisible pressure, like the air itself is warning you, please don't ignore it. Take care of yourself. Stay close to the people who keep you steady. And if you're ever passing through Lewiston and you feel uneasy for no reason, trust that feeling. Okay, so I don't tell this story often, but I'm going to try to get through it with you. When I was about 6, we moved into this older house that belonged to my dad's parents. It wasn't run down exactly, but it had that feeling, like the air was heavier inside than it should have been. The kind of place where you'd walk in and immediately lower your voice, without even realizing you were doing it. And weird stuff started happening almost right away. At night, you'd hear clinks and shuffles in the kitchen, like someone was moving around in there, but the hallway would be empty. Lights would flick on by themselves. Small things would go missing, like a fork or a set of keys, and then turn up somewhere that made no sense, like inside a cabinet we didn't even use, or on the basement steps. My mom swore she put a pair of scissors on the counter once and found them later sitting in the bathtub upstairs. We'd hear what sounded like little kids giggling, but it would be coming from places no kids were, downstairs or right outside my little brother's room. And sometimes, late at night, these dark shapes would move across the corners of your vision. You'd blink and they'd be gone, but your stomach would still drop like they were still there. I had one moment in that house that still makes my skin go tight when I think about it. So, my bedroom had this door that led directly down into the basement. Not a normal down-the-hall basement door. This one was in my room. Our basement was kind of half above ground, and the living space sat on top of it, so the door was there like it belonged. One night, I woke up to the slow creak of that door opening. I remember thinking, half asleep, oh, it's just Mom checking the laundry, because the washer and dryer were down there. I didn't even sit up at first. I just stared toward the door, waiting for a familiar shape. But what stepped into that doorway wasn't my mom. It wasn't my dad either. It was this figure. Just darkness shaped like a person, but wrong somehow. Too still, too quiet. And the worst part was the feeling that it was looking at me, like it knew I was awake, like it was waiting to see what I'd do. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe right. I did the only thing a terrified 6-year-old can do. I yanked the blanket up over my head and squeezed my eyes shut so hard it hurt. I stayed like that until I don't even remember when. I must have passed out from fear. That was the first and last time I ever saw that thing directly. But it wasn't the end of what was happening in that house. Not even close. A couple months later, my little sister, let's call her Mia, was 2, almost 3. Just a tiny kid. And she started saying this same sentence over and over, like it was a normal part of life. Do you see the black kitty? Black kitty. Only we didn't have a cat. We didn't have any pets. So at first we did what families do. We laughed a little, brushed it off, figured it was just toddler imagination, until it wasn't cute anymore. Because then the night started. I'd be asleep and suddenly I'd hear Mia screaming like she was being chased, like real, panicked, choking sobs. And she'd be yelling, clear as day, "The black kitty is gonna get me! It's coming! It's coming!" And I know how that sounds. I know it sounds like something from a horror movie, but I can't even explain to you what it does to your brain to hear those words coming out of a 2-year-old at 2 in the morning. She wasn't playing. She wasn't half dreaming. She was terrified. And Mia kept talking about the cat. But the way she talked about it changed. It wasn't kitty anymore. It was black cat. Always black cat. And always with this warning in her voice, like she was reporting something she couldn't stop seeing. Eventually, my grandma told a family friend about it. This woman named Renee who, honestly, I didn't know what to make of at the time. She wasn't loud or dramatic. She didn't come in trying to scare anyone. She was calm, gentle, but the second she stepped inside, her whole expression shifted. Like her body registered something before her mind even spoke. She looked at my mom and said, very quietly, something like, "There's something here that doesn't want your family here." And then she added the part that made my mom's face drain. "It's focused on the little one, because she's young, because she's open." A few days later, Renee came back and said she wanted to bless the house. She walked room to room, doing what she called anointing, moving slowly, speaking under her breath, touching door frames. The air felt tense, like the house was holding itself still. She did every room, mine, my sister's, the kitchen, the basement door, even the closets, until she got to my mom's bedroom. And then she stopped. She told my mom she couldn't step across that doorway, not even a foot. She said it like it was a rule, like it wasn't up for discussion. My mom was already exhausted and scared out of her mind, so she listened. Renee did something in my mom's room. I didn't see all of it, but I remember how the hall got colder. Not the normal drafty kind of cold, the kind of cold that feels deliberate. When she was done, she told my mom to open the back door that led outside from her room. My mom opened it, and right then, there was this rush, this wave of freezing air that moved through the doorway and out into the night. So cold you could actually see it in the air, like mist. It hit my mom's legs hard enough that her pajama bottoms fluttered, like something had just swept past her. And then, just like that, it was gone. No more giggling, no more footsteps, no lights turning on, no kitchen noises, no missing objects reappearing in weird places. And Mia stopped screaming about the black cat. The house became normal. Quiet in a way it had never been before. Not long after that, we moved anyway. My parents didn't want to risk anything starting up again. And honestly, I don't blame them. I still think about it sometimes, even now. It's been years and years, and I can still feel that moment. The creak of the basement door, the weight in the room, the way my whole body turned to ice. And I hate talking about it. I really do. But there's a small part of me that feels like saying it out loud gives it less power. Like I'm finally taking something back from that house. So, yeah, that's what happened. That's the closest I can get to explaining it. And even telling you now, I've got goosebumps. So, I've had sleep paralysis a few times before, and honestly, it usually doesn't shake me up too badly. But this one had a different weight to it. Last night, the moment I finally drifted off, I was suddenly somewhere else. It felt like an old university campus, like those older brick-built colleges with that kind of solemn, historic vibe. Everything was wrapped in this thick blue-gray mist. Not like normal fog either. More like the whole world was tinted. And there wasn't a sky, not really. No stars, no moon, no light source at all. Just haze. Like the scene was lit from nowhere. I realized I was standing near a roadway, right by a curb, facing a sidewalk. I stepped up onto the sidewalk, then started walking down this grassy slope, maybe a 15-foot drop. Not steep, but enough that you feel yourself descending. And while I'm walking down, I have this strange awareness that there are people around me. A lot of them. But nobody's interacting. Nobody looks at anyone else. No eye contact, no acknowledgement. Like we're all sharing the same space, but acting like we're alone. At the bottom of the hill, there's this wide sidewalk that runs along the base of a big building, 5 stories tall, red brick. And the building felt important in the way it loomed over everything. What grabbed me immediately were these 2 massive arched passageways, each one maybe 20 feet tall, set apart from each other, like 40 feet or so. And both of them were filled with this dark black mist. Not shadow, mist, like something thick and moving. I couldn't see into either archway at all. Between those arches, up on the 3rd floor, were 4 large windows, wooden frames divided into multiple panes with arched accents at the top. They were pitch black, no reflections, no hint of the foggy sky, nothing. Just blank darkness like someone had cut holes into the world. I'm about halfway down the slope when I see him. Not running, not rushing, just appearing in a way my brain couldn't fully explain, like he was already there and my eyes only caught up afterward. He stepped through the brick wall directly beneath those windows, between the archways, as if the building wasn't solid at all. He was tall, still, wearing that unmistakable brimmed hat. And even though the fog and distance should have made details hard to see, I knew it was him. Like my mind recognized him before I consciously processed it. The Hat Man. He walked straight toward me, and this is the part that really gets under my skin when I replay it. It felt like the crowd around us didn't exist to him, like he'd singled me out the second he arrived. He stopped close, too close, and turned his face toward me. And I swear to you, it was like he looked directly into me, with eyes that weren't really there. Like the idea of eyes, the shape of a gaze without any actual features. Then he put his hand out for a handshake. He spoke 3 sentences. The first one sounded like an introduction, like he said his name or title, but I couldn't understand it. It didn't register as a normal language, more like it slid right off my brain the moment I heard it. The second sentence, I heard perfectly. I'm here now. The third sentence, I remember that I understood it clearly in the moment, and it hit me like it mattered. But the worst part is, I can't recall what it was. Like it got erased. And for a split second, I did something that surprises me even now. I reached my hand out. It wasn't curiosity exactly. It was more one like, he felt familiar. Not friendly, not comforting, but familiar like a presence you've felt before. Like déjà vu that has a pulse. As my hand moved, I said, I'm Rowan. Can you repeat the first thing you said? And our hands touched. And that's when I yanked myself back in the only way I could. I shouted, out loud in the dream, maybe out loud in real life too, I'm not sure. I do not accept. The moment I said it, he withdrew his hand. Not angrily, not dramatically, just smoothly, like that was the rule. And then the blackness hit. It swallowed everything, fog, building, people, like someone turned the universe off. And I snapped into that awful in-between state, fully aware but trapped in my body. Classic sleep paralysis. I could feel myself trying to wake up, trying to move, trying to force sound out. I was panicking but also weirdly focused, like wake up, wake up, wake up was the only thought that mattered. Next to me in bed, my partner, Maya, was there. I tried to get her attention. I tried saying her name. I tried moving my leg, nudging her, anything. I don't even know what finally did it, but she stirred. And the moment she put her hand on me, I jolted awake so hard it startled her. Like I snapped back into myself all at once. I told her, I had a bad dream. And she looked at me, half asleep but serious, and she said, "Yeah, I know. I was having a really weird dream too." That part still messes with me because I wasn't even trying to spook her. But it felt like something had leaked across the room, you know? Like the atmosphere followed me back. I wanted to explain everything right then, but she's the type who really doesn't handle scary stuff before bed. So I just let it go. We both went back to sleep. But today I can't stop thinking about it. I've done a little digging, nothing intense, just reading what people say about the Hat Man and sleep paralysis. And what's strange is, people see him all the time. They describe him all the time. But I haven't really found many who say they actually spoke to him, or touched him, or had him offer a handshake like that. So I keep circling the same question in my head. If he reached out like that, if he said, "I'm here now," what would have happened if I did accept? And maybe this sounds naive, but part of me feels this stubborn pull, like I want to find him again. Not because I'm looking for trouble, more like I want answers. Like I want to face whatever that was on my own terms. Because I can't shake the feeling that that handshake meant something. And I said no. And he listened. Okay, so I need to start by saying I've never actually touched a Ouija board. Not even once. I grew up in a really traditional Catholic household, the kind where you go to Catholic school because it's just what you do. And every adult in your life talks about faith like it's as practical as locking your front door at night. I'm not practicing anymore, but the fear they planted? Yeah, that stuck. I still remember this one teacher in high school, Mr. Donnelly, trying to explain why Ouija boards were dangerous, and he put it in a way I've never forgotten. He said it was like picking up your phone, turning on location services, dialing a random number, and having absolutely no idea who's going to answer. That image got under my skin. My parents acted like anything occult wasn't just a bad idea, it was an invitation. They had real, vivid beliefs about possession, exorcisms, all of it. I grew up hearing those stories the way other kids hear campfire tales, except mine were told at the dinner table with full sincerity. So fast forward, I get to college and I meet my best friend, Tessa. Immediately click. She's warm, funny, grounded. The kind of person who makes a dorm room feel like home even if it's just cinder block walls and mismatched bedding. Tessa also had these two friends she'd lived with the year before, Marin and Jules. They didn't end up in the same place the next year, but they still floated around us a lot, especially early on. And I don't know how to say this without sounding dramatic, but from the start, something about them felt off to me. Not like I don't like their vibe, but more like my body would tense up when they came into the room. Marin could be negative in this kind of cold, cynical way, but Jules was different. Jules was quiet, intense, like there was always something heavy standing just behind her. Later I learned she'd been through a lot, serious trauma, the kind that shapes the way someone moves through the world, and she'd never really gotten help for it. It wasn't just sadness, it was like she carried a storm around with her. One afternoon, Tessa and I were sitting on her bed talking about religion, how neither of us was very church anymore, but we still believed in something bigger. Like we had our own private rituals, our own sense that there's more going on than what you can see. And I finally admitted, kind of awkwardly, I don't know what it is, but Jules gives me weird feelings. Tessa got quiet, like quiet. And when I asked if she knew what I meant, she just nodded and said, "Yeah, I didn't want to freak you out." Then she told me this thing that still makes my scalp prickle even now. Apparently Jules had this antique doll, something she'd pulled from her grandparents' attic and became obsessed with. She carried it around more than you'd expect someone our age to. And Jules claimed there was a spirit attached to it. She had a name for it, She called it the Long Man. Tessa told me that when she lived with Jules and Marin the year before, they used a Ouija board all the time to talk to him, like it was a normal activity, like watching TV together. She said she never participated, but she was around it enough that it seeped into her life anyway. And then she told me what she experienced. She said she would wake up from naps, middle of the afternoon, sunlight still coming through the blinds, and see this huge, billowing shape in the corner of her room. Not a person exactly, more like a tall presence wrapped in shadow, as if the air itself had mass. She said she'd blink and sit up and it would still be there, unmoving, just watching. And then there was the Ouija board incident. Tessa swore to me that once she walked into the living room while they were mid-session, and the little planchette, the piece your fingers rest on, shot off the board like it had been snapped from a rubber band. It flew toward her, not gently, not like it slid, like it got thrown. Jules apparently just said, very casually, "He doesn't like extra people." Tessa told me that as move-out got closer, the presence started showing up nearer to her bed, like it was closing distance. And one night, she woke up and felt like it was right there, not in the corner anymore, but looming over her, so close she could barely breathe. She said she couldn't scream, she couldn't move, just this crushing sense of being pinned under something immense. And then, after she moved out, it stopped, like it had been tied to that place, or to them. The part that really messed with me came the next year. A girl we both knew, Lena, ended up moving into that same dorm apartment. I knew Lena from campus stuff and from bonding over being raised Catholic. She was still practicing, still wore a little medal sometimes, but she was also the kind of person who didn't judge me for stepping away. One day, Tessa and I ran into her at the university housing office, and Lena looked wrecked, like she hadn't slept in weeks. Her skin had that hollow, papery look. When I asked if she was okay, she just crumpled. Tears immediately. No warning. So we took her to grab coffee, and once she caught her breath, she told us what had been happening in the apartment. Cabinet doors flying open, slamming shut so hard the wood rattled. Her front door opening and slamming like someone was trying to break in. She actually called the police, and the officers showed up, looked around, didn't find anything, and this is the part that makes me angry for her. They laughed like she was wasting their time. But the worst part wasn't the noise. She said when she tried to sleep, she'd wake up to something cold hitting her face, like a hand smacking her cheek. Not a dream jolt, not a twitch, a deliberate, flat-palmed smack, again and again. And then she started seeing it. A massive figure at the foot of her bed, tall, hazy, like smoke held in the shape of a person, looming, swelling in the darkness. She was so scared she had her sister come stay the night, and her sister saw it too. Not, "I think I saw something," like, she sat up and whispered, "Lena, there's something in here." One night, Lena was showering, and the bathroom cabinets started slamming like someone was rage searching through them. Then the shower curtain whipped back, ripped open so fast it snapped on the rings, and she heard footsteps pounding up and down the hall outside the door, running, back and forth, like something pacing. That's why she was at housing, begging for a reassignment. Tessa, trying to help, told her, "You should talk to Jules. She lived there." So Lena did. And Jules, apparently, laughed. Just straight up laughed. And said something like, "He doesn't like strangers. Good luck." Lena stayed in that apartment for the rest of the school year because there weren't openings and housing basically shrugged at her. She just endured it. A couple years later, I ran into her again, and I asked, carefully, if things ever got better. She got this distant look and said there was one final night that felt like a turning point. She and her sister were in the bedroom. Lena had a crucifix on the wall, just a simple one, and she said it started shaking, like vibrating in place. Then it fell, not slipped, fell like it had been yanked. The closet door started opening and slamming hard enough to make the hangers rattle, and her sister said, very firmly, "Don't look, just pray." So they did. They started saying prayers out loud. Catholic prayers Lena knew by muscle memory, even through panic. Over and over, like holding onto a rope in the dark. And then Lena said there was this sudden flash, white, bright, not warm exactly, but clean, like a camera flash filling the whole room. Her sister later told her it was like a wave of light poured down from the ceiling and rushed out the window, like something was being forced out. And after that, Lena said the air changed, like the room settled, like the pressure released. And she swore that for the last few months she lived there, nothing happened again. No slamming cabinets, no footsteps, no cold hands, just quiet. And honestly, I don't know what I believe about all of it. I'm not here to tell you I have answers. But I will tell you this. I've been in rooms that felt heavy for no reason, and I've learned to trust that feeling. And I still won't touch a Ouija board. Not ever. So let me tell you something that still gives me goosebumps when I think about it. In my country, Spain, January 6th is a big deal. It's Epiphany Day, the day of the three wise men. We grow up waiting for them, not Santa, and we give each other gifts like it's our version of Christmas. It was January 6th, 2020, right before the world tilted into the pandemic, and that morning started like any other holiday morning. Until it didn't. My mom, Lucia, was walking across the living room and suddenly her foot didn't move the way it should. Just a tiny thing at first, like her body hesitated. But it wasn't nothing. After a blur of appointments and scans and those awful hospital waiting rooms where time stretches, we learned it was a brain tumor. And in the middle of all that, my parents still did what parents do. They tried to give me joy. That same day, my dad, Javier, handed me an envelope with concert tickets. 2 seats, something my girlfriend at the time, Ines, she's my wife now, and I could go enjoy together. Music was always our thing as a family. We traded concerts like other people trade recipes. I even gave them tickets to a show they'd been excited about, like we were all trying to keep life normal by promising ourselves nights out and loud songs and future plans. Except, none of it happened. COVID arrived like a sudden storm. Concerts were canceled. Hospitals became fortresses. And my mom's treatment got harder and harder. Chemo cycles, weakness, days where she looked smaller in her own clothes. Then, cruelly, she caught COVID while already hospitalized. She was too drained to fight it. She died in the ICU not long after. And then, when I was still trying to understand how a house can feel so quiet after someone is gone, life did it again. About a year later, maybe a little more, my dad died suddenly of a heart attack while hiking in the mountains. He was with his best friend, doing the thing he loved most. Somehow that detail is both comforting and unbearable at the same time. After that, their house became complicated. Not just physically full of stuff, but emotionally full. Every drawer felt like a time capsule. Every sweater still held a shape. I put off sorting anything for ages because it wasn't just cleaning out a house. It was deciding what parts of them I could keep without falling apart. Eventually, one afternoon, I went over alone and told myself I'd just do a little. No big heroic purge. Just open a few cabinets, take a few boxes, breathe through it. And that's when it happened. I was in the TV room, same old room, same shelf, Same dusty, familiar light. And I noticed a white envelope sitting there like it had been waiting. Not hidden, not tucked behind books, just there. Before I even picked it up, I felt this strange certainty in my stomach. Like my body knew what my eyes hadn't confirmed yet. Inside were the concert tickets. The last gift my parents had given me. The ones I'd never used. The night out I never got to have with Ines. The future that got erased. But there it was, right in front of me, like someone had placed it gently in my line of sight. I told a couple friends about it, the ones who aren't quick to laugh things off, and they said something that made my throat tighten. They said maybe it was a message. Not some dramatic ghost movie moment, just a nudge. A reminder, like we're still here in some way. We still love you. We didn't make it to your wedding, but we did give you something meant for the life you're living now. Don't forget to enjoy it. And then there's the logical version, the one I can hear in my own head too. Maybe I put it there myself and forgot. Maybe grief scrambled my memory. Maybe my mind wanted it to feel like them because that would mean they were close. Both explanations sit there, side by side, and neither one completely wins. What I can't explain is my reaction. Because if it was a loving sign, it's a beautiful one, right? But when I stood there holding that envelope, instead of feeling comfort, I felt this rush of fear, sharp, animal fear, like the room suddenly had too much air in it. My heart started pounding and I had to leave the house. I walked out like I was escaping something, even though nothing was chasing me. And I still don't really know why. Maybe part of me wanted a sign so badly, and another part of me was terrified of what it would mean if signs were real. Or maybe it was just the shock of being pulled back into that moment, January 6th, 2020, when everything was still intact for one last breath before it all fell apart. I don't know. But I do know that a plain white envelope with a pair of unused tickets made me feel like my parents were suddenly standing just out of sight. And whether that was memory, coincidence, or something else, it stayed with me. Alright, so let me start by saying this. I'm not new to weird nights. I've done enough duty shifts to know that sometimes the bump in the night is just drunk soldiers doing drunk soldier things, and sometimes it's something you can't explain without sounding like you've lost your mind. This happened back when I'd just pinned corporal. Fresh responsibility, trying to do everything by the book. It was my first time as the CQ-NCOIC after 1800 at Fort Cavazos, Texas, back when a lot of people still called it Hood out of habit. I was taking that SOP seriously. Every hour, I'd get up, do my checks, make sure my runner was good, walk the halls, look in on the usual problem areas, then head back to the desk. To kill time, I had my laptop set up in this conference office, one of those fancy rooms where the commanders and senior enlisted meet earlier in the day. After hours, it's dead quiet, like the building's holding its breath. I threw on an anime, something and brutal, the kind of show that makes the hours move a little faster. I'm watching, half relaxed but still keeping an eye on the clock, because duty makes you feel guilty for enjoying anything. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I see someone standing in the doorway. Just for a second, a flash. My brain does that quick scan it always does. Male, maybe mid-30s, white guy, average build. But what made my stomach tighten wasn't the fact that someone was there. It was what he was wearing. He had on an old digital camouflage uniform, the older pattern, and it looked perfect. Not wrinkled, not faded, not lived in. Pristine. Like it had never been worn outside of a display case. And he wasn't just standing there casually either. He was squared up like a pissed-off NCO, shoulders back, chest forward. Then he hits me with the knife hand. That hard, sharp point like he's calling me out, like I'm about to get smoked for existing. And then he's just gone. No footsteps, no turning away, no sound. One blink and the doorway's empty. I sat there and told myself the obvious thing. You're tired. It had been a long stretch already. I rolled my shoulders, stood up, stretched, yawned, trying to reset my brain like that would fix it. Then I did my round like normal. Checked on my runner, walked the halls. Everything quiet. I come back, sit down, hit play again. A few minutes later, there he is. Same doorway, same posture. Only this time my mind grabbed onto something else. I recognized him, or at least the shape of him, the vibe. I knew that stance. It hit me like a cold weight in my chest. That looks like Sergeant First Class Marquez. And again, he vanished like smoke. Now I'm fully awake, not sleepy awake. That wired, electric awake where your body is warning you before your brain even catches up. I'm staring at that doorway like it owes me money, trying to make sense of what I'm seeing. The next time he appears, his face is wrong, like it won't hold detail. A blur where features should be. The only thing I can tell for sure is he's got really dark hair. And the knife hand again. Like he's lecturing me without words. I don't know what came over me, but I got mad. Not brave, just done. Like, enough already. I didn't yell. I didn't jump up. I just leaned forward and muttered under my breath, real low, the way you talk to something you don't want to invite closer. Man, you're dead. I don't care what you think. I don't care what you're trying to say. And he faded out, slow, like the air was erasing him. That was the last time I saw him that night, but this one bothered me for a different reason. Because later, when I replayed it in my head, when I forced myself to remember every second, I realized I hadn't really looked at his eyes the first couple times. I was focused on the uniform, the stance, the knife hand, the fact that someone was in my space. But once I did remember the eyes, I swear they weren't eyes. They were just black. Not dark brown, not shadowed, not the light was weird. I mean jet black, like someone poured ink into the sockets. Blacker than a back road at midnight when there's no moon and the trees block out the sky. And that's what shook me the most, because he didn't look wounded. No blood, no missing pieces, no signs of an accident. Nothing that would explain why he'd still be hanging around like some restless spirit. It felt less like a ghost, and more like something wearing a ghost. Like something borrowed the shape of a person and used it like a uniform. I've had run-ins before with shadow figures, those barely there silhouettes that stand where they shouldn't stand. I've seen things that look almost like people but are too dark, like the light refuses to touch them. This felt related to that. Same wrongness, same cold pressure in the room. And then, here's the part that makes my skin crawl even now. I saw it again not long ago. Not on duty, not in some creepy office, in my own barracks room. I'm close to getting out, counting days, doing that thing where you're physically still there but mentally already stepping into the next chapter of your life. I'm in my room, normal evening, and I look up. And there's a soldier standing in front of my dresser. Civilian clothes, white tank top, light blue pants, boots on like he never really came off base, a cap pulled down, arms crossed like he's waiting on me to explain myself. And when he turns just enough for me to see his face, same eyes. That hollow, ink-black stare, like nothing's behind it. No warmth, no humanity. Just this calm, careless emptiness, like it could watch you suffer and not feel a thing. That's when the old nickname people used for the place came back to me. How some soldiers used to call that base a black hole, like it swallowed people. like it pulled at you in a way you couldn't describe until you'd lived there long enough to feel it. And sitting here, thinking about it, I can't help but wonder if that wasn't just dark humor. If maybe people were picking up on something, an energy, a weight, a pull, that fed into the worst outcomes. War deaths, training accidents, suicides. All that pain packed into one place, year after year, like the ground learned how to hold on to it. So yeah, I call them entities. Not to be disrespectful to the dead are the dead. But whatever those black-eyed things are, they don't feel like the dead. They feel like the dark that shows up when there's been too much dying and something decides to look back. It's weirdly hard to talk about this out loud, even now. I kept it to myself for a long time because I didn't want to sound dramatic or like I was making something out of nothing. But it's been sitting with me, and I think I'm finally ready to say it plainly. So, this happened a few years ago, late spring into summer of 2021. Back then, it was just me and my mom living in this older, creaky house. She worked long shifts, and I was between jobs, so I was home alone a lot. I'd try to keep busy, walk our dog, wash dishes, fold laundry, wipe down counters, just anything to make the day feel normal. And then one afternoon, around lunchtime, maybe a little after 1, I was sitting there eating, half watching something on my phone, when I heard people talking upstairs. Not like a TV, not muffled music, actual voices. It sounded like 2 adults, maybe a man and a woman, mid-conversation, like they'd already been talking for a while. I couldn't make out the words clearly, but I could tell there were 2 distinct voices. They even overlapped sometimes, like one interrupted the other. That detail still sticks with me because it felt casual, like they belonged there. Except they didn't. I was alone. My stomach dropped instantly. I went cold all over, and without thinking too hard, I grabbed my dog, Milo, and locked us in the downstairs bathroom. I remember sitting on the closed toilet lid, holding his collar like that would somehow keep both of us anchored to reality. I stayed in there for maybe 20 minutes, maybe longer, just waiting for my mom, Diane, to come home. And the second I heard her car in the driveway, the voices stopped. I told myself it was something explainable. Pipes, neighbors, sound carrying, my imagination. I wanted it to be something explainable. I figured that was the end of it. But the next day, it happened again. Same kind of thing. Midday, quiet house, and then those 2 voices upstairs, like they were in a room together talking to each other. This time, I didn't hide. I don't know why. Maybe I was angry at how scared I'd been. Or maybe I just wanted to prove to myself I had control over it. So I stood at the bottom of the stairs and called out, really simply, like I was talking to someone who'd walked in by mistake. Hello? And I swear to you, the moment I said it, the voices stopped, like a switch flipped. That became the pattern, over and over through that summer. I'd hear them when I was home alone, never when my mom was there. If I stayed quiet, they'd go on longer. If I acknowledged it, even softly, it would cut out immediately. And after the voices started, other little things started happening too. Small at first. The kind of stuff you can convince yourself is normal. A door that was cracked now closed. A sound from a room you hadn't been in. A weird thump when the house settled. But it felt different when it piled up, day after day, always when I was alone. Like the house was testing how much I'd ignore. The scariest moment, the one I still replay sometimes, happened later in the summer, closer to evening. My mom had gone to take my aunt to an appointment out of town, so she was going to be gone for hours. The house felt extra quiet, like it knew I didn't have backup. I was upstairs in my bedroom just lying on the bed, trying to distract myself. Milo was curled near my feet, and then I heard someone sprint up the stairs. I shot upright so fast I felt dizzy, and then, just as suddenly, the running went back down the stairs. Up, down, up again. And here's the part that still makes my skin crawl. It never sounded like the runner stepped off the stairs onto the landing. There was no transition noise, no shift onto the floor, just stairs. Like the person was trapped in that one motion, stuck on the staircase itself. During one of the runs upward, I threw my bedroom door open and leaned out to look, heart hammering so hard it felt like it was shaking my throat. The sprinting stopped instantly, and the staircase was empty. No one. Nothing. Just the dim hallway and the quiet that followed. The kind of quiet that feels too heavy, too intentional. I remember standing there with the door half open, staring and waiting for something to move. Anything. To prove I hadn't imagined it. Milo wouldn't even come to the doorway. He stayed back on the bed, tense, watching me like he didn't want me to go closer. When my mom got home, I told her right away. I was shaken, like I'd been jumped. But she brushed it off, said I was stressed, said the house makes noises, said maybe I'd dozed off and startled myself. And I didn't argue because I didn't even know how to defend something that didn't leave evidence. But the truth is, I know what I heard. And here's why I'm talking about it now. Whatever that was, it didn't feel like it ended when that summer ended. The upstairs voices and the stair sprinting eventually stopped. But other strange things kept happening over the next couple of years. Things that don't seem limited to the house anymore. Different places, different moments. The same unsettling feeling of being singled out when I'm alone. I'm not even asking for someone to tell me it's definitely paranormal. I'm just asking for someone to help me make sense of it. Because I've tried to explain it away, and I've tried to ignore it, and I've tried to laugh it off. But some part of me still remembers that afternoon, the sound of two people talking upstairs in a house that should have been silent, and I can't shake the feeling that something was there, listening back. So, the creepiest thing I've ever had happen at sea was on a routine night watch in the North Atlantic. I was second officer on the midnight to 4 shift, and it was one of those nights where everything feels steady and quiet. Engine hum, dark horizon, the kind of calm that almost makes you sleepy if you let it. To stay sharp, I was doing slow laps around the bridge, just moving my legs, clearing my head. At about 1:20 in the morning, I passed the starboard bridge window and caught sight of someone out on deck, walking from aft toward the bow. That alone didn't alarm me. On our ship, crew could step outside when they wanted, and sometimes people did if they couldn't sleep. But the timing felt off. It was late, and most people were dead asleep by then. I did another lap. When I came back to that same window, the person had stopped, standing in this awkward spot between the forward cargo area and the windbreaker. He was facing forward, back toward me, like he was just staring into the dark. I paused, watching, and then, without any normal shift in posture, no casual turn, no, "Oh, someone's up there," he rotated around and looked straight at me. And he raised his hand and started waving. Not like a quick, "Hey mate," wave either. More like a slow, repetitive wave, while his body stayed perfectly still. That's when my stomach tightened, because the more I stared, the more details didn't make sense. He was in a white overall. The problem was, our company-issued coveralls were dark blue with reflective strips. Nobody wore white. Not officers, not ratings, nobody. And his helmet was bright yellow. Again, possible in theory, but everyone on board had standard white helmets. The whole thing felt like someone had dressed wrong on purpose. And there was another thing that bothered me. From where he was standing, it shouldn't have been easy for him to see me. The bridge lights were dimmed inside, and with the angle and reflections on the glass, You normally can't look up and clearly make out a person moving around on the bridge unless the lighting is just right. But he was tracking me. Like, as I walked away from the starboard side toward port, his head turned, keeping me in view. The wave kept going, slow, consistent. I told myself, all right, radio him. This is probably a tired deckhand messing around. So I went to the console, grabbed the handheld radio, and called out, "Starboard deck, this is Bridge. Identify yourself." Nothing. I called again, more firm this time. Still nothing. Just faint static and that empty radio silence you get in the middle of the ocean. And the whole time, through the glass, he just kept waving, watching me. Not moving his feet, not shifting his weight, just waving like a mannequin that had learned one motion. At that point, I didn't even feel curious anymore. I felt uneasy. That prickling feeling you get at the back of your neck when something is wrong and your brain can't quite explain why. So I went to the light panel and switched on the bridge spotlights, the big ones that wash the deck in bright white. The deck flooded with light. I looked up immediately, expecting to catch him mid-prank, squinting, maybe laughing, maybe running. But he was gone. Just gone. No footsteps, no scramble, no, oh crap, nothing. For a few seconds I stood there staring, trying to force logic into it. My first thought was he ducked into the stairway near the paint locker, or slipped into the forward passage by the windbreaker. So I kept the lights on and watched. 10 minutes, 15, 20, nothing. The next morning I asked around, casually at first. "Hey, was anyone out on deck around 1:30 last night?" Everyone looked genuinely confused. One guy laughed and said, "Mate, I was dead asleep." Another swore he hadn't even gotten up to use the bathroom. Nobody admitted to it. Nobody even hinted like they were hiding a joke. And the thing is, if it was a prank, I wouldn't have been angry. I would have respected it honestly. It would have been a good one. But the reactions I got didn't feel like guys trying to keep a secret. They felt like guys who had no clue what I was talking about. Later, I checked the area where he'd been standing. The paint locker access was locked like it always was at night. The forward store entrance was secured, and there wasn't anywhere obvious someone could have hidden and then vanished from in the 2 seconds it took me to turn on those lights. What sticks with me most isn't even the outfit. It's the way he moved, or didn't move. The stiffness, the staring, the slow wave without any warmth in it. Like he wasn't greeting me, like he was just repeating a motion he knew I'd recognize. I've sailed for years, crossed plenty of ocean in the dark, dealt with real emergencies, real fear. And I've never had another moment like that one. I still don't have a clean explanation for what I saw. All I know is, I watched someone walk forward. I watched him turn and wave at me for several minutes. I tried to reach him on the radio, and the instant I hit those floodlights, he disappeared like he'd never been there at all. So, I live in this house where I honestly can't find much history on it at all. The only thing I do know is what my parents told me from when they first moved in. When they were doing some work on the bathroom, they found this little stash inside the wall. A human hip bone and a bunch of filthy old magazines, like sealed up in there. No explanation, just that. And growing up here, I've always had this one thing with me. I've seen a woman, well, a spirit, I guess, since I was a kid. Long, dark hair, really pale. Around my height, maybe 5'6"-ish. I'd catch her in the hallway like she belonged there, like she was just passing through. Sometimes she'd be sitting in what used to be my old bedroom, or standing half in, half out of doorways. Never rushing, never loud. Just there. My mom has seen her too, and this part still gets me. She told me for years she thought it was me, because apparently this woman and I have the same kind of build and the same hair from a distance. Mom said she'd walk past my room late at night and see her sitting on the edge of my bed, like she was waiting for something. Or she'd catch her in her peripheral vision and think, oh, it's just her, until she'd look properly and realize I wasn't even there. This has been happening since we moved in, about 14 years now. And weirdly, I got used to her. I stopped feeling scared. If anything, she felt familiar, like an old presence that didn't mean harm. Lately, I don't even see her much at all, which I thought was a good thing. But then this new thing started happening, and it's different. It doesn't feel like her. For the last couple of weeks, I've been hearing whistling in the middle of the night, always around the same time, between 2:40 and 3:05 a.m., like clockwork. The first night it happened, I was in bed scrolling on my phone, half asleep. And suddenly I hear this clear, steady whistling, like a grown man standing outside, casually whistling to himself. Not music playing, not wind, actual whistling, controlled, intentional. My room faces the front of the house, and outside my window there's basically nothing, just a wide stretch of field and scrubby land. We've only got one neighbor, and they're off to the side. The rest is open dirt and bush for a bit before it hits anything else. So I'm lying there thinking, why would someone be out there right now? After a minute, I forced myself to look out the window. Nothing. No movement, no silhouette, no headlights, no shape in the field. Just empty darkness. And the second my face turned toward the glass, the whistling stopped. Like someone had been waiting to see if I'd look. It got so quiet it felt heavy, like the air thickened. I climbed back into bed, heart going stupid fast, trying to tell myself I was overreacting. And then it started again, only this time it sounded closer. Not out in the field, closer to the house, like it had moved while I wasn't looking. It went on for a few minutes, then stopped. And after that, it happened nearly every night at that same time. I stopped looking out the window, not even because I was trying to be brave, more like I had this strong feeling I shouldn't. Like something in my body was warning me, don't do that. Don't acknowledge it. Don't look. I was already tense, just waiting for the whistling to start again, when I heard a loud bang on the roof. Not a creak, not settling. A bang. Then, footsteps. Actual footsteps moving across the roof, like someone was walking up there. It lasted maybe a minute, long enough for me to sit bolt upright and feel my stomach drop through the floor. When it finally went quiet, I thought, okay, it's done. Whatever that was, it's done. And then I heard footsteps outside my window, right there, at the front of the house. Like someone standing close enough that if I moved the curtain, I'd be looking straight at them. I froze so hard I felt locked in place. I'm not being dramatic. I couldn't make myself move. My whole body felt pinned. And the feeling in the room turned wrong. Not curious, not eerie, not ghost story creepy. It felt mean. Like something with bad intent had stepped into the space and wanted me to know it was there. And then my dog, Maple, walked into my room. She's usually loud. If she hears a weird noise, she barks, she growls, she tries to investigate. That's just her personality. But last night she came in silent and stiff, walked straight toward my bed, and stared at the window like she was looking at something she didn't understand. Her face looked scared. That's the only word for it. Then she jumped onto my bed and pressed herself into me, shaking a little, like she was trying to hide with me instead of protect me. And that honestly scared me more than everything else, because animals don't do that unless something feels really, really wrong. Today she's been off, quiet, watching the window from across the room, refusing to go near it. If I even move toward that side of the house, she follows me like she's trying to steer me away. And I just don't know what this is. The woman I used to see, she never felt like this. She felt familiar, almost sad if anything. But this whistling thing, the roof, the footsteps, the way my body reacted, it feels like something else entirely. I'm the kind of person who picks up on energy really easily. I can feel when a space changes, when something walks into a room, when the air shifts. So part of me wonders if that's why it's happening to me and not everyone else. Like maybe I'm the only one noticing, or the only one it can reach. But I don't want it here. I want to know what it is, what it wants, and how to make it stop. Because whatever this is, it doesn't feel like it belongs in my home. Okay, let me just tell you this the way it happened, because even thinking about it still makes my stomach clench. So, it's late, and I'm in the back seat with my brothers, Eli and Mason, and our mom, Renee, is driving. We're heading to my grandma's place because she hasn't answered her phone all day. Like, not texts, not calls, nothing. And normally she's the kind of person who calls you back too fast. So, yeah, people were getting worried. We turn onto her street, and at first it's just quiet, normal quiet. But the closer we get, the more something feels off, like the air inside the car changes. Then Mom pulls into the driveway, and immediately, I notice the porch. My grandma always has this weird little habit. She sits out front and cracks nuts like it's her job. There are always shells. It's practically her signature. The porch is usually a crunchy minefield of broken shells. But this time, nothing. Clean. Like someone swept it spotless. Then I look up at the windows. Grandma always keeps a lamp on after dark, always. Even if she's asleep, there's usually some warm glow behind the blinds. This house was pitch black. Not a single slice of light. And I swear to you, the second we stopped the car, this sudden dread just hit me, like it rose up out of nowhere and settled in my gut. My mouth tasted sour, like when you're about to throw up from nerves. Mom turns the radio down real slow and goes, "Stay in the car." And I'm thinking, oh, don't worry, I wasn't planning on stepping foot in there anyway. She walks up to the porch and tries the screen door. Locked. Okay, fine. Maybe she just latched it. Mom knocks on the inner door, like a firm police knock. And I'm not exaggerating. The door opens way too fast. Like someone was already standing there, hand on the knob, waiting for that exact knock. Instant chills. Full body chills. My grandma, well, grandma, I guess, stands there in the dark and she looks taller. Not by a little either, like she'd gained inches. Her posture was straighter. Her shape looked different, and her face, something about it felt unfamiliar, even though it was her. Mom steps inside, and the door shuts behind her. And the dread in my stomach gets worse, like it levels up, like my body is screaming, nope, no, something is wrong. I look at Eli, and he looks at me, and we don't even have to talk. We're both getting that same ice-cold, this is bad feeling. That house didn't feel sick. It didn't feel empty. It felt mean, like the whole place was watching us. A few minutes pass, way too long, and I'm sitting there thinking, please come back out. Please, just come back out. Then Mom bursts out of the house like she's escaping something. She doesn't stroll, she storms. She yanks the car door open, gets in, and starts driving before she even fully shuts it. For the first minute or two, she's silent. Her jaw is tight. Her hands are clenched on the wheel. We think she's mad, like maybe Grandma said something rude or she found something upsetting. Then she starts crying. Not like a sniffle, like breaking. And now we're panicking, asking what happened, what she saw, what's going on. She keeps shaking her head and goes, "That wasn't right. That wasn't right." And then she tells us. No lights were on inside. None. Not one lamp. Not a TV glow. Nothing. But Grandma moved through the house like she could see perfectly. And the smell. This is where Mom's voice got quieter, like she didn't even want to say it out loud. Grandma has cats. 3 of them. There's always cat smell, litter box smell, that sharp, sour ammonia stink that hits you the moment you walk in. Mom said there was none of that. Instead, the whole house smelled like flowers, like lilies and lilacs, and this soft lavender smell underneath it. Not pleasant either, not cozy, too strong, too perfect, like perfume poured into the air. Mom tried to turn on a light, and when she flipped the switch, nothing happened. Because the bulbs had been taken out. Everywhere. Like somebody went room to room and unscrewed every bulb and removed it. And my grandma could not do that on her own. Not with her hips, not with her hands, not without dropping something or leaving a mess. But it was done. Quietly. Cleanly. Then Mom says Grandma stood in the middle of the living room, just standing there, hands folded neatly in front of her. In the dark. Not moving. Not reacting. And when Mom asked if she was okay, Grandma answered, "Wrong." Not in a confused dementia way, in a way that made Mom's skin crawl. She called Mom dear. My grandma never calls anyone dear. She calls you baby, sweetheart, honey. She teases. She complains. She talks like herself. But dear came out like it was rehearsed. And the closer Mom got, the heavier the room felt. Mom said it was like pressure on her chest, like someone was slowly pushing down on her lungs. The air was thick and hot and stale, like the house had been sealed shut for days. But the heater wasn't even on. And the couch, this detail still creeps me out, had been pushed flush against the heater, like someone moved it there on purpose. And the blanket on the couch was folded perfectly, like no one had touched it in forever. No cat toys, no scratching sounds, no shadows darting around. Nothing. It was like the cats had never existed. Then Mom told us the part that made my blood run cold. She leaned in to hug Grandma goodbye, and Mom is taller than my grandma. She always has been. But when she put her arms around her, Mom realized she was looking up. She was shorter. She pulled back and swears Grandma looked younger, less wrinkled, smoother skin, like someone had peeled years off her face. And the hug didn't feel like hugging family. It felt like hugging a stranger wearing a familiar body. Then there were the glass collectibles, my grandma's prized little blue glass trinkets. She used to dust them like they were museum pieces. They were all shoved into a cardboard box, smashed, like someone got angry and broke them. And the box was jammed against the wall like it was being hidden. And one more thing. This is almost absurd, but Mom was dead serious. My grandma has, barely any teeth. She's been missing them for years. No money for dentures. It's just how it is. But while Grandma talked that night, Mom said she saw a full set of teeth. A full, normal set. like brand new. When Mom finally backed toward the door, because at some point her body just decided we're leaving, Grandma didn't follow. She just stood there, in the darkness, watching, not waving, not blinking much, not calling out, just watching Mom walk away. Mom drove us home with her face wet and her hands trembling, and we all sat there in stunned silence because what do you even do with a story like that? And yeah, I know dementia can change someone. I know it can twist memory and personality and behavior. But dementia doesn't make you taller. It doesn't remove every light bulb in your house. It doesn't make you smell like a florist shop at midnight. And it sure as hell doesn't make you look younger and suddenly have a perfect set of teeth. So, I don't know what we saw that night. I just know that when we pulled into that driveway, it felt like we'd parked in front of the wrong house. Like something in there was wearing my grandma's face and wanted us to believe it.